cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get that work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up. It is a cool, crisp day here in Houston. Ooh. The roads are Thanksgiving Day roads. If you're up with us this week, let us know, man. Hit us on the 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610.
What do you mean? What do you mean up with us this week?
And football super fans. Let me get that reading. And football super fans.
I'm sorry, Sean.
That's okay. That's okay.
But I would have forgotten my question, and I would have remained confused. You mean just anybody in general?
Yeah,
with us. Okay.
The roads are light anyways this time of day, but they were exceptionally light this morning. I'm gonna. Come and get me, officers. I didn't stop at any red lights this morning. There's nobody out there this week. So that's what it's Thanksgiving week. It's getaway week, that kind of thing. So if you're up with us, and I think people are still, a little miffled over Sunday's game. So I was out last night. I had the my appearance, the Monday Night Football steak night over at Legacy Cigars and Lounge. Shout out to Legacy Cigars and Lounge and everybody who was out there. We had a great time. People are still, at least as of Monday night football kickoff last night, Texan fans still very upset over the loss to the Titans on Sunday. That is not going away anytime soon. And DeMeco even said as much on the coaches show last night. He said, "Man, I hope these guys feel it all week long. This loss to the Titans."
Where usually he says, "Flush it."
That's right. He ain't flushing this one. He's letting this one float around in the toilet for a while.
There's it's a delicate balance you have to try to find in coaching. Where how much to hammer the bad feelings versus propping guys up, and you always once upon a time in Hollywood yesterday.
Okay.
And have you seen the movie, Sean?
I've not. Nope.
Oh, it's a great movie. So anyway, there's a scene there where Leonardo DiCaprio plays an actor in the 1960s, and there's a scene. And he's kind of washed up. He's getting to that point in his career where they're casting him in the villain role in all the TV shows and everything. So his show is gone, and he's at that. He's like having a midlife crisis, as actors go. And there's a scene where he when he hits bottom, he forgets his lines in the middle of a scene, and he goes back to his trailer. And he just tears into himself, like flips out. He's looking in the mirror. He's saying, "You're a piece of crap. You got to know and it's hard to watch, man. You can see he's really going through it. And yet, it's kind of the pivot point to where he realized, like, oh, I've got to, and he ends up putting in an incredible performance.
Right.
He studies his lines.
Okay.
He's so miserable, and he hates himself so much, and he knows he's better.
Okay.
And then he goes out and he nails it. And it's, without any spoilers, it starts to move up from after that eventually. That's where the Texans are right now.
Yeah.
They are in their moment where they just, okay, yeah, you got to hate yourself a little bit. Yep. You gotta feel the pain. And it's all right, you don't want to live your life that way, but it's all right to hate yourself every now and then. We forget that sometimes.
No, it is.
In this era where it's great. It's great. Mental health is a focus. You're trying to feel better, self-esteem, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
Part of extreme success is, at times, absolutely hating yourself.
There
okay?
you go. Yeah.
It's a matter, you got to rebound from, but you need that low point. And I feel like, okay, yes, at this point, the Texans need to hate themselves a little bit.
I think collectively, as a group, you nailed it. They're at the once upon a time in Hollywood stage. I guess the question would be, if we drill down to the individuals, do the individuals who most need to have that conversation with themselves have it in themselves to look in the mirror and scream and pull their hair out at how they're playing?
I think, yes, I think a lot of them do.
Do you?
Yeah, I do think. I think one of the biggest conundrums right now is that I feel like Bobby Slowik probably doesn't shy away from criticism or anything and critiques himself. But the problem is, I'm saying this almost without emotion and just looking at it and trying to remove all emotion and anger from it. It's time to make some kind of a change and figure out, if this is the way, if they want to just stand by Bobby Slowik no matter what, you got to fix Bobby Slowik. Put him up in the booth, something. Change something or somehow the way the play calling and the game planning is going, or B, just go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off and make a change. Because I think there are too many times where individual players out there look like they don't have the answers, and they're not playing up to the same level that I've seen them play previously in their career.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz drives me insane. And yet there's a part of it where I'm like, and you can see it in his body language after some plays. He's looking at the sideline like, what was I supposed to do there?
Yeah.
And you see it all across the board. There's something being lost between the theory and philosophy and then how it's being called and how it's being played during the game. That all speaks to this guy is not getting it done. Bobby Slowik is not, So that's where we sit.
Yeah. DeMeco.
Otherwise, and I'll let you know when I finish Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Okay, sounds good. I love the
analogy. I've watched it a couple times already, but it's such a long movie that I've forgotten a lot of things.
Is it a long movie? I'd love to go watch it. It sounds like something I would like, but you know me. I've got a shot clock when it comes to movies.
It's a fictionalized version. It's a fictionalized story about the Sharon Tate, the Charles Manson Sharon Tate murders.
Oh, okay.
But it's really interesting. So they take a lot of artistic license, and it's really good. It's really good.
Based on a true story. I got
It's also one of those movies. I think it's awesome, but it's also, if you'd make a movie about filmmaking, the critics and the writers and everything all go gaga over it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I feel like it gets a little bit rated higher than it should, just because all the film nerds are like, oh, yes, I get that reference. Yeah. Oh, people watching probably don't even know that actor, but I do.
Masturbation, we call that. Masturbation. Let's get to DeMeco. It's funny you bring that up about, something's got to change. That was the very first question yesterday at his press conference. Like, what's going to change here?
Yeah, for us, we just got to go do it. We got a lot of cleaning up to do, which we go through the film and our guys understand what we have to do. But we just have to go do it. As I told our guys, we don't need a big meeting or nothing needs to be said or taught. We just got to go do our job.
I don't know. Jimmy Ward said in the postgame the other day they might need another players-only meeting. It sounds like
I know the players. Nobody. This is the first rule. This needs to be the first rule. In my Ben, put this in a book of my advice to NFL players based on previous experience.
Yes.
The first rule. Let's speak about another Brad Pitt vehicle, because Brad Pitt is in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Which is why Brandy thinks it's a better movie than it actually is. But he's shirtless for a spell, too.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Look, I'm at an age where I don't care. If it juices her up, good.
Yeah. She ain't going anywhere.
She's like, why are you always recommending all these Brad Pitt movies? I don't know. There's no ulterior motive here.
Not at all.
He's a hell of an actor.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, what was the point?
You were going somewhere with that. I was just going to say you were going somewhere. I don't know.
It'll come to me eventually.
All right. So a lot of people checking in saying good morning. Good morning to all of you. Morning, y'all. Up with you every day on the 5-Hour Energy Fan Line. Still here, bright and early. Appreciate you guys. That's good. Hang on. Slowik got rid of the hat. Is this not the change that you want? Would you
got rid of the hat? Is CJ's hair? Was CJ wearing his hair as long as it's been the last?
It's gotten longer. It's definitely gotten longer.
Well, I mean, obviously, the hair's going to get longer over time, but I don't
He's
remember
wearing it longer, yeah.
The last couple of weeks is the first time I noticed it kind of flowing out of his hair.
He's definitely wearing it longer.
I'm like, all right, that seems like Justin Herbert, there seems to be a Hercules-type thing to whether he has long hair or not.
Yes,
so,
yeah.
I think I'm for the long hair, even though in the results right now.
Where are you on hatless Slowik? I said on my
the theory
podcast.
was that his brain, kind of like your testicles, need to be like 3 degrees lower than your body temperature to operate properly.
Sure.
I think maybe your brain is that way too. Maybe they thought, maybe the sports scientists were like, hey, your brain's running a little too hot.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of the hat. And just, let's release. It's like a car radiator. You know, you got to remove some heat from the engine to keep it functioning properly.
As someone who has gone through many traumatic phases of hair myself, I've settled in now on just having no hair because then nobody asks, should you wear a hat, should you not? I would go back to the hat if I were Bobby. He doesn't look very football-like without that. He looks more football-like with the hat.
But he looks like such a little kid with the hat.
He does. I know. There's not a good solution here. I'm saying that's the better of the two solutions is that he wear a hat. I would say he wear a hat, but wear like a collared shirt or don't wear the long baggy sleeves that you see the skateboard kids wearing. The combo
That's what he does. He looks like a little skater kid, doesn't he?
The combo of the flat-brimmed ball cap and the baggy long sleeves that come down, the sleeves that don't. Even if you do long sleeves, Bobby, if you're listening, have them end it like right above your wrist. Don't have them end like in the middle of your hand so that your thumb is tucked up underneath so that the shirt looks 2 sizes too big on you.
I know. I think he needs to lean into it. I think he needs to wear the hat sideways or backwards, make it even bigger.
He's sucking
Yeah.
on a vape in between.
And he needs to have like big baggy. He's got to be wearing Dickies. You know, or Carhartt, some try-hard little, I'm a working man type of thing. Yeah. He needs to have big baggy Dickies, and but his hat's sideways.
Can you imagine?
Coveralls?
Can you imagine if the first question of the press conference to DeMeco is what changes have you made, and he lists all of those changes?
Bobby signed a deal with Carhartt.
Bobby's gonna. We talked to Bobby with a straight face though, like DeMeco did. Like we had good conversations with Bobby, and he decided he's gonna shorten the sleeves on his shirt and go back to the ball cap, and maybe kind of lean into him. We got him an endorsement with Dickies. Yeah.
I always wonder, man. I'm old enough to have lived through a couple stages now where Carhartt becomes a hot brand, and I always it's always so funny because like the people who are wearing Carhartt fashionably, like some kid, some kid at Choate or something, right, versus the people that wear Carhartt every damn day.
Yes.
I didn't realize I was a fashion icon as I was back when I was waking up at 3:30 a.m. to go scrape manure on the farm. I didn't realize that one day I would be such a fashion icon. So I always felt on the old skid steer at 3:30 a.m. I was like, yeah,
oh man,
this is gonna get me some.
We're off and running on a Tuesday, as you can tell. We've got injury news for the Texans that we've got to get into here. This could be a really important one. How much are the Texans in right now of blowing this lead in the AFC South? I did a little digging yesterday, and there was one particular thing that makes me very, very concerned. We will tell you what that is. We'll get into that in the next segment. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Appreciate you guys getting up with us on a holiday week here on a Tuesday. Stay there.
How much danger is your retirement plan in? If you even have a retirement. Bro, do you even retirement plan? Retirement plan with Trajan Wealth. This is what they do. They take people like you.
ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Bobby's getting a lot of sartorial help on the 5-hour energy fan line. Slowik needs to wear a Tom Landry hat. Maybe that'll help.
Oh, that would be good. What if he came out and what was the suit? Jack Del Rio wore a suit for a throwback deal like once. The other guy too. I'm blanking.
Remember when Amy Adams Strunk made Mike Vrabel dress up like Bum Phillips? Cosplay style, remember that?
Yeah.
Last year,
yeah. That's why she was so happy this year. She was like, "I won it," and it was because we didn't do cosplay.
Yeah, we'll get to that in the Pettycast at 8 o'clock. We've got crumbs left over in the Pettycast at 8 o'clock today.
I think it was Mike Nolan, if I remember correctly. Mike Nolan wore a suit once too. So
Former
does Bobby
Niners.
Slowik show up wearing a suit?
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I remember that with Nolan. You're right about that. I think it was Nolan who wore a suit one time.
And it turns out there's the thing against it was just basically because the coaches, even as sloppy and disheveled as Bill Belichick was, I think it was still NFL gear. Like they want to get the branding and the logos out there. You got to be wearing some kind of NFL gear these days. For all of those of you who want to bring back dignity to the sport.
That's right.
Good luck with that.
That's right. So Jaylen Pitre left the game on Sunday with what was called at the time a shoulder injury. Turns out it is a tear of the pectoral muscle. According to Aaron Wilson, not a full tear of the pectoral muscle. According to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network, Jaylen Pitre could be back this season. There's a determination being made right now on whether or not to perform surgery on the tear. So we don't have nothing definitive yet on Jaylen Pitre, other than he's going to miss some time at a minimum. So when I hear that, Seth, I'm just a regular dude who's never torn his pectoral muscle. I think probably the most noteworthy pectoral muscle tear in recent Houston Texans history was when J.J. Watt, in Week 8 against the Raiders back in 2019, tore his pectoral muscle. Kind of just during a play, came off to the sideline. You can see him just sort of holding his, rubbing his chest, and next thing you knew, boom, he's out for the year, or so we thought. He got surgery on it. He was able to make it back for the playoffs that year. Had a big play in that in that win over Buffalo. So that's a case of somebody who had surgery on the muscle and was able to got the injury in Week 8 and then 2 months later was able to make it back. Now the Texans are down to 5 games left in the regular season, and it would be a miracle right now if they're playing in 2 months. Honestly, the way they're playing right now. But if Jaylen Pitre doesn't need surgery on this, then you're the former athlete. You tell me.
Yeah.
Like, can he get back on the field with this thing?
He could totally get back on the field. Everything's individual. It's not like, well, if he's tough, he'll get back on the field. They got to figure out how much strength he has, how much he can play through. The player himself has to make a decision about, all right, do I take the chance on going out there, hurting it further, and then delaying surgery, or should I get the surgery now so I know for sure I'm ready? So there's a little bit of, risk management and risk appetite in there. I would, just me guessing and speculating.
Yeah.
Is that I think Pitre strikes me as the kind of guy that's like, okay, what do we have to do? Like, what's the timeline if I'm going to play with this?
Yes.
So Frank center for the Lions right now. He's currently playing with a partially torn pec.
Wow. Okay, and that's a position where you're hand fighting. You need the pec. Yes.
The bench press matters a lot more at center than it does at star or slot corner or whatever you want to call it. Let's just call it defensive back.
Sure.
But again, everybody's different. Ragnow might just have a little minor tear or something, so you can work your way through it. You can play through it potentially. So I'm not giving up on Jaylen Pitre. We might have to worry about, okay, Jaylen Pitre has made progress with his tackling technique. Mm-hmm. That might fall by the wayside a little bit, and he might become more of the human missile again, but so be it. That's I would still rather have him out there than
Eric Murray. Say it.
Yes.
Eric Murray.
Yes.
Eric Murray was awful on Sunday. He was terrible.
Well, the thing, when Jimmy Ward has to go play Jaylen Pitre's position, then you're going to get more Eric Murray at safety.
Yeah.
And that's where you, as much as I know people get frustrated with Jimmy Ward at times, he brings a lot to the table.
I feel terrible for Pitre if it turns out that it's at a minimum it's going to be something that knocks him out for the near future here. I feel terrible. So I already feel terrible for him because he's really, really come into his own in this role that he's in. Like, he is making at least one big play, it feels like, in all of these games. You know, the Indianapolis game, he had the big interception right before the half against Anthony Richardson. The Lions game, early in that game, he's got the tipped ball that Jimmy Ward intercepts on the very first drive of the game. In the Cowboys game, he had the second full on the same play that Derek Barnett scooped and scored. And he brings an energy too, man. This is Nick Caserio right here. Nick was on with me and Seth last Thursday, and you can tell from just Nick talking about Pitre here just how much he brings not only to the field but to the building.
JP's been awesome. I mean, you ask anybody in the building like what he means to our team, and you're going to get nothing but glowing remarks and positives. He plays the right way. He's got the right mindset. He's impactful with the plays. You know, I think every player, like, you're going to have plays, you know, either give up some plays, you want some plays back, but just his energy, his mindset, his physicality, his effort, his playmaking ability. I want to say he's our leading tackler. I mean, he's close. I think him and Henry are close, but he impacts the game in a positive way when he's on the field, and his attitude is infectious. I mean, we talked last year was 1,000. Like, we'll take 2,000 Jaylen Pitre's on this football team. So he's embraced the role. It's different than the role last year, but we've figured out that this is the best thing for him and for the football team, and he's gone out there and made play after play after play in each game. So, you know, we're fortunate. We feel like we have a number of good football players on this football team. You know, JP's certainly high on the list.
So that one thing that Caserio said in there that's interesting, given the role change, it's a good thing this year that Jaylen Pitre has as many tackles as he does. His rookie year, he had a boatload of tackles, but they were of the variety that, as Jimmy Ward told Jaylen Pitre when Jimmy Ward got here, hey, man, it's not necessarily all that good for a safety to have that many tackles. Right. It's because front seven was so bad that he did end up with a lot of tackles. He also ended up with a lot of missed tackles. Yep. This is different this year. You know, he plays a hybrid linebacker / defensive back position, and as a linebacker in a lot of respects, yeah, it's good that he's hoovering up all these tackles. Yeah. So this has been just awesome to watch. It's been really cool to see Jaylen Pitre being used exactly how he should be used. Yeah. Credit to DeMeco Ryans for figuring it out, and Matt Burke. But it also speaks to, all right, the one good thing we've got going here is the defense. And even with some glitches and things they need to clean up, man, Jaylen Pitre is a huge part of that.
He is.
You want to play complementary football, we need to hopefully have Jaylen Pitre and then find a counterpart on the offensive side of the ball who contributes the way that Jaylen Pitre does.
That would be beautiful. That would be a beautiful thing. So we'll keep an eye on that this week, obviously. Texans off today. They're back at it tomorrow practicing for Jacksonville on Sunday. A game you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610, noon on Sunday. All right, how much danger are the Texans in right now of blowing their lead in the AFC South?
Oh, no.
When they beat the Colts in Week 8 to go to 6-2 on the season, the thought was, they're 2 games up, and they've got the tiebreaker right now. This feels really good. And then since that Colts game in Week 8, they've gone 1-3. They're 7-5. The good news is the Colts have also gone 1-3 in that time. The Colts have done a really nice job of not taking advantage of this that the Texans have. We thank the Colts for that. The magic number right now, Seth, there's 5 games to go for both the Texans and the Colts. They have the same bye week, so the math on these two is going to be very clean. They have the same week off, so they've played the same number of games. The magic number right now is 3, which means that's the combined number of Texans. This is more of a baseball thing, but it applies here. That's the combined number of Texans wins and Colts losses that you need to win the division. So you get any combination. Why is that funny? Why are you laughing?
Because I hadn't looked at Anthony Richardson's stats yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm so happy that he was 9 for 19 last week.
Oh, he's back to the old AR5, huh?
He's back down below 50%.
Okay. I was like, did I say something?
Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. He was 11 for 28.
Oh, even better.
He was even worse. He was 11 for 28.
Yeah, by better I mean worse.
In which a loss in which they scored 6 points. Look, it's versus the Lions. Yeah. But yeah, so he was 39% completion percentage for 172 yards. Anthony Richardson remains, as I've always looked at him, I am terrified to face him on any given Sunday, and yet in accumulating wins over the course of a season, he's not even close to being the guy that gets it done for you.
Right.
So, yeah, hey, they had an extra couple weeks to game plan for what he might do when he comes back. They shot their wad, and then here you go. You're back down to sub 50%.
Okay, so what I'm going to connect the dots here. What I'm hearing you say is you don't sound all that concerned about the Indianapolis Colts.
No, I don't think so. I think Anthony Richardson will have a couple more real performances and then a bunch of stinkers as they play out the string. According
to the website I go to for look-ahead lines on games, they've got the spread on every game for the rest of the year if you look hard enough on the internet. So there's a website I go to. Now, I think one of these lines might be a typo because there's no way the Colts should be favored in Denver against the Broncos by 2.5. I refuse to believe that. But here's where I'm going with this. Let's assume that's true for a second.
Okay.
The Colts, if that's true, are favored in all of their games the rest of the year. They don't have a very difficult schedule. They have the Patriots this weekend in New England. Now, they're only favored by 2.5, so that's really a coin flip game. Then, like the Texans, they have a bye. They're at the Broncos in Week 15. Broncos have been a nice surprise this year, and they've got that is a defense that could force Anthony Richardson into a Seth Payne box score porn kind of game with Anthony Richardson. They're home for the Titans, favored by 4. They're at the Giants. The Giants stink. They're favored there. And then they host the Jags in Week 18. They're favored by a couple points against the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think that Bronco game's got to be a typo. There's no way they're favored on the road against the team that's in the playoffs right now. Just no chance.
And well, then especially with their defensive way they're playing versus Anthony Richardson.
And Bo Nix has been better now. And but point being, even if they're underdogs in that Broncos game, that is a very manageable schedule for a mediocre to average NFL team. Like the Texans need to take care of their business. You know what I mean? Like if the Colts win this Sunday in New England, which is a distinct possibility, and the Texans lay an egg in Jacksonville, also a distinct possibility. By having lost 5 of 7, and with the Dolphins, Chiefs, and Ravens in an 11-day period coming out of the bye. Like the one thing the Colts have over the Texans is they have an easier schedule and they have a way more normal schedule coming out of it. They're Sunday, 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 Sunday.
If you're looking at these lines for the Texans coming up, which ones are you most skeptical of? Because they're -5 at Jacksonville. Okay. I feel like that's been, if it hadn't been for last week's performance, that would have been a much healthier line than it is right now.
I wonder what's baked into that line as far as Trevor Lawrence's availability. He did practice yesterday. Yeah, keep going. So
the Texans are favored. They're -2.5 versus Miami at home.
That sounds about right to me, right?
It sounds about right, but I'm looking side-eyed at everything right now.
No, I would take the Dolphins. If it were this week, I would take the Dolphins in that game.
I mean, +4 at Kansas City. Who are you betting on in that situation?
The only thing I would say about that is Kansas City plays everybody close.
Yep. No matter how you feel about your individual team right now, they've played everybody close.
Everybody close. So I wouldn't touch that one. What about the Ravens game on Christmas?
Okay, they are 1.5-point underdogs versus the Ravens at home.
Yeah, I think you watched the Ravens last night. I think that could get ugly. That Ravens game. Yeah. That could get it because the Texans, the one Achilles heel with the Ravens right now is their defense, and I don't think the Texans pose a threat to anybody right now offensively the way they're playing. No,
you're exactly right. It's kind of you look at the Titans, and the scariest thing about the Titans going into it, that game was the Texans' biggest is their interior offensive line. The Titans' greatest strength is their interior defensive line.
Yeah.
That's a recipe for disaster, man, especially when you try to run it up the middle on 3rd and 1. When you've got an offensive coordinator whose answer for situational football is to run your extreme weakness into their extreme strength.
Yeah.
And I posted that yesterday, and people said, well, yeah, it's not like they were running well outside. Right, okay. But this is the worst version. There are a lot of things bad in that game.
Yeah.
This is the worst version of everything that's bad in the game,
right?
Including the fact that passing is an option. If you had developed any kind of a quick game, if you had any kind of hot routes or answers to the blitz or anything, if you had a well-designed and orchestrated offense, you've got many more answers than just trying to manhandle a 388-pound human being with offensive linemen who can't do it.
It never ceases to amaze me that people don't realize that when there are a slew of bad options, there's still one that is the best. of those bad options. Like just because they're all bad doesn't mean they're all equal. you know.
Hey, I've got some financial difficulties. Should we cut back and stop going out to eat dinner, or just commit suicide? What? I don't know. What's the better option there? You know, like I just cut back a little bit. You don't have to go to. You don't have to. Bobby Slowik committed suicide on that play.
And he did. He's
at his 3rd and short. Let's run it into the guys who have been destroying our interior offensive linemen all game long.
Did you see Shaq on that play? Like Shaq and this right now. Oh, God.
The sack, the time T'Vondre Sweat just swatted Shaq
like a gnat
out of the way.
And he just looks like him, like sitting on the ground, just looks so sad. It just looks so sad.
Man,
I'm not trying to be mean.
T'Vondre Sweat, I love, guys our age probably love, well, not when they're playing the Texans, but you watch T'Vondre Sweat, and it just brings back all these memories of the golden era of fat nose tackles.
Dude,
Ted Washington.
It's a good pick by the
Keith
Titans.
Traylor, who could play 3 technique also. But the biggest thing about Ted Washington, and that's what it reminds me of, is Ted Washington would make plays on the sideline.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it was... like he could, and then that's where the Texans, I think their plan, as it should have been, was, all right, we get the outside zone working.
Yep.
You get these big defensive tackles running sideline to sideline, chasing down boots and everything, and then it should kick in the second half, get those guys tired. Problem was, the Texans couldn't run outside zone.
No.
To the point where the linebackers weren't even worried about it. Like, the linebackers were sitting back, Sean, and it was almost like they were just waiting for the prey to come back to them. Like the gazelles were running away from them, but they knew that the gazelles, the gazelles were gonna come up on a forest fire, and were gonna run back. So the linebackers are just sitting at home, waiting for the cutback, jumping backside, doing this stuff. The Texans' offense has got to a point where defenses can sit in a meeting room and say, "Hey, listen, we will be fundamentally unsound because we can get away with it versus this team."
That's what they did. That's what
listen, don't worry about whatever your normal reads are.
Yeah.
You don't even have to play that
Not
way with these guys because they're so bad.
Oh my God. That's depressing. Of all
so they were unsuccessful in tiring out T'Vondre Sweat.
They were indeed, no doubt. All right, let's get to headlines coming up next. DeMeco Ryans speaks to the media. We've got the Harbaugh Bowl last night. We've got a signing in baseball. How Astro fans feeling about this signing in the world of Major League Baseball? We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. But first, Texas Star Grill Shop. They've got the big green egg sale going on right now over there. They've got...
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Yeah, for us, we just got to go do it. Like, we we got a lot of cleaning up to do, which we go through the film and our guys understand what we have to do, but we just have to go do it. Like, as I told our guys, we don't need a big meeting or nothing needs to be said or talked about. We just got to go do our job.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryans yesterday, right out of the chute at his press conference. Texans have the Jags coming up, coming off of a disastrous loss to the Titans on Sunday. I don't think I'm overstating it by calling it that, Seth.
You know what we could hope for? It's a shame that the bye week is so late this year. Do you remember the year that we went into the bye week almost convinced that the defensive coordinator was going to be fired? And at the time, it was his first defensive coordinator there from the
who's his? You talking about
Romeo Crennel. It was Romeo.
Oh,
Crennel.
yeah, Rack. Yeah.
Sorry.
A lot of pronouns there.
Well, it was a very specific year that we thought Romeo Crennel was probably going to get fired during the bye week, and then they came out after the bye week and actually improved a lot. They were different.
That was 2015. Yes, 2015. They were 2-5. Yep.
Frankly, listen. Even though it's my own mental frailty that led me to not be able to come up with Romeo Crennel's name, I do expect you to be better.
Okay.
I feel like that was enough. I made enough cues there that you should have known I was talking about
Romeo Crennel was the first one that popped into my mind, but there was never a point in. Not to get too far off on that, there was never a point with Romeo Crennel I ever thought he was going to get fired. You know what I mean?
No, we did. Going into that bye week, it was ugly and it was rough. Yeah. And they figured some things out, and they came out and they were a different team after the bye week.
Remember that? They simplified the defense. That's what they did. Yeah.
So I don't think they need to simplify the offense. Yeah. They need to, if anything, maybe they do, because I think Bobby Slowik spends a lot of time. If you take all the time they've spent probably working on little gadgetry and little tweaks to the run game, if you go back and just actually work on the fundamentals from the beginning and get to a point where you can run the basic stuff right and guys look like they know what they're doing, you'd probably be better off than where you are right now. But now they're stuck in this death spiral of, how do we do it this week? And then it works for a quarter, and then it all falls apart.
Yes.
Because they don't have the fundamentals right. They don't have the very basics of this offense down to the point where they can actually operate the simple stuff right.
It's incredible because this wasn't a great offense last year, but at least it looked like they knew what they were doing. They didn't run the ball real well, but a lot of teams don't run the ball real well. The big thing is CJ. CJ just looks like a completely different quarterback right now than the one last year.
It looks like it's starting to. And maybe it's injury. Maybe he's got an injury that's undisclosed or what have you. But he's not stepping into his throws the same way. We'll play some Chris Long later, talking about just his eyes dropping when the rush comes. And I don't know if I haven't noticed that as starkly, but maybe I'm not looking for it.
Yeah, we had a few people send that to us, so we'll have that for you in the 7 o'clock hour. Ross Tucker, who called the Texans game on Sunday here at NRG Stadium for CBS, he was on color duties. He'll join us in about 13 minutes or so. Jaylen Pitre, pectoral injury. We don't know how long he's going to be out for or if he's going to miss the rest of the season. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on Jaylen Pitre's injury.
Yeah, Jaylen has a shoulder injury. He'll be out for some time.
What did he bring to this defense this year that you'll miss for however long he's out?
Well, Jaylen has brought this. He's been a true impact player for us. Just being around the ball, just causing interceptions, forcing fumbles. He's just been really active, very instinctive player for us. He's been all over the field, and he's made a lot of plays for us, and just miss his instincts, miss his playmaking ability. We're going to miss that. All right, so we got to go. We got to move forward. We got to press forward. Whoever else steps in, we got to hit the ground running.
Yeah, look, there's always a drop-off when you lose a starter, a good starter like that. The problem with this, it's similar to like Kamari Lassiter being out. And the next man up is a guy that they picked up off the streets like 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? Eric Murray, the ripple effect here is Jimmy Ward gets bumped down to the Jaylen Pitre role in that whatever we're labeling that position, that nickel player right there. And then now that means Eric Murray is getting an unhealthy amount of snaps for the Texans. Unhealthy for the Texans' chances of winning football games, amount of snaps. So that's the thing. It's not just you're losing Pitre. That's a position where, like corner, like running back, like if something happens to Joe Mixon, I don't even want to know what happens at running back with this team. There are a few positions on this team right now where the depth is precariously thin, and I think safety feels like one of them, especially as good as Jaylen Pitre has played this year. Trevor Lawrence practiced yesterday for the Jags. It's still a wait and see if he plays on Sunday. He's been dealing with a shoulder injury. Monday Night Football last night, the Harbaugh brothers went at it, tooth and nail in Los Angeles. Los Angeles hosting back-to-back primetime games. Rams on Sunday, Chargers on Monday. The Ravens get the better of the Chargers last night, 30-23. It was just weird watching that game. I'm like, this looks awfully familiar. Oh, that's right. They played there last night. Yeah.
Looking in the crowd, wondering how many people are sweating out the Diddy stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like, the crowd doesn't seem quite into it. Well,
that guy?
There's a lot of distracted.
Definitely that guy.
Yeah.
For sure that guy.
These Los Angelinos are a little bit tense these days.
These are the two teams that if the season ended today, Seth, the Ravens and the Chargers, that the Texans would be most likely to play in the first round of the postseason.
Yeah, look, and I think maybe one of the more under-discussed or less glaring things about the Texans is that, their run defense, you don't really feel like it's a solid foundation of the run defense. There's things they do. They come up and they make tackles for a loss. They'll bleed a little bit, and then they'll stop a drive with a big play. But when you go up against a team like the Ravens, they can kill you with the quarterback and the running back, and they offset it with the passing game. Yeah, my trust in this Texans team to be able to line up and hold Derrick Henry when they couldn't really hold Pollard last week, I'm nervous about that. Especially without Jaylen Pitre.
Yep, they play on Christmas Day, and that's we need to see a different version of the Texans between now and then to feel good about that game. Ravens get the better of the Chargers last night, 30-23. Advantage John Harbaugh in the battle of the Harbaugh brothers. Yusei Kikuchi signs with the Angels, 3 years, $63 million. And I would imagine Yusei Kikuchi, had he not had that stint with the Astros after the trade deadline, probably is not getting $21 million a year. That trade, that was a big debate yesterday, Seth. I saw people chattering online. How does this affect? How does Yusei Kikuchi signing this deal within the division, now create his Frankenstein theoretically? Now he's on the Angels, which is
he's on a franchise that historically underperforms with guys like the best baseball player of this century.
Right. Well, two of them on the team at the same time, Mike Trout
they
and
got
Shohei.
Kikuchi.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Now that said, I still have no problem with the Kikuchi trade. Like that's like you went into it knowing he was going to be on your team for the rest of the season, and that's probably it. Like it worked out to me. You got what you wanted out of it. Was he went basically undefeated the entire time. Blame the rest of the team for not getting further in the postseason.
Somebody can fact check me on this, but I believe at the time I said, and for the sake of full transparency, listen, this is going to be decided by how well the Astros do in the rest of the regular season and in the playoffs, and I will revise my opinion on it accordingly. Yeah. So, look, was it a good move? Yes, on this, in terms of did you get a good player for the amount of compensation you gave up?
Yes.
And yet ultimately you flamed out in the playoffs. So I can't in good conscience give this a 100% endorsement on this, because it just flat out the sum total of it right now is, all right, you gave up a lot of assets for something that was it made your team better, but was it enough? Nope, it wasn't. So screw you. I think hindsight. I will with zero embarrassment use hindsight reasoning on this.
There you go. I think the biggest thing for the Astros out of this is that if they're looking to bring in any pitchers in the future that may, need a little tweaking or repair in free agency, can you get a stressed asset? This Kikuchi might be proof that the Astros car wash is still working.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
No, and their development of young pitchers still that continues. That part continues.
Yep. But you can plunk the guy down at the end of July, and all of a sudden he turns into a different dude. Is remarkable. Rockets Timberwolves tonight in Minnesota. All right, Ross Tucker is going to join us next. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. He was on the call for the Texans and the Titans on Sunday, so we will get Ross Tucker's thoughts on what he saw out there on Sunday. And should we be nervous about the Texans in the AFC South with 5 games to go in the season? We'll ask that of Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, next.
Zadok Jewelers has a big event coming up next weekend. Their Winter Wonders Open House, Friday, December 6th through Sunday, December.
energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Texans-Jags coming up on Sunday. The Texans lost to the Titans this past Sunday. That's relevant for our next conversation here because joining us right now on the hotline, he was on the call for this game with CBS. He's our Odyssey NFL insider, and his name is Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. Ross, it's great to talk to you. It was great seeing you here in Houston last week. How did Houston treat you? How was your trip overall?
Well, likewise. It was great, man. I love Houston. It was awesome. I mean, the hotel was nice. It was great hanging with you at Tom's Watch Bar Thursday night. It was nice. The weather was nice for us as we're watching Pittsburgh and Cleveland play in the snow. Mm-hmm. And then the Texans, very hospitable on Friday, going to practice, everything. The worst part of the weekend for me was Friday night. I went to the Houston Cougars basketball game, but my high school team went into overtime. So I spent my game looking at my phone. And then they blew it in overtime. So that was disheartening. But then Saturday, I don't know. We went to the hotel, the Titans hotel. We walked by like an ice skating rink and like an outdoor festival or something. And then the hotel where we at had like a lazy river on the 6th floor where the Titans were staying. And then the key to the whole weekend was the Texans press box food.
Bingo.
It is spectacular. I mean, I have them now number 1 in the NFL. Yes. And not only that, I don't know if Cal McNair is listening or not. I am thoroughly impressed by the entire organization and in particular the game day experience. I don't know if it's like this for you guys, but everybody, as we went through security, you know how now you have to go through all these different like things where you have to show your badge or your face or whatever. Everybody was so nice, smiling, friendly, happy game day, have a great game day. It was really nice. It's not like that in other cities. I don't, that's a culture thing, I guess, with the organization. It's very well done. It's noticeable. So shout out to Cal McNair and the entire organization. It's very, very impressive, both the food and the hospitality.
The only thing I feel bad about for some of those people is that on my game day activities, where Ross says, I was sick this last week, so I wasn't there. I end up seeing people like 10 times, and they're very committed to the bit. So they gave me the same emphatic greeting every single time, and I feel bad for them because they know. They're like, listen, Seth, I gotta say it, okay? I gotta say it. Let me ask you this. For all the vast majority of people listening, should they care more about whether the Texans are offering up good press box food or whether they're putting a competent offense on the field?
I would say the latter. Press box food does not affect almost anyone listening other than
a pretty healthy majority,
guys.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was surprising to me, I would say. And if you're a Texans fan, certainly disappointing. I mean, it's unbelievable. They get that awesome kickoff return, then the Titans drop a coverage, and you're like, okay, bam, here we go, 7-0. And then you get a pick six from Jimmy Ward, who's filling in for Pitre, one of your best players. You need to win that game. You know what I mean? Like, think about, go through some of the things. You have 8 sacks, including 7 in the first half. You score on your first play of the game. You have a pick six. That's rough to lose that game. Yes. Given everything I just said, that is rough to then lose that football game. But you give up chunk plays like they did defensively, you're gonna. I mean, Eric Murray gets beat on the double move by Westbrook. You give up the deep post to Ridley. Nobody can tackle Okonkwo. The Titans, surprisingly, ran the ball much better than the Texans. I think the biggest concern I'd have if I were a Texans fan isn't that they lost to the Titans. It's that it wasn't a fluke, like at all. I mean, the Titans were the better team in the game.
Yeah. I'd said that up in the press box, Ross, with the guys I was sitting with. I said by the end of that game, I said, if you had somebody, a football fan, watch that game, but they didn't know the records of the two teams, and then after the game was over, you said pick the team that was 7-4, pick the team that was 2-8 going into this game. I wouldn't have been able. I would have just said I don't know. They looked like two very evenly matched teams in that game. You know what I mean?
No question. Yeah. In fairness, I will say this happens in the NFL sometimes, right? Like the Cleveland Browns have 3 wins 2 of those wins are against teams that are in the top 7 of the all-important Ross Tucker Football Podcast power rankings. So think about that. Like, the Browns only have 3 wins. 1 was against the Ravens, 1 was against the Steelers. Yeah. So this happens where sometimes the other team plays well. Sometimes the other team has a really good plan. Obviously, the Titans came out and did some really positive things. Levis clearly has been better the last 3 games than he was before that. And I'd also say on some level, if you're the Texans, they played score games at home, 1-score games in the division. They were kind of winning more than their fair share of those. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, they were winning a high percentage of close games. Now, I think that there's certain traits to that, and certain teams are better at closing those games out than others. But if you're going to play with fire that often, you're going to get burnt sometimes. Obviously, the Fairbairn missed chip shot stunned all of us, and they might have won the game in overtime after that. But it's not like you watch that game and think, Texans got a raw deal. Texans should have won that game. Like, no, I mean, game could have gone either way. And frankly, you have CJ throw 2 interceptions like that in your own territory. They really probably could have lost by more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where, if you go back to the Texans versus the Lions, if the Texans had beat the Lions, you talk about a close game, et cetera, it would have been a flukish game. You pick off Jared Goff 5 times, and credit to the Texans defense for doing that, but you end up losing that game with a +3 turnover margin, and the Texans look like a worse team than the Lions in that game. They did not look like evenly matched teams, and it all comes back to offensive incompetence. So when we're looking, this is where we are on it, Ross, right now. It's why we're excited to have you in, because we know you watched a bunch of Titans film and Texans film leading into the game. It's that, all right, CJ is clearly not himself, not the same guy he was last year, and yet I don't see Bobby or the rest of the offense doing a lot to help him be that guy. So we're at this point where we're trying to figure out, all right, has CJ definitively regressed, or is it the matter of just a completely inept offense surrounding him?
Yeah, I don't think he's playing as well as he did last year. Now, I thought he did some really nice things at times. I thought there were times where he maneuvered the pocket certainly way better than Levis did. I mean, I felt bad, but Levis took so many sacks that he shouldn't have. It was driving me bananas.
You were carrying a lot of water for the Titans offensive line in that broadcast.
For the Titans up, you think?
Oh, yeah. Well, at one point you had blamed them for like 5 of the 7 sacks, I think. Or you had blamed Will Levis for pretty much all the sacks. That was the only thing I disagreed with you on during the broadcast.
5 of the 8, or 4 of the 7 at one point, I put more on Levis. Yeah, I do. There was 3 where I felt like Titans offensive linemen were beat, by Hunter or Will Anderson or whatever, and it was clearly on them. It's probably, we all have like our own bias, right? I am biased against quarterbacks that run themselves into sacks.
Yeah.
Literally step up into a sack. No, thank you, Will Levis. At any rate, he did a lot of positive things. But Stroud, getting back to Stroud. Stroud, I thought he had some awesome plays where he would like in the pocket, maneuver, and then pinpoint accuracy. But there's a couple things that jumped out. The throw to Mechie, they weren't on the same page. Yeah. And I know that happens sometimes, but it feels like that's happening more often with the Texans this year than last year, which is weird, where he's kind of not really in sync with his receiver. And then the other one, I mean, he said it after the game, and I give him a lot of credit. He just needs to put more air under it or get it over. That's a bad throw. But I think maybe more concerning, there was how many, like 2 or 3, maybe 3 or 4 others where he was just off.
Yeah.
And I just remember thinking, boy, you didn't see that. I don't remember seeing that very often from him the year before. And then making matters worse, they really couldn't run it very effectively at all. And that's kind of what they've leaned on with the passing game not being where they want it to be, they've leaned on the running game more and Mixon. But with Simmons and T'Vondre Sweat, that's a tough group to run against. And it felt like, again, they were kind of running themselves into a wall on some of the early downs, and then it would put them in the third and longer situations. Just a bad formula right now.
Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. You had a follow-up you wanted to hit him with, Seth, here.
Oh, I did. It's the offensive line in general, because you are a former offensive lineman. How much of the offensive line ineptitude right now do you put on the individuals versus what Bobby Slowik is asking them to do?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't come away from that game thinking that they played really bad. I mean, I kind of knew it was inevitable at some point that Jeffrey Simmons would probably beat Drew Scruggs for a sack, and he did. Man, that T'Vondre Sweat guy, that is a big human being. Holy cow, for the Titans. But honestly, I didn't come away thinking it was a horrible performance by the Texans' offensive line. I mean, I would say it was average, and I think based on how they played this year, I think you'd probably take average. I think the biggest issue is they just really were not able to run the ball very effectively. And it feels like when the Texans are in obvious passing downs this year, they're struggling. It's too many third and longs. It's too many situations where, you know, Stroud doesn't often seem like he feels comfortable in the pocket even when the protection's there. If that makes sense. It's almost like the lack of protection in some way has gotten him to the point where he's a little bit skittish.
Yeah.
You know, the Titans D coordinator said, we got to get people on his feet, which is an interesting way to phrase it. But the point being, we gotta make him a little uncomfortable. And I think that's what they did. Even if they didn't rack up big sacks, it feels like he's just not a comfortable, as Greg Cosell would say on a Thursday edition of the Ross Tucker podcast, he's not a comfortable player right now.
No, he got really damaged by those 3 games. I think it was week 7, 8, and 9. It was Green Bay, Indy, and then the Jets game on Thursday night, where the pressure rates, Ross, were like 55, 57% pressure, and he was getting waylaid in those games. I'm curious, big picture, Ross. The Texans are 7-5. The Colts are 5-7. They're both 1-3 since they played each other a few weeks ago. So the Colts have not been able to take advantage of the Texans' recent stretch of futility here. 5 games to go, and the Texans got one of those stretches coming up at Christmas time where they play 3 games in 11 days against good teams. How much danger are the Texans in right now of coughing up this division, do you think?
Not much.
Okay.
I don't have a whole lot of faith in the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Richardson is so up and down that it's hard for me to picture the Colts going anything but like 500 down the stretch, right? Like if things are going well for Richardson, I still think in, their last 5 games that they go 3-2 at best.
Mm-hmm.
That probably puts them at 9. The Texans are not going to blow that. As I said, though, at the very start of the broadcast, and I'll repeat with you guys, I think the goals for the Texans should be bigger than that. I mean, they won the division last year. They won a playoff game last year. The question for the Texans is whether or not they're a legitimate contender in the AFC. And I think the answer right now is pretty clearly no, right? Like, against the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, the Steelers, even the Steelers, I don't think I wouldn't pick the Texans to win those games. To me, they're more in the second tier. Mm-hmm. It feels like it's Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, and then maybe the Steelers. And then there's the next tier, which is like Chargers, Broncos, Texans, and I would even put the Dolphins in there right now, the way they're playing. Feels like that's the category that the Texans find themselves in, tier 2, which isn't like the worst place to be, but they were kind of tier 2 last year. And you'd like to think with the additions that Casario's made, I mean, obviously the Diggs injury's unfortunate, but you bring in Danielle Hunter. They've got some rookies, Lassiter and Bullock, playing really well. I mean, that's the thing that would be so maddening to me if I'm a Texans fan, is they've actually brought in several new players, Al Shire from last year, that are playing pretty well, and yet they're not better. It's not a great look for the coaching staff, to be honest.
Oh, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Well, Ross, 3 of those teams you just named, Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, they play within a week and a half, all 3 of those teams after the bye week. So we'll get a pretty clear picture of who the Texans are and what tier they're in as the postseason hits us for sure. Where are you at this week, Ross, during Thanksgiving? You get any time off, or are you a road warrior again this week?
Never time off.
Yeah.
I will leave tomorrow because I got a Black Friday game on Big CBS. It's the Bill Walsh Legacy game. It's Stanford at San Jose State. I didn't think it actually had a name, so I was making up a rivalry. I was saying that it was the Silicon Valley Showdown, and that they would battle for the almighty microchip. But evidently, like, it's actually the Bill Walsh Legacy game. And then Sunday night, I'm in the booth for radio, Niners and Bills, Westwood 1.
Awesome. Okay, so you're spending, and I'm assuming, is that one in Buffalo or is that in San Francisco? Are you out in the Bay Area all week long?
Buffalo. Actually, that would have been nice, right? To be able to just stay there.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I might text the Niners, see if I can get on the team charter.
That'd be beautiful.
From the Bay Area to Buffalo. Save me a whole lot of frustration.
Yes. And then fire up a video of whatever the food spread is on the charter, too, and see how the Niners compare.
Yeah, one time I was able to fly on a team charter, and they said, 2 things. Number 1, don't tell anybody. And number 2, if there's a fight, definitely don't tell anybody.
That's good. That's good. Hey, Ross, we appreciate the time. Very happy Thanksgiving, and we look forward to catching up with you next week. Safe travels.
Likewise, fellas. Mayo, rest of the show be delicious.
It will be. Don't worry. Appreciate you, Ross Tucker.
Boy.
He is our Odyssey NFL insider. Insider calls, as he just mentioned, brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious.
I don't know what the commercial feed was like for other people or not, but on my YouTube TV, I got so many Will Levis commercials during that game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like so many Will Levis commercials. It was driving me insane, and yet it also made me want mayonnaise, which is weird.
They're good
It's
commercials.
not something you typically like, oh, I need some mayonnaise. And like, I didn't even really, like, without even, like, I don't know, with what, some poutine or something?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just wanted mayonnaise.
Yeah, man.
It was working.
Power of advertising. Power of advertising.
Okay, so this is where Ross and I disagree a little bit. I think Ross is, as he admitted, he's got a natural bias towards offensive linemen. You know, he didn't want to blame the offensive line, and yet at the same time, he was blaming the lack of a run game, which was 100% completely and totally, at least partly because the offensive line can't be trusted to block.
No doubt.
So in the run game, so we'll get to the pass game. In the run game, I'm just sitting here, I'm watching a play, a zone run to the Texans left. Oh, this is when they were in the red zone. And, you know, my first thought was, I was watching the end zone copy. I was like, well, this is a loaded box. So let's zoom back out a little bit. Oh, it's a loaded box. Even though the Titans are playing cover 2, it's a loaded box because Bobby's got all 11 offensive players jumbled in a nucleus right around the football. And 4 Texans players play side get absolutely destroyed. Joe Mixon doesn't have a single chance. The linebackers know the ball is going to come back, so they don't even bother playing front side, and they just swarm Joe Mixon. Like, they're incapable of performing their bread and butter scheme because of physical inadequacies, because of the actual play call itself, because down in the red zone, Bobby Slowik doesn't really give CJ a lot of easy options. Like, a lot of the stuff, as the game goes on, you just start wondering, wait a second, I watch the Lions, I watch these other teams, and guys are getting schemed wide open at times.
Yeah.
And they did it. They'll do it early in the game. The Texans do it early in the game. They'll throw back to Tank Dell, et cetera, et cetera. It just doesn't translate through 4 quarters of football.
Do you think maybe they should make a request to the league and after the first quarter is over, say, can we play the second quarter tomorrow? Can you give us a day? And then after the second quarter's over, they can say, can we make halftime a full day also? And just play the game over the course of 4 days. That'll give Bobby and the offensive staff plenty of time to scheme up some really good plays for the second quarter.
Bobby's like a kid that needs extra time for the test. He's got medical needs or what have you. So, he gets extra time for the test. Yeah, I mean, we're at that point. We need to request to the league, we'll make this look real ugly for you, NFL. Yeah. If you're not going to address Bobby Slowik's intellectual challenges, then that's on you. Right. I'll cite the ADA.
Right. I mean, it can't hurt to ask. I mean, all they can do is say no, right? You know? Yeah. So, man, it's frustrating. The picture you illustrate just by talking about that play, and Ross talking about what he saw on Sunday, I have zero confidence this is going to get fixed this season. My fear is this is what it's going to look like the rest of the season, and that CJ's regression that he's experiencing right now, that the best case scenario is that he just sort of holds right here. You know what I mean? Like that he realizes, okay, this is impact. All the deficiencies on the offense have impacted me to some degree, and that changes get made this offseason, whether it's with personnel or whether it's with the coaching staff, and that CJ, who I think is equipped to handle the ups and downs like this, that's the good news. We have a texter texting in 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Someone's texting in comparing C.J. Stroud to Carson Wentz, which is an interesting analogy because when Carson Wentz didn't do it as a rookie, but his second year in the league in 2017, the year the Eagles won the Super Bowl, if Carson Wentz doesn't get hurt, he's the MVP of the league that year. And he went backwards ever since that year. Yeah. I think C.J., first of all, if whatever you read about Carson Wentz behind the scenes, C.J. ain't that. Like C.J. is a supreme leader I think C.J. is equipped to handle what he's going through right now way better than Carson Wentz was.
CJ operates at a mental level way more advanced than Carson Wentz ever did. Plus, Carson Wentz had that Jameis Winston in him, young Jameis Winston. It just made some idiotic bad decisions. Really, really bad. He was like Will Levis. He never stopped being young Will Levis when Will Levis would make these boneheaded decisions. I say young Will Levis. I'm talking about week one of this season. Levis doesn't look as stupid anymore, So when Ross is talking about how CJ feels like even when he gets good pass protection, it doesn't look like he trusts it. Or maybe, the clock in his head is a little disrupted. Yeah, that's 100%. It's kind of like when somebody who's really sarcastic gives you a compliment. You end up like hyper-analyzing whether it's actually a compliment or not, and then all of a sudden you've screwed up the rest of your life. That's what CJ with good pass protection. I feel like he's kind of like, wait, can I accept this compliment or not? Right. Is this? Wait a second, and then all of a sudden he's sacked, or he makes a bad decision. Yeah. And I'm not making excuses for him. Ultimately, it's on him. Yeah. But there's a trust level in him and how he's operating right now. And CJ, to his credit, has said all the right things about guys need to buy into the system. Guys need to trust the play call. Guys need to do this. Guys need to do that. And I think I would suspect that CJ genuinely believes that. Like he's saying, look, I'm not going to fix anything by complaining. I'm not going to fix anything by making excuses. We got to just all be on the same page. But for us, that don't have skin in the game as observers, it's becoming brazenly clear that whatever issues there's too many issues across the board in terms of execution, play calling, et cetera, to not consider a change at offensive coordinator.
100%.
If you're DeMeco, it's malpractice if you're not considering a change in coordinator during the bye week. Yeah. You got one more week here. And it's go time. Yeah. There's only so many things you can fix. And the biggest, most glaring potential thing that you can fix, you can't go out and get new players right now.
Nope.
You can't trade for anybody. There's very little you can do on the player side. There's one big change you can make that's who's calling the plays, who's crafting the game plan, all of that you've got to, at the very least, consider, or it's malpractice.
Yeah. And then, and even if they win against Jacksonville this Sunday, like if they win, but the offense is still doing what it's been doing, not scoring in the second half, not able to run the football, but they win the game. That's my fear, is if they put up a performance on Sunday. Again, great point. Bye week coming up, perfect time to do something like that, Seth. Take advantage of the bye week if you need to make changes. That's my fear, is this whole a win's a win mentality. At least that's the rhetoric. Hey, man, it's hard to win, and a win is a win. Well, no, I mean, I know DeMeco knows this. No, there's a lot of stuff that needs to get fixed even when you're winning football games, especially close football games against bad teams, right? Jacksonville.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing about the Titans game was, and we said this going into the game, was, okay, the Titans are a bad team, but they present some challenges for the Texans that even if the Texans won by 21 points, I could have looked at some of the matchups and looked ahead to see, okay, got away with this. They didn't get, So what's so disheartening about this loss was that, yes, the Texans lost the game, but the very specific things that I was worried about that I'd be able to learn from a game against a 2-win football team, all of them the Texans lost. How's the Texans' interior offensive line going to fare versus really good defensive tackles? Mm-hmm. Turns out, to the surprise of very few people, right. I had talked myself into optimism. Turns out, no, they did not answer that test. Can the Texans' defense keep Will Levis from being the guy that he had been in the 2 weeks leading into this game? He looked like a smarter quarterback. It looked like he wasn't damaging his own team, but he was still capable of eviscerating teams downfield. That came up big. So I've got concerns about the secondary, and now Jaylen Pitre's out. Mm-hmm. That reared its ugly head too. Can the Texans not hurt themselves with penalties the way they had done with Nico Collins in the previous week? Turns out, no. They are hell-bent on destroying Nico Collins' greatness by calling his big plays back with idiotic penalties. Yep. So all of these things, even if the Texans had won by 21 points because of a couple big plays or something, I wouldn't have felt good about any of these things coming out of that Titans game. So that's the really alarming break glass in case of emergency, all that stuff. They've run out of time. You've got to make a change. You cannot trust Bobby Slowik to do it.
Chris Long, former defensive lineman, Greenlight Podcast. He's on Inside the NFL as well. We play a lot of his audio, and you guys know Chris Long stuff. This was making the rounds last night. He talked extensively about C.J. Stroud, the Texans' offense. Here is Chris Long. We got a couple cuts here. Here's Chris Long first saying that C.J. Stroud is damaged right now.
He looked like the next Joe Montana, and I still think he's got that rare ability in him. I'm not putting him with Joe Montana, but you know what I'm saying. They have done everything in their power this year to stunt the kid's development. I mean, his eyes are on the rush, and you could say, hey, keep your eyes downfield. But after 12 games of it, it's a survival tactic to know who's falling at your feet, to know who's not picking up a game. Yeah. Nico Collins has 2 touchdowns in a week called back on dumb penalties. Mm-hmm. One of them yesterday is in legal motion. Mixon and the receiver in motion at the same time, and they knew it right away. Did you see it on C.J. Stroud's face?
Yeah, I mean that's. I think those. I said it to Ross. I'll say it again. I think the 3 games: Green Bay, Indianapolis, here, the Jets. That's when it started to turn. That's when CJ. That's when this version of C.J. Stroud started showing up with jittery feet. I won't say poor decision-making, but certainly not the level of decision-making we saw last season. Certain poor decisions made, not just all the time, but he's thrown 9 interceptions in 12 games. He threw 5 through the whole season last year. So by definition, poor decisions, or at least not throwing the ball like he was last year. And they haven't done. Who knows if Kenyon Green would still be out there if he hadn't gotten hurt? That. Right, that was the part to me during that 3-game stretch, there were changes available to you, and they weren't making them. And that's the scary thing, I think, for Texan fans, is the answer always seems to be, with DeMeco and with Bobby both, is we just got to go back and we got to work. We got to go execute. Yeah,
and it's good to have faith in your people and understand that there's going to be time in which they need to develop. But you're sitting here in the second year of a regression by C.J. Stroud. And, well, it's the first year of a regression, but you're in his second year. And you just wonder, okay, if let's say DeMeco had been hired, but it was one of those situations where, all right, he inherits Bobby Slowik, and so he's got no emotional ties to him whatsoever, no history with him. at what point in this season is DeMeco going to start thinking, all right, well, this guy's just too green at this point, and whatever fixes need to be made, Bobby is clearly not getting it done. I don't think an impartial coach or a guy that had no prior experience with him would be giving Bobby Slowik a vote of confidence at this point. And this is where it's hard. It's hard for a head coach, man. This is when you become a true NFL head coach, when you start firing your friends.
Absolutely.
You look at last night. Hey, I mean, the Ravens, the Ravens had great success early on with Greg Roman as the offensive coordinator, and then it fizzled. And then they probably waited way too long to swap out offensive coordinators. Mm-hmm. But, John Harbaugh, not an offensive coordinator. He's a special teams guy. So he's the overseer of the entire team. It's his job to get the right offensive coordinator. Yeah. And if they had stuck with Greg Roman, I think Roman's doing great things for the Chargers right now, but it just wasn't the right fit anymore with the Ravens. You can't drag your feet out forever making decisions on stuff like this.
Let's hear from Chris Long on that very topic, because Chris Long, Greenlight Podcast, said, kind of echoing what Seth just said.
Yeah. And this is him discussing what the Texans need to discuss during the bye week and after the Jags game.
So they haven't
play
had their
Jacksonville,
bye.
then they have a bye.
And I know he's tight with the quarterback coach, right? I know there's other guys that are in the building and call plays, right? Like, did we look at that as Bill Lazor is there? He's called some plays in the NFL before. But they have to have a conversation about the play calling, because the play calling is not good. And I've seen teams work around worse offensive lines. There are some decent players, guys who have played good ball in the past on this offensive line, but they're not playing together, and they're doing unsound. They're pulling Shaq Mason to pick up an edge guy who's screaming off the edge. He's tiptoeing. He doesn't know what he's doing. You've given up a sack to Devondre Sweat. The guy hadn't had a sack since Jesus was a baby, and you're giving up a sack to that guy. He's 380 pounds. How do you give up a sack to a 400-pound guy late in the down?
Yeah. He named a few of the options there. When Chris Long said he's tight with the quarterbacks coach. He is CJ, I'm sure, and the quarterbacks coach obviously is Gerard Johnson. So he's listing him as an option. Bill Lazor, who you've got great familiarity with, as an option.
Who I don't talk to. I told Bill when they hired him, like, hey, listen, man. I just thought, when I have friends on the staff, they don't hear from me, because I never want anything. When Bill Lazor's name starts coming up, I don't want to be attached to it.
Right.
So because this is the type of stuff that happens. But Bill Lazor has experience as an offensive coordinator. Gerard Johnson thought very highly of. There's guys on staff that might just flat out. Are there going to be guys that do a worse job than Bobby Slowik right now?
This is a little bit like the Kenyon Green argument, right? When Kenyon Green was failing at left guard, and there's some people who are like, all you got is Kendrick Green and Jared Patterson. It's like, their best quality is they're not Kenyon Green. Like Kenyon Green, 77th out of 77 guards on Pro Football Focus. You literally can't do any worse according to that metric. Bobby Slowik, considering what he has in terms of material, is at the bottom of the barrel of offensive coordinators this season. There's just no other way. You have the offensive rookie of the year as a quarterback who has gone backwards and who has been damaged in no small part because of a scheme and an offensive line that you continue to trot out there that's coached by the same guy all season, a guy who wasn't part. I mean, this goes back now to last season. Like, why were you hiring a guy to coach the offensive line who'd never been in this system before? That's rearing its ugly head now. So, you're absolutely right, Seth. I would say, like, Gerard Johnson can't do worse. Bill Lazor can't do – hell, I'd say Ben McDaniels, I think, got to call some plays during training camp. Like, he can't do worse than the Texans are doing right now, running Joe Mixon into a brick wall and 3rd and 12 on the regular.
I'll tell you another thing on that play that I was just talking about where everybody gets destroyed. Part of it is, like Jeffrey Simmons having a really good rep versus the center. You're going to expect that. It wasn't like, I'm not sitting there thinking like, I can't believe Patterson got beat on this. Right. That was like, he was losing the down, but it wasn't atrocious. Mm-hmm. It's Laramie Tunsil. Like, these people that love pointing out Laramie Tunsil, they hate PFF grades unless they're pointing out that Laramie Tunsil's got really good pass blocking grades. But meanwhile, they ignore the fact that he just doesn't give a damn in the run game. Like on that play, he just flat out says, "Look, I'm going to turn this out. Oh, I have to block Arden Key. This is hard. I'm just going to turn out on it and reduce. I'm just going to force it to the outside and basically make the tackle for the linebackers." So he gets destroyed by Arden Key on that play. Xavier Hutchinson's he's trying to block, but he's not Deebo Samuel. You know, like they've only got one guy on this team. The wide receivers all try to block. I give them credit for that. They're not as lazy. The wide receivers care more about run blocking than some of the offensive linemen do. But they're not good at it. They're not good at it.
Right.
So other than Nico, really, when it comes down to crunch time, I guess that's one of the other big questions. Can you actually get these offensive tackles to play the way that they're being paid?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't blame Bobby Slowik for that, but maybe another offensive coordinator would know how to tweak those guys the right way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Get in their head.
Juice Scruggs is just a mess. Honestly, this is another what did they expect moment. You've seen him at left guard.
Right.
And I know you trust Pat, the calls, et cetera, and everything like that, but man, God, they've got no options at left guard and haven't had them all year.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. You can text us 713-572-4610. That's the 5-Hour Energy fan line. That's a good way to weigh in. Top of the hour, Tuesday Pettycast. We got plenty of petty to get to at the top of the hour. There was a signing in baseball yesterday. The Astros didn't have a bunch of dead money on the books. Is this a deal you think they would have done or should they have done heading into next season? We'll talk about that, and we'll get back to the Texans as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Sometimes, sorry, Sean. Sometimes I got excited to talk about Trajan wealth. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. 5hourenergy.com.
Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We've been pretty lucky in this town. This thought just crossed my mind as we're about to talk about the Astros for a few minutes here. We've been pretty lucky with our teams that, generally speaking, over the last few years, they've gone into the offseason with a ton of flexibility and ability to improve the team. You know, the Rockets, and with the Texans and the Rockets, a lot of that has to do with the fact that they're young teams that don't have that until recently don't have a lot of expensive guys on the roster. But a couple years ago, when the Rockets had all that cap space, like, yeah, go get Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and add them to these young guys, and they just signed extensions with Schengen and Green, all this flexibility to make moves. Similarly, the Texans last year, yeah, Danielle Hunter, Joe Mixon, trade for Diggs, all this stuff. And the Astros, for a team that's been expensive, by and large, until a couple of years ago, we were living in that world. We ain't living in that world anymore with the Astros, man. We ain't living in that world. They've got all this dead money on the books. Abreu, $19 million still counts for this year. Montero, $11 million. McCullers,
Yay.
$17 million. And I know Lance could be back. I saw video.
Yay!
I think Michael Schwab posted of Lance McCullers.
Why did you invite all that hate onto the text line by saying Lance could be back this year?
As you said, well, you know, it's a non-zero possibility, I guess.
It is. I know. We're in that mode. You know what? How awesome a story would that be if Lance McCullers ends up staying healthy for the next 10 years?
That would be beautiful.
Used as a long reliever or whatever it might be. Can we give up on the whole starting
Lance
thing?
ain't.
I don't know. Maybe this will be the year. He's like, okay, yeah, you know what? Let's try to make it through the whole season.
$17 million from McCullers. Javier is, I believe, around 12 or 13. You know, I'm not counting on Javier. The way these things have gone with all these Tommy John guys, I get angry when I hear people like Javier could be back later on in the season this year. Oh, you mean like Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers last year?
So Javier and Urquidy both are the guys that are big X factors.
Urquidy's not on the Astros anymore.
Yeah, excuse me, sorry. But as far as X factors, just flat out, yeah, okay, maybe, but I'm not going to bank on it.
But yes, absolutely. That's $60 million right there that either are gone or the possession arrow has historically been pointed against them pitching for you. I don't know, so that's going to impact Jim Crane's ability to do some of the things that he wants to do. Anytime he's asked about it, he still leaves open the door that they could pay luxury tax, and they did this past season. But it gets really punitive when you start doing it multiple years consecutively in baseball.
Yeah.
And I'm skeptical that they have the appetite to do that. You say Kikuchi signed with the Angels yesterday, 3 years, $63 million, $21 million a year. For a guy who was really, really good for the Astros in the second half of the season, he was excellent. And yet, that feels like a deal. I don't know that the Astros would have made that deal with Kikuchi even if they didn't have all this dead money on the books. You know, they've not been in the business of retaining the pitchers that they've rehabbed. They've been in the business of rehabbing those. And when I say rehab, I mean like getting them from a 5 ERA to a 2.5 ERA because they're Astros. You know,
Right.
because,
Right.
You know, so they're not into. They're into paying for the stock when it's a distressed asset. They're not into paying list price for that.
Which the biggest emotional touch point on that one is probably Charlie Morton. Yeah. And, you know, they came in, they gave him the car wash. He ends up being way better and a bigger role in a World Series championship than anybody would have thought. And then they let him go, and then Charlie Morton goes on to continue to be really good for a while. Yeah, that's the tough part of it.
Yeah.
It does. Okay, you're really good at turning distressed assets into assets, but then at some point, all right, you either got to pay for that asset or let it go and trust that you can do it again. So they can do it again with another Kikuchi, and yet those prospects are gone forever.
They are. Yeah, well, in the minor league system, I mean, you're running out of guys to trade for the Kikuchis of the world, you know?
That's where the Kikuchi, in a lot of ways, feels like the last big swing that you could have taken before you have to genuinely start anew.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that you have to tear it down and, you know, tank or anything like that, but in terms of championship windows or whatever else it might be, it does feel like a turning point. You're either going to get a World Series championship out of it and it was totally worth it, or look, the pipeline is what it is.
Yeah.
Let's just go ahead and not worry about that. We'll address that in 2025.
Yes. The latest on Alex Bregman from Bob Nightingale of USA Today is that the Astros have offered 6 years, $156 million. So that is right. That's like a few million more than the Matt Chapman deal. That was the deal.
Yeah.
That was the deal that I think you and I were in agreement on this. Like that's probably Bregman's, at least in negotiation, his starting point because he's very similar to Matt Chapman, but he's a year younger, a little better offensively. Won a Gold Glove this year, so he's on that level with Chapman defensively, assuming the team that signs him puts him at third base. Chapman was 6 years, 151. The Astros went, according to Bob Nightingale, 6 years, 156.
I guess
he's looking for $200 million, supposedly.
I think that sometimes it can feel daunting if you think about, it's the Astros versus the entire league and competing for services for Bregman. Realistically, it's the Astros versus 2 or 3 teams that might be saying, you know what, we need to just really stretch here and go. We need to jump over this hurdle, and we need a guy with lots of playoff experience, a veteran, et cetera, to where we're maybe willing to pay a little bit more than we think his performance justifies.
Yep.
That's who they're competing with. So who is that team? And you know, are they going to offer more years or what have you than the Astros?
The Red Sox are the team that's rumored. Really, like the rumor is, you know, according to Nightingale, I believe the only teams that are really like plugged in right now with Bregman are the Astros and the Red Sox.
Now, is it fair to be optimistic or encouraged by the fact that even in offering a 6-year deal, that's stretching for the Astros?
I think so.
Way more than they have in the past.
I think it tells you what they think of Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
Even when times were good, they were in a considerably better position as an organization when Carlos Correa became a free agent. You know, they didn't have Abreu on the books yet. They didn't have Montero on they hadn't made those bad decisions yet.
They had somebody waiting in the wings that they felt really good about.
Pena, and they offered 5 years, $160 million to Carlos Correa. So that the Astros are in I think just not even subjective. Like they're in a worse place right now than they were a couple years ago. Pipeline, roster, aging roster, like that guy's injured, all that stuff, dead money. That they stretched to 6 years for Alex Bregman, I think says a lot about what they think about Bregman. Who knows how much influence Jose Altuve's comments about bringing Bregman back have had on this situation as well. Altuve, who's never vocal about anything having to do with bringing guys back. like stood on a table for Alex Bregman in the offseason.
Yeah, that's that probably is the most notable thing, just from an emotional standpoint alone. That Altuve is the classic man. When he speaks, you listen. Mm-hmm. He's not going to say a whole lot. He's never going to say anything controversial. This might be the furthest he's ever ventured out onto that ledge in terms of just putting it out there, airing dirty laundry, anything else like that. Altuve feels very strongly about this.
I can't express this enough. There is no good solution if Alex Bregman walks out the door at third base. There's nobody you feel good about in the organization right now.
I'm gonna start irresponsibly claiming that Jose Altuve is the one that fired Reggie Jackson. Okay. Because Reggie didn't actually get fired, and Altuve hasn't been tied to it at all. But it's something I want to believe.
Put it out
that
there.
Altuve walked into a boardroom wearing his uniform and spikes, and said, "You gone, you gone, you gone." Altuve's taking control of this organization.
If you tweeted that would be more true than half the stuff that pops up on our timelines these days.
Yeah, just flat out claim it.
Yeah. That's all it is, man.
I can't. I spend too much time fact checking things these days. I can't even. I can't. I can't anymore.
No, I know.
I just like a million people have liked this. It must be from a legitimate account, right? No. Yeah. It's clearly says it's a satire account. Let me look at the comments. Right. Oh, the first 100 comments are people who don't realize this is a satire account.
Well, and
now it's being regurgitated as fact.
Satire accounts are allowed to have blue check marks too now if they want to pay for them.
And then in the bio, it'll be like down at the very end of the bio. Satire it's like, account. By the way, this is a satire account.
Right.
It's tough, man. It's tough. It's rough out there.
Tough out on those social streets. Text message, was it worth it to lose Loper Fido in the Kikuchi trade? I'm fine with the Kikuchi trade. That's where I stand.
I'm not.
You're less fine with it than I am. You go into that deal knowing it's a rental, and everybody, including myself, thought they gave up too much. As it turns out, none of those guys are really doing anything for Toronto right now, and you got the best version of Yusei Kikuchi,
This is where I am with this. I will very transparently say that this is hindsight reasoning, and yet I've felt this way the entire time. Look, you're putting them out there on the table. You're making your big move. It's got to work out. Yeah. And it worked out individually. Yes, right. The player was magnificent. But the sum total of it for the GM, you're being judged on a multi-year basis. So the sum total of it was that was a bad move for the organization because you didn't get the desired team results out of it, and now you're you're weakened somewhat as an organization.
Yep. Pettycast. We get petty. We cite impressive pettiness out there. There's a lot of pettiness.
I feel so petty right now.
There's a lot of pettiness.
I'm going to be the worst version of myself.
Get your petty on right now. We're going to do that. We do the weekly Pettycast coming up. First, Day in Black. If you are, I could see where you'd be pretty petty right now if your insurance company is jerking you.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Let's get petty. Pettycast on Tuesday. We got all the crumbs from over the weekend where people got salty about things, and we're going to get salty right along with them. Our pettiness shows through.
Yeah. We encourage everybody to let your flag fly. Don't try to be a good human being.
Just not during this segment. Yeah, not during. And text in 5-Hour Energy fan line as we head into the 8 o'clock hour here. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. If you're petty about something, someone said hopefully George Pickens made this episode of the Pettycast. He did not. That was all the way back on Thursday. We might have even played some of that George Pickens. He did not. But let's start off. Another wide receiver made it. And I predicted this one before the season when he was drafted by the New York Giants.
Yes, that's right.
I said this is not going to go well with Malik Nabers and Daniel Jones in New York.
He was throwing shade at Daniel Jones before he'd even arrived in New Jersey.
From jump. And so I feel good. I don't get a lot of them right. This one I got right.
Yeah.
Here was Malik Nabers after the Giants just awful loss to the Bucs. They got run off the field in New York by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 30-7. And once again, Malik Nabers not targeted early in the game. Didn't get targets till the game was way out of reach. He did not like it. He was petty AF.
Go out there first, second quarter, don't get the ball, start getting targets at the end. I mean, can't do nothing. Start getting the ball when it's 30-0. What you want me to do?
Why in the first half are they not looking at you?
I don't know. Talk to Dave about that. Talk to Dave.
Did you say something to the coaches at halftime?
I mean, they know. They come up to me, ask me what plays I want. That was that. I mean, I don't know.
He is chomping.
Is he chewing gum?
He's chomping on that gum, dude. He was chomping.
That's extra degrading.
Yes.
Like when somebody's putting you down and they're chewing gum.
I mean, you can hear. He is. He's chewing. You look at the video. He's working on that gum. And if it sounded muffled or you don't know who he's referring to, Dabes is Brian Daboll, the head coach of the Giants and the play caller for the Giants.
It's curious because with a rookie wide receiver, you always wonder, all right, is he running his routes correctly and everything? For whatever it's worth, his PFF grades are great on the receiving side of things. But so you always wonder with rookies. Yeah, sometimes it's because you're not actually running the offense as crisply as you deserve. Figure out a way to get Malik Nabers involved, okay?
Yes.
You're at a point in your team's development this year where whatever he can do, lean into it a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah. Get him his touches early on. The Giants are just a flaming mess.
Yeah.
I hope Joe Shane doesn't get fired, the GM. I hope he doesn't get fired in the offseason because it'll be so much fun. We'll have to have we could have a weekly Giants Pettycast and just play nothing but sports radio callers from New York.
Yeah, they've got to be beside themselves right now. Here was Rex Ryan actually talking about the Giants being a dumpster fire.
When you let Daniel Jones walk out with, we're not going to play because we don't want him to get hurt. We know you're our best quarterback, but we don't want you to get hurt because we don't be stuck with that money and all that stuff. Great message you sent to the locker room. You got exactly what you deserved. That team looked like they had no energy, no juice. And why? You gave up on them. Don't tell me the players gave up on you. You gave up on them. Made the move. It's such a ridiculous thing. This isn't one game left in the season. There's 7 games left. So you know what? It's not, by the way, it's not Daniel Jones' fault that you gave him $40 million. It's not. Okay? And it's not his fault that you didn't assign Saquon Barkley. It's your damn fault.
Okay, so Rex is talking about the fact that not only they cut Daniel Jones, but they jumped Tommy DeVito, the third stringer, over Drew Lock, the second stringer at quarterback.
Yeah.
Because Drew Lock might hit some incentives that would trigger some money that he would get, is what people believe. Yeah.
It becomes, and it's complicated because, look, yes, there are some financial considerations that make a whole lot of sense for cutting Daniel Jones now. But yes, that's true. They wouldn't have been an issue if he'd been playing consistently, right? They wouldn't be having this. So the financial concerns accelerated the process, but it doesn't excuse the fact that Daniel Jones just simply hasn't been playing well. So I I don't buy into the whole, like, what kind of message are you sending to the locker room? Daniel Jones could have sent a message with good play that he didn't need to get cut.
That's right.
You know, so it's as many things look, the Giants got themselves into this situation. Yeah. They got him. Joe Shane spent the entire offseason on HBO talking about how the guy he had just given a huge contract, they need to figure out whether he's actually a good quarterback or not.
What they have in him, yeah.
The damage is already done. That was already clear. Yep. They put out an advertisement to their own players all offseason long that they didn't trust Daniel Jones or believe in him.
Yep.
And he paid. The damage is done. We're complaining now about It's like we're whining about the guy eating too many sausages after he's already been diagnosed with colon cancer.
That's right.
Okay, right. He should have made some different decisions earlier in life. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So we're in the middle of the petty cast here, as you can tell. I'm going to go to this one right now because it ties in. This happened in the Giants' loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not sure how many people saw this, but Baker Mayfield scored a touchdown on a short run, probably about a 10 or 15-yard run. It goes hurtling into the end zone, pops up, and starts giving the Tommy DeVito, like, hey, you know, the hand thing he does, like, what's the matter, you? Like, the touching the thumbs to, like, the two middle fingers on both hands, you know, like the...
Like an emphatic. It looks like the Johnny Manziel cash grab. That's what I thought it was at first.
Yeah, but it's...
But it was actually it was more of an Italian thing.
Yeah, an Italian thing. Hey,
what's this marinara?
Which unto itself is petty. You're making fun of the other...
A lot of Italian Americans might not have liked that. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
So it looks like you're making fun of it, but then Baker Mayfield was asked about it in the postgame. Listen to how into the line of questioning this reporter is about Baker Mayfield doing the Tommy DeVito celebration.
You start off with a kind of a whirling derby leap there in the end zone, and then I guess it was the DeVito celebration. Is that
tribute to Tommy? Yeah, he's a good dude. He's got swag.
Yeah, who came up with that?
Oh, I have no idea. Him do it.
No, but whose idea was it for you to do that? And when did you know you were going to do it?
Most of the times I don't know what I'm going to do, so there's spontaneous stuff.
That was just spontaneous? That was not planned? I mean, even your teammates got into it, too.
Yeah, New York fans love Tommy here and give him something they like.
Are you Italian by any chance, or no?
I haven't done a 23andMe, but I don't know.
I mean, that was a funny answer, the 23andMe. That was like a deposition. Was that a lawyer in there? Like, she was peppering him with questions.
Jenna Lane, I think her name is.
Okay.
She covers the Titans, or the Bucs.
The Bucs? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Was that planned? Was that, your teammates were doing it?
Where are we on Baker Mayfield right now? Baker Mayfield has a great capacity with me on whether I either enjoy his churlishness or I think it's the sign of everything that's wrong with this generation. I feel I'm enjoying it.
I used to hate Baker Mayfield. I was so happy for his downfall in Cleveland. I like Baker Mayfield a lot. This Tampa Bay version of Baker, he's been humbled. This Tampa Bay version of Baker Mayfield, who has been overall humbled, but still has moments like doing the Tommy DeVito celebration, thumbs up. I'm in favor of this version of Baker Mayfield.
Hey, Ben, can we play the initial question again? I just want to hear what this writer, man who makes his living writing words down, I want to hear his exact phrasing again.
This is petty.
You start off with a kind of a whirling derby leap there in the end zone, and then
that's it. Whirling derby. It's whirling dervish.
It's a
you
dervish.
Clown.
It's a.
What the hell kind of writer are you?
Yeah, that's it. I need to know who that guy is. We need his name. Whirling dervish.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is a common phrase. Yeah.
We'll look it up. All right, Jeffrey Simmons, Tennessee Titans All-Pro defensive tackle, who did what we expected, ruined the interior of the Texans' offensive line, right?
I'm just laughing at myself, who routinely screws up a word at least once an hour.
Hey, man, that's okay.
Criticizing a verbal professional.
Take your shots. He screwed up. It's dervish. Point it out, man. So it's a petty cast. You're petty about it. It's good. Here was Jeffrey.
I said Jose Urquidy earlier when I meant Luis Garcia.
Luis Garcia. Yeah. Why don't we do Jeffrey Simmons here? How's that? We'll do Jeffrey.
Moving on.
Yep. Jeffrey Simmons talking about closing the game out against the Texans. Of course, that's what they did. They forced a safety at the end of the game. But the part at the end, win one for Amy.
It felt good, man. Going out there and, we always talk about, as a defense, be closers. And that's what we did. We closed the game, and, we made the plays when we needed to. you know, we get pissed off, and when things, you know, it's the NFL, things don't go well, you know, maybe like the fumble on special team or a big kickoff return, whatever it may be, you know, as a defense, you just got to go put the fire out. You know, that's what we did, even on a fumble. Like, you know, you go out there and put the fire, you respond, and that's what we talk about as a defense, you know. Whatever happened on the other side of the ball, it don't matter. You know, go out there and, you know, play all the style of defense. And, you know, we have a lot to clean up, but, man, this feel good. You know, not just for us, for Miss Amy. You know, we know the history behind everything, and just to sit here in this locker room, you know, with tears in our eyes, you know, that's the reason why, you know, we, especially myself, like, go out there and give them all. You know, we had a mindset last night. We talked about it. You know, let this game mean a little more and play for our owner.
Why is this in the Pettycast, Sean?
Win one for Amy Adams, just because I'm wondering how maybe the Texans are processing this win over the Titans. There might not be a more petty head-to-head going on right now at an executive level, at an ownership level, than Amy Adams-Strunk versus Hannah McNair.
I thought the Pettycast was to be petty about other people, like, outwardly. I don't want to feel the pettiness, Sean. I don't want to have it directed towards me.
I got you.
And Amy Adams-Strunk, you know, who plays the petty game real hard.
Yeah.
I don't want to, you know, prop up her pettiness.
Yeah, well, I mean, she had tears in her eyes, Seth, in that locker room. I mean, this has been a rough stretch for the Titans against the Texans. I see what you're saying.
We know that there's no need. Okay, so this needs to be a prelude to a Pettycast after the next Titans game, where you go into Nashville and turn Will Levis into a pumpkin.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'll only accept this entry into the Pettycast. You know, Jeffrey Simmons was one of two interior defensive linemen that just absolutely destroyed the Texans' offensive line.
Yeah.
I would say, I mean, the Tennessee Titans defense and their physicality was so far above and beyond the realm of anything the Texans can offer right now they just smacked them down. They got beat. You don't flush that immediately.
Nope.
They got their butts physically whooped by a much more physical, much more blue collar. I'll call it H-Town blue collar. They're more H-Town blue collar than the Texans offense.
Good call. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. My wife is a Titans fan. Talk about petty. She left a jar of Hellmann's on top of my truck. That's pretty good.
Do we have to boycott Hellmann's? Is that the cause I'm all of a sudden going to care about?
I hope not.
As I've ignored every single plea to boycott any company at all, I ignore all of them. I might have to engage it for Hellmann's.
I ain't boycotting mayonnaise, man. I like my mayo.
There's other brands.
There are. I just like. Yeah, that's true. You know, I like my Hellmann's.
I'll go store brand. Damn it.
You ain't scared.
I'm not going to support Hellmann's when I could be supporting HEB.
All right. I have pettiness from a former Houston Texan. Let's start with this. This is not the former Houston Texan you're about to hear from. This is Sean Payton on the safety position for the Denver Broncos. He was on. It looks like he was on some in-house media there in Denver. And they moved on from Justin Simmons and Kareem Jackson this offseason. Or last season they did. Remember, they cut Kareem and he became a Texan. But Sean Payton had moved on from both of those guys, and they promoted P.J. Locke and free agent Brandon Jones. And they've done a good job, according to Payton, at safety. They've been a big upgrade over last year's safeties.
We're better overall on the back end at that position than we were a year ago. And we've played a few different guys back there. But I like how we're playing. We're keeping, you know, our guys on defense, Vance and Jim Leonard and all those guys are doing a fantastic job. But we're definitely, I would say, further along, and it was a good performance by those guys yesterday.
All right, so Kareem Jackson, one of the safeties that was upgraded from, according to Sean Payton right there,
a two-time Houston Texan,
retweeted this audio that we just heard from Sean Payton, and with crying, rolling on the floor, laughing emoji, says, if it's one thing I've learned in this league after being in it for 15 years, some of these coaches will say any damn thing, even if it's them putting their foot in their mouth, LOL. Shout out PJ and B. Jones, because I love what they're doing this year. Keep going, fellas.
Yeah, I think that's on Kareem's part. I can see where he's coming from. It's like what we've talked about before. It's like it's possible to give a compliment without throwing shade at somebody else.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Kareem meant it exactly this way. This is what I would say about Payton. It's the kind of thing a coach throws out there where, like, frankly, yes, they are a better passing defense this year. I don't know about the individual safeties themselves versus those guys last year, whatever.
It's a good defense, yeah.
You can give them a compliment wwithout also throwing shade on guys who were good players for you.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't have to always go there, Sean Payton. But what are you going to do? Like, the fact of the matter is, they're performing very well as a defense this year.
You think Kareem found that audio himself, or you think someone sent that to him?
I think somebody totally sent it to him. Yeah. I just, Kareem's going to throw his opinions out there about it. It's not going to prove anything to any current Broncos fans. I don't think Broncos fans are going to they're going to side with Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that's the way things work.
Yeah.
But Payton, I don't know. He's operated pretty well in life, operating the way he operates.
Dude,
that's how it's going to be.
That's I was thinking about this last night watching that Chargers and Ravens game.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, the AFC West, when it comes to just the head coaching matchups, the Raiders are screwed. You've got Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, and Sean Payton's been very good in Denver. I was skeptical that he was just cashing checks. He's done a really good job with Bo Nix. He's done a good job with that defense. You got Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, and Sean Payton in the same division. Those are some heavyweights, man. Like that is – the Raiders are effed. They're who do you hire? You know what I mean?
You hire Deion Sanders, man.
That would be fun.
I think Deion is the perfect guy. You look at, you got to find the right coach. Just something Bill O'Brien has talked about in interviews. And like Bill O'Brien says some really, really smart things. Mm-hmm. And one of those is about just finding the right fit for, there's lots of really good head coaches. Not every city is a fit for them.
Right.
Or not every organization is a fit for them. The Raiders come with certain challenges in dealing and handling ownership. The mystique of the Raiders can be as much a curse as a blessing, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think Deion might be the guy who's most perfectly suited to balance all of that.
Yeah.
And, so I really, strictly selfishly, just to watch and see how it unfolds, I really hope Deion takes an NFL job.
I do too. Like, once Shador and Travis Hunter are gone from Colorado, then it's a garden variety Big 12 team that, it's fun having Deion there, I guess. I'm with you on that. That would be awesome. That would be so fun.
Yeah, and I don't think people are even bothering. For a long time, people would say, no, Deion has said he doesn't want to coach in the NFL. I think now he has said in a meeting with his AD in the room that basically everybody's got a price. He's one of two things. He's either going to have a big raise next year at Colorado, or he's going to be on an NFL team.
No
Is that
question.
a pretty safe either or? It's one or the other. He's either going to be coaching in the NFL or he's going to have a huge raise at
100%. There is no choice C. It'll be one of those two things.
He's making $5 million a year right now in Colorado. The NFL going rate for Deion, I'm guessing, is going to be $10+ million.
The only thing I would give like a 2% chance of happening, and the reason it's so low is because they just extended Mike Norvell in Florida State. But that's Deion's alma mater. I could see, if Florida State gave him a huge bag to repair his alma mater, I could see that being enticing to him.
I don't know I doubt Deion cares about this. There is something about the pressure of coaching at your alma mater that, you got to consider it. You got to know that the lows, there's a lot of extra baggage that comes with it. So, but regardless of that.
Expert on a podcast summed up the C.J. Stroud situation, I hope perfectly. I think this is the best case scenario for C.J. Stroud's struggles of late. We'll have that for you coming up next. But Texas Star Grill Shop, the Martin family.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. who cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Derek Klassen is he's part of the Athletic Football Podcast at QB Class on Twitter. This little bit of audio popped across my timeline. And I'm hoping this is an optimistic view that you're about to hear on the struggles that C.J. Stroud is going through right now. To me, this is like a best-case scenario, and so I'm hoping that this is an accurate assessment of things. We'll hear from Chris Long a little later in the show. We played him earlier. He's got some concerns. Chris Long, former defensive lineman, about C.J. Stroud. That's a huge topic right now around the league is what are the Texans going to be down the stretch here, and can they fix things on offense? Here is Derek Klassen on C.J. Stroud kind of pressing right now.
I'm still not really worried about C.J. Stroud. I do think there is an element to it where I think last year got away with a lot because things were just working really well. The offense, the skill players for the most part were a little bit healthier. And I think the run game was helping a little bit more where it didn't feel quite as disjointed. And I think he was just like, oh, I can just do whatever I want and I can make all these throws. I think right now you can feel he is like taking on a little bit the pressure of the offense where it's like, oh, all these things are going wrong. I feel a burden to make a play. And this is actually something I wanted to talk about with some other quarterbacks and some other offensive environments. You know an offensive environment is good when the quarterback isn't worried that a bad play is going to happen. He's just like, you know what? It's fine. We'll get to the next one. And that doesn't even mean the offense is good, right? Like, look at Drake May in New England. That's not a good offense, but you can see in the way that he plays, he's like, I don't need to be worried if a bad play is going to happen. I can get to 2nd and 10. We'll go figure something out. CJ Stroud is just not playing that way right now. He feels like he's got to make the next play constantly, and I think that's a little bit of the issue. So long term, I don't think it's going to kill him. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll come out of it. But like for right now, for the rest of the season, I am a little bit worried that that's probably going to stick around.
Yeah, it feels like he's pressing constantly right now.
Seth, do you agree with that assessment of CJ?
Yeah, I think that's a very good read on it. It's not an excuse for CJ. It's something that I think CJ would take accountability for. But I think there's times where he's consciously trying to make the smart decision and holding off on pulling the trigger on some plays that he otherwise would have normally made. But there is also a part of him that he doesn't look like he's stepping into his throws even when he's not under pressure at times. I don't know if he can drive the ball downfield the same way he could last year, including the throw to Nico that Nico had to slow down for a little bit when he hesitated to pull the trigger a couple weeks ago with Tank Dell in the end zone, and that ended up being an interception versus the Lions. I wonder if he just either doesn't trust his own ability or there's some kind of injury issue or something going on where there's multiple factors at play, but something ain't right. Like something just ain't operating the way that we used to watch him operate. Now, part of it too is I don't think Bobby Slowik provides him with easy answers to the test often enough. I don't think the short game, I don't think the hot routes, I don't think the crossers over the middle, all of those things, I don't think that it's being dialed up for him as well as it could be. So that, again, all comes back to, all right, how is Bobby Slowik operating this offense? Why are there so many things that aren't working? At the end of the day, you've got way too many players who are underperforming based on what's quarterback or not, that it's impossible not to just wonder, all right, would it be different with somebody else running the whole operation? When you get up week after week and say execution is the issue, Sean, what have I been saying since week one? Yeah, execution is on the offensive coordinator.
Absolutely.
That's ultimately, yes, whether it's play calling or execution. If you got to divide it up into those two buckets, it's on the offensive coordinator. And right now, very few people are executing properly on that team. And it just, whether it's quarterback or not, it's impossible to, there's so many things that aren't functioning properly that it's impossible to just narrow it down to something that isn't related to something else. It's one big death spiral.
What do you think the chances are that a change gets made during the bye week?
2%.
You think they just stick with this and they're rolling with it?
Yeah, I think that DeMeco is wired to see the upside and the positivity in things, which is great. There is a time, and this is why you have a GM, and this is why you have a head coach. Ideally, those should be two people that the coach, yeah, it's awesome that he's loyal to his guys. It's awesome that he sees the best in people and their upside. You got to have that personality that's somewhere on the spectrum, basically, with your GM, where you can separate all the human stuff, separate the positivity from the negativity, everything else like that, and just look at it objectively. And it might be a really difficult conversation and discussion that Caserio and DeMeco have during the bye week. And maybe they've already said, like, look, we can't do this right now. Wish the bye week was earlier, but we're going to table this discussion for the day after the Jaguars
Till the
game.
bye week, yeah. We had somebody suggest on the 5 Hour Energy fan line, could you see, it was interesting the way the text was phrased, and I've lost it here amidst the sea of text that we've gotten here, but it was something to the effect of, could you see Nick bringing in Josh McDaniels to be the OC for this team? And I thought it was interesting, the phraseology of it, that it would be reading into that, the texter seems to be phrasing it in a way where Nick is bringing his guy in to be DeMeco's offensive coordinator.
I think there's just way too much potential baggage there. And with all due respect to Josh McDaniels, who seems to be, he's an offensive coordinator, pure and true. He's not meant to be a head coach, but there are a lot of guys like that who are really good offensive coordinators. Yeah. If he did that, it would not be in the middle of the season.
No. I think they were asking after the season's over. Yeah.
I think ideally, I think you would still go with, and I think DeMeco would feel this way, I think he really likes the Shanahan system, the Kubiak-Shanahan system. Yeah. And when executed properly, no can defend. It is the crane kick. It is. It's just really, really hard when that offense is well executed, and you've got the right people in place. It's really hard for defenses to go get. And like I say that as a defensive player who's played against those schemes, going back to Mike Shanahan. It's true. When it's well executed, you just feel like, crap.
Yeah.
Even when you're doing the right thing, you're doing the wrong thing, and that's not the way this offense is operating right now.
Do you subscribe to the theory that the league is catching up to it a little bit? That so many teams run it, that teams may be struggling running it, because there are, I know San Francisco's had injury issues, but they've been struggling. Shanahan himself has been struggling with it. I hate to use the Texans as a template for an example that there's struggle going on league-wide. I feel like the Texans' struggles are independent of the system. They're just not well coached.
I guess let's see. The most notable guys would be Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, Mike McDaniel.
Yep.
I think it's more of a matter of, it's like anything else. When more and more people start using something, then, chances are it's not going to stay. Yeah. It gets adopted. There's elements of it and all of that it dilutes it a little bit.
Yeah.
I think at the core of it, it's still resoundingly successful, and it's a matter of having the right people doing it and the right guys calling the plays.
Yeah, it's text message. Bobby looks like he has no backbone, like he gets bullied a lot and just does nothing. He has a hard time holding people accountable. Are we back to where we were in the open of the show, where Bobby's got his hoodie with the long sleeves on and is at the arcade? Is that where we are?
I think one thing that comes along with it, though, too, and this is something this is not just a grumpy old man take. This is very real, I think. I think there's a lot of young coaches that feel this way. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of whiteboard geniuses. I mean, it's been this way forever in football. It's just pick your flavor of which offense is popular at the time.
Yeah.
there's a lot of whiteboard geniuses out there. There's a lot of guys that are really good at scheme and stuff. But Bum Phillips said, coaching isn't about what you know, it's about what you can get your guys to do. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you can be, and this is why we see this in life, you know? In any organization, there's usually some super smart, the IT people, probably the smartest people in your organization, but they're not necessarily the best people at actually implementing all of their ideas, right? It's a different skill set. And I think Slowik might be on that whiteboard warrior side of things, where I think he's probably got he's got a brilliant mind in a lot of ways, but actually getting the guys to do the things you want them to do, that's coaching.
That's coaching and teaching. That's what
you
that
know,
is.
It's the difference between theory, like an economics professor versus an actual CEO.
Yep.
The economics professor, most economics professors know this. Like, yeah, I'm really freaking smart and I know a lot about business, but I'm not the guy to run a business.
Yeah.
And is Bobby an economics professor more so than a CEO?
That's a great analogy. He did come from Pro Football Focus back in the day, right?
Right.
Wheat Straw texts in, what does all this do for Gerard Johnson? I guess meaning all the potential churn maybe, or is the offense being poor right now? Obviously, Bobby Slowik's star has been drastically impacted by this. At least I think it has. Who knows? Maybe when the coaching cycle pops up, Bobby's back and getting interviews and whatnot. He still has 5 games to fix this.
He's very good. I can see just from his press conferences, I know that he's going to, like he did this last year, there are very positive reports about the way he interviewed.
Yeah.
I think it's interviews this offseason. It'll be more of an exploratory variety. It's going to be teams that are like, okay, this guy's got something to him. We don't know what it is. We're not ready right now, but we want to have it. So I predict that Bobby Slowik will get 4 head coaching interviews, but none of them will actually be serious.
I'll take the under.
It's going to be doing advanced scouting on Bobby Slowik for a future date.
Okay. I take the under on that right now, 4. But Gerard Johnson, does Gerard get negatively impacted by what's going on with it? I mean, Gerard was getting interviews for offensive coordinator jobs last year. You know, does the QB coach get dragged down into this sludge right now?
Yeah, I think it probably does.
It can't be positive, right?
He'll get fewer interviews than you would have thought he would.
Yeah. It can't be positive.
Okay, no, I've got a grudge match against you, the over-under, because I specifically said they won't be real interviews. They're going to be exploratory interviews with Bobby Slowik.
Okay.
And teams are.
Well, how are we going to know? How are we going to know that they're exploratory versus real? You know, like
you just had over/under on the number. So on the number of head coach interviews.
Oh, okay.
So I don't ultimately care whether they're exploratory or not. Does he actually interview?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Like,
because remember, teams are taking their time these days with hiring coaches. They're interviewing 10 different people. You know, so I think he gets some interviews.
Okay, grudge match. Okay, so you put the number at 4. I'm taking the under right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Good. All right. I like this. A show bet. Good. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. DeMeco Ryans is taking one of his rules, tearing it up, and throwing it out the window. We will let you hear from his coach's show what that is coming up. We had a great time last night out at Legacy Cigars and Lounge. I want to thank
ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
24-hour rule. You flush it after you get done losing, winning, whatever the case may be, you move on. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer asked DeMeco Ryans about that last night on his coach's show, because that one stung on Sunday, man. Losing to the Titans at home, losing to the 2-8 Titans, and the way you lost with all the mistakes. They asked that. How tough is it to apply the 24-hour rule to a loss like the one on Sunday?
Oh, this is extremely tough, and I'm not letting this one go. This will be a week-long one that I make sure we all remember. And so, man, we gotta change. We gotta play better. Right. So this one is going to sit with me all week until we get the opportunity to go out and compete again versus the Jaguars. So I want this to sit. I want this to sting all week for our guys, and I want everybody to feel. I know that's how I'm going to be feeling all week until we were able to go and change it.
Yeah. Okay, so he did say change at the end. He caught himself there. It was weird. He caught himself about to saying change and then said play better. Ben, play it just one more time. I'll tell you when to down key.
Oh, this is extremely tough, and I'm not letting this one go. This is a week-long one that I make sure we all remember. And so, man, we gotta change. We gotta play better. So this one,
we gotta change. We gotta play better. Why didn't you say change?
Some stuff.
Yeah. Why didn't you say it there, Coach? Why didn't you say it there?
And again, it's a multifold problem offensively. What do you change, and how much can you change it? If you we were talking earlier about the Kubiak-Shanahan system, and like some of the things that drive it. For one, I think wide receivers who can block. That's a big part of it, and you know they've got wide receivers who are all wholly committed to trying to block, but they don't necessarily have it. Nico Collins is the only guy who's built like Deebo Samuel. You know, like you've only got one guy that you really trust to seal the perimeter on an outside zone run, all those kinds of things. And I don't know how much you do about that. Hey, George Kittle, do we have a tight end who can block like George Kittle? No, of course we do not. Not even close. But there are also times where, God, that first screen was so frustrating, where the guy who would eventually make the tackle on that screen, Dalton Schultz, is staring back at the quarterback, just waiting to see if the ball comes out or not, and then he turns around and decides to block. How much of that do I put on Bobby Slowik versus Dalton Schultz? I don't have a clue. It's bad. It's really, really bad right now. I mean, and it's getting worse. It's getting worse. So I don't know what the answers are. I know that the biggest thing you can do could make biggest difference is change the offensive coordinator. I mean, it's just you've run out. You didn't go out and get an interior offensive lineman in the offseason or at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And left guard has been a problem all year long, and it remains a problem.
Yep.
You know, is Laramie Tunsil all of a sudden going to be a road grading, blue-collar run blocker? God, no. We know that's not going to happen. But you can't change a lot of that. You can't change your tight ends right now, but you can change the offensive coordinator.
5-Hour Energy fan line, text message. This season is like going to 2 games. It's fun and exciting in the first half, and then it's frustrating and disappointing in the second half. Not looking forward to 3 losses in 10 days with the Dolphins, the Chiefs, and the Ravens. It really is like going to 2 games. I mean, their point differential first half, and I've never seen anything like this second half thing with a team with talent. You know what I mean? Like it's
got to get to the point now where I just wait. It's not like I'm going to go do the research myself. I wait for it to pop up on my timeline. But the historical ineptitude in the second half compared to the first half. I mean, going into a couple weeks ago, they were pretty much they'd scored almost the exact same number of points in the first. The scoring differential in the first half was almost the exact opposite of this how they score in the second half.
That's right.
They were like plus 70 points in the first half versus minus 70 in the second half. We're veering towards, I'm guessing, unprecedented territory in that regard.
Gotta be. I mean, yeah, certainly for the franchise. I've never seen a Texans team like this before. Hell, Bill O'Brien was almost the opposite. You know, Bill O'Brien he closed things in half a game. You know, remember we had that when Bill O'Brien was leading 37-4 when he leads at halftime of these games?
It's like the positive thing you didn't want to accept because it never feels good in the moment. The strategy of holding on to a lead in the second half, it never feels good in the moment as a fan.
Yeah.
And yet over time, it does make sense. You know, it's frustrating. But yeah, O'Brien probably never got the credit he should have gotten for that.
You brought this up with Ross when we had him on before. We had Ross Tucker on in the 7 o'clock hour. He was on the call for the Texans and the Titans. And you brought this up multiple times, just how improbable is it that a team that sacks the quarterback 8 times, Ross brought up the fact, not only sacked him 8 times, you scored in 18 seconds into the game, you're up 7-0, you had a pick 6 in the game. Mike Sando of The Athletic went and did the research on this. Since 1960, the Sunday game between the Texans and the Titans was the 36th time that a quarterback has taken 8 sacks and thrown a pick 6 in the same game. 36 times it's happened since 1960. Fun fact, Will Levis is the only 2-timer on the list. He did.
Oh my gosh.
It happened in week 3. He was sacked 8 times and threw a pick 6. Now they lost that game 30-14 to the Green Bay Packers. The record for quarterbacks, I hate this stuff right now. The Texans are doing so many things that are statistically almost impossible. The record for quarterbacks who have been sacked 8 times and thrown a pick 6 in the same game, 3-33 in those 36 games.
So the Texans are a part of that.
They are. They're part of
that. Won only 3 victories in that time. Since what year?
1960.
Oh my gosh.
1960. It's happened 36 times where a quarterback has thrown a pick 6 in a game. He's been sacked 8 times, and only 3 times since 1960, since the Kennedy administration.
It always comes back to Kennedy for you, Sean. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I know. And him and Abraham Lincoln had the same this and that, whatever. All right, Sean, can we let it go? All right, with your incessant conspiracy theories about John F. Kennedy.
My own subtle political pettycast going on right now. Right, 3-33 though, man. How about that? Yeah, and
I'm kind of surprised that it's only happened 36 times.
I am
since
too.
1960.
I was too.
Yeah.
I was too. That's not that many for
6 is relatively rare though, so you add that onto it.
In the same game with 8 sacks too.
Yeah,
7 in the first half. I didn't get to see the Manning cast last night. I was out at Legacy Cigars and Lounge. Shout out to them. We had a great time. Steak night, Monday Night Football. Get there. It's in Stafford on Main Street. So I didn't get to see the Manning cast last night, but I guess Mike Vrabel was a guest on the Manning cast last night. Good job by Vrabes, starting to get his name out there. You know, that's how you do it. You get on the Manning cast and you look smart and say funny things. He told an anecdote about Urban Meyer, and I guess during one of the Jaguar Titans games in the 1 year that Urban Meyer was in the NFL as a head coach.
Yeah.
He walked up to Mike Vrabel and said, "Do I know you?" Here's what the story went.
Urban Meyer asked him, "Do I know you?" And Urban Meyer was coaching the Titans. He was coaching the Jaguars, and he actually said the same thing to me. I said, "Yeah, I'm the head coach for the Titans, and I worked for you for 2 years."
He worked for Urban Meyer as an assistant at Ohio State for 2 years, and Urban Meyer walked up to him and said, "Do I know you?" Do you think he was serious, or do you think Urban Meyer was joking when he said that?
I think the way Vrabel told it, I think he was serious.
I do too.
This is one thing I would advise people to try to. This is a good tactic to take through life sometimes. And sometimes when people have extreme success, you have a tendency to obviously look at the things they do really well. Sometimes there's a tendency to think that, if this person's extremely successful, everything they do must be really top notch. When in fact it's the opposite. A lot of times people have extreme success, if you have that much talent concentrated in one part of your brain, it has to draw and take away from other parts of your brain. Mm-hmm. So sometimes those super effective people have huge deficits in their normal functioning. So you should never try to be exactly like that person. Just recognize, okay, they do some things really well, but because of that, they're going to have some serious deficits elsewhere. The biggest mistake people make is when they try to emulate everything some whack job eccentric rich person does.
Yeah.
Try to emulate the good things, but also recognize. So with Urban Meyer, I think it's clear he's got some deficits in the way he operates interpersonally. And yet, incredibly effective as a college football coach. It's probably part of one of his little quirks. That maybe he's got face blindness or something, or he just kind of, Nick Saban separates a lot of the. You lose out on a lot of the interpersonal stuff to get a Nick Saban. You lose on you can only have so many good things about you.
Didn't meet him at a wedding shower or a baby shower. He coached for him for 2 years.
It's extreme, Sean. That's extreme. How it's like Jim Harbaugh. Like Jim Harbaugh is brilliant in so many ways, but then there's other parts of him. You're like, this guy's a lunatic.
He's a lunatic.
If you try to emulate Jim Harbaugh completely, you're going to look like an actual lunatic because you don't have the same – your positives are different than Jim Harbaugh's positives.
That's fair.
Yep. So you got to get – if you want to get away with it, this is why Bill Belichick has ruined so many head coaching careers, because you get all these yahoos that think they got to act just like Bill Belichick without understanding and realizing, no, not everything Belichick does is actually good.
Yeah.
It's just that he's so brilliant in the things that he does do well that he gets away with some of the deficits. Don't try to emulate the whole damn shebang. Likewise with Urban Meyer, and God, don't let one of your colleagues grind on you in front of a camera.
No.
Don't do that either. That's not one of the keys to success.
It's not.
For college football coaching.
Not for that job, it's not. Maybe for other jobs it is. We'll do the power ranking of the power rankings, see where the Texans fall. Are the Texans still in the upper half of teams in the league in the eyes of the experts? We will take a look at the power rankings coming up next. A reminder, Texans and Kroger hosting a Thanksgiving meal pickup for fans this holiday season. Stoney have the opportunity to pick up a turkey and sides today, starting at 10 a.m. John Lopez and Reggie Atatula are going to be broadcasting on site at the Texans radio pregame stage. That's where Seth and I do that pregame show, just on the southeast side of the stadium. Texans players and Figgy Fig will be distributing the 1,000 meals at the Kroger gate while supplies last. So get on out there to NRG Stadium today. We look forward to talking to the guys in Crosstalk when they join us in about an hour. Stay there. Power ranking of the power rankings is next.
How did Coach DeMeco describe the Texans' 32 to...
This is the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. All right, let's do this. How did the loss to the Tennessee Titans affect how the experts view the Houston Texans? If you recall, last week they were largely hovering in that 12 to 13 range. It's been a rough patch here for the Texans. At their peak, at 5-1 and 6-2, it was hard to find a power ranking that didn't have the Texans in the top 5.
It got uncomfortable for a little bit because there were still questions that needed to be answered about the Texans that we knew we could see early on, where I felt like the national media weren't really putting their microscope on the Texans and recognizing some of the issues that they were having even as they were winning. So I was never comfortable when they were in the top 5.
So you haven't really felt like this season at any point they've been a top 5 team in the league?
No.
I haven't either. I haven't either. I like seeing them there. It's fun seeing them get the accolades and whatnot, but they played so many close games, you know?
Sean, it was like all offseason long. It was kind of like when I would go on in other markets or on people's podcasts or anything, even the super smart film type dudes, they watch they can only watch so much. When you're covering the entire league, you can only watch so much of any given team. And I was kind of how many really smart people were just kind of whistling past the graveyard on the fact that the Texans couldn't run the ball last year.
Right.
And that Bobby Slowik needed to demonstrate that he could actually engineer a good running game. And people were kind of just turning a blind eye to it. And obviously it's come back huge as an issue this year.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Including when Joe Mixon has run for over 100 yards. There hasn't been a game since the Colts game, there hasn't been a game where I felt like, oh, yeah, they can really build on something with this. They're really clicking in the run game. So much of the big performances have been mostly about Joe Mixon.
It's crazy.
More so than anything else.
Can you imagine if Mixon were on the Ravens or the Eagles where Derrick Henry and Saquon are right now? If this version of Joe Mixon was on a team that could actually run block?
Well, likewise, what if Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley were here with the Texans?
That's an even more interesting question.
They're not having this year. They're not. They're simply not.
Nope.
They'd have some great moments, but they wouldn't be having the years that they're having.
Absolutely not. All right, so let's power rank the power rankings. There's 4 power rankings that we use in this exercise each week in no particular order. CBSSports.com, ESPN.com, SI.com, and The Athletic. Starting at number 4, 4th place in the power ranking of the power rankings, SI.com. They have the Texans 15th, down from 13 last week. And Connor Orr of SI.com says this: we learned a lot about how sneaky nasty this Titans defense was, but I think we're starting to see how uncomfortable teams can make CJ. He had just one multi-pick game his rookie season. He now has 2 in the last 3 weeks and 3 on the season. Tennessee was throwing everything at the Texans and did a great job of varying pressure looks and keeping Stroud guessing. That last part is in the Tennessee throwing everything at the Texans is funny to me because in a weird way, the defense that we've heard about the Titans playing against the run game was just sort of like them waiting for the Texans to run into them.
Them just manhandling them. Yeah, I don't know. It's all credit to the Titans. But it's more so about their Jimmies and Joes than the X's and O's and the bludgeoning because there were a lot of guys getting physically beat up all over the place.
Yeah, I don't even think they're sneaky nasty. I think they're nasty.
Look, teams, we worried so much about defensive line movement and slanting and everything early in the season. There came a point round about the Jets games where teams realized, oh no, all we have to do is line up and beat the snot out of these guys. That's right. A lot faster. That's a lot more expedient.
Yes.
Just line up and whip these guys.
Efficient. Yeah. Yes. All right, number 3, power ranking of the power rankings. CBSSports.com has the Texans 13th, actually up 1. That's why I put them. Okay, I'll explain in a second. There's another outlet that has them 13th. How do you bump the Texans up after the loss to the Titans? They're up from 14 to 13 in Pete Prisco's rankings. He says this real quick, Seth. They seem to write things in the victory over the Cowboys on Monday night. Oh, okay, hang on a second. They haven't posted their new power rankings yet. That's why. Okay, so this is last week's. Because they got.
Well, we have it now. So now, what did they have them ranked in last?
They had them 13th last week.
Now they are 13th.
Yeah.
Now, part of that's because let's see, the Cardinals lost.
Okay.
They got bumped down from 13th, so they're down at 14th now. Below the Texans. The Falcons had a bye week.
Okay.
The Bucks rose up a little bit, but not enough to surpass the Texans.
Okay. I'm glad you named these teams because earlier in the season, like the Texans, where do they stack up with the Bills and the Chiefs and the the Lions and whatnot. Now you're like, okay, well, they got the Broncos on one side and the Seahawks on the other side.
And they got the Bengals and the Falcons both had bye weeks.
Okay.
So that might have changed. There
were a lot of teams. You're right. There were a lot of teams there were 6 teams on a bye this past week. So it might get a little weird. All right, let's keep
Dolphins are steadily ascending.
Yeah. Just in time for December 15th at NRG Stadium. Yeah. Would you take the Texans in that game right now? What if that were the game on Sunday? Home game against the Dolphins.
No, right now,
nope.
I don't trust it. I don't trust that they're not going to allow some explosive plays.
Same.
The defense, I'd worry about. I mean, like the offense, just go ahead and put it on a mimeograph and just tack it to the wall every week. I've got my concerns about the offense.
Yeah.
The Dolphins' offense versus the Texans' defense, I've got concerns about the big playability.
Yep. The Texans' offense, I'm like, all right, well, they're going to score 20 or 20. That's where they'll be because they won't score in the second half of games, right?
Yeah. Ben, go put that into the mimeograph machine. I want to see your arm turning that drum, okay?
Yeah. The purple ink. And no sniffing the ink afterwards, Ben, all right?
Yeah, and then make an overhead projection for me, too.
Right, and can you get some microfiche for us as well, please? Can you get me the New York Times from November 23rd, 1982, microfiche style? Thank you, Ben.
Put it into the old LexisNexis.
That's it. All right.
They still use that, by the way. I got an angry text from a LexisNexis employee that didn't, after I made some joke about
They didn't appreciate that.
They're like, hey, we're still actually really relevant.
We're here.
Like, I'm sorry. Sorry, nerd. Yeah.
That's funny. That's
not in my world, you're not.
That tickles me.
I'm not trying to plagiarize a term paper from 1978, okay?
Let's see here. Okay, second in power ranking of the power rankings. Fourth was SI.com, had the Texans at 15th. CBSSports.com was third. They have them 13th. The Athletic as well has the Texans at 13th. They were 12th last week, down one big notch to 13. Here's what they have to say. They do best case scenario for each team.
Ooh, I need this.
Best case scenario. Well, what
Give me this glisteningly awesome scenario.
Best case scenario for the year, for the season.
Scenario, I say scenario. What's up?
Playoffs. Making the playoffs is the best case scenario.
That's the best case?
According to The Athletic, it is. Yeah.
They can sputter their way to the playoffs.
Let me read the paragraph here and I'll let The Athletic explain themselves, and then I'll tear into them. Here we go. There was a time this team seemed like a conference title contender, but that time feels further and further away. Titans quarterback Will Levis outplayed C.J. Stroud on Sunday, and Stroud is 32nd in passer rating, 70.3, and 30th in EPA per dropback. That's expected points added per dropback, minus 0.09 in the last month. So he's at the bottom of the league for the last month. For the season, Stroud has been sacked 39 times, more than any quarterback other than Caleb Williams. That's not a recipe for playoff success, even if they do make the playoffs.
And that's where I think the panic meter cannot be too high right now in terms of the way this offense has been performing. It just can't be. This is hit the panic button mode. You got the bye week coming up after the Jaguars game. The Titans, I felt, provided some genuine tests of this Texans team. That win or lose, favorite or not, I thought that you could really get a good gauge of whether they've made improvement. And from my bullet point list, Sean, and the keys to victory and everything, the Texans failed every single one of those tests.
They did.
And that doesn't even include the fact that Jaylen Pitre might not be available for the rest of the season. So we'll see about that. So when it comes to fixing the offense, this is as bad as it could possibly be. They've been a horrendous offense over that stretch of time. And one of the only things that you could actually change that might make a difference is the offensive coordinator and the play call right now.
Yep. Last one, power ranking of the power rankings. Number one, congratulations to DJ Bieneme and ESPN.com. They've got the Texans all the way up at 12th still, holding steady after last week's loss to the Titans. They remain at number 12. Here's what DJ says. The Texans are 5th in total defense in terms of yards per game, with the second most sacks and the second most interceptions. Kicker Kaimi Fairbairn also set an NFL record for most 50-yard field goals in a season on Sunday. The Texans' special teams and defense are playing well, but the issue is the team's offense. Houston has only one touchdown after halftime since Week 6. C.J. Stroud hasn't played as well as he did his rookie year. He currently sits at 14 touchdowns to 9 interceptions. So there's looks like the paragraph this week is just sort of a summary of where all 3 phases of the game are for the team.
Yeah.
There you go. 12th. Power ranking of the power rankings.
12th's pretty good.
Yeah. Top third.
What we were hoping
almost.
for in the offseason.
Top third.
Was it 12th? Is it? Are they? All right. Do most Texans fans look at them right now as, hey, this is a? Because for a long time we were saying, even after victories, all right, they're operating like a 500 football team.
That's right.
Now, after losing to a team that had 2 wins coming into the game, do you look at them as operating like a 500 football team?
I do.
Or are they a sub-500 team that can make a plucky effort here and there and beat a genuinely good team?
I think I'm going like sheerly on the talent level at important positions on this team. I think I view them like a 5 team field. Like I don't view them as a below 500 football. I know they lost to the Titans, who are well below 500.
Yeah,
I view them.
The Texans are below 500 over the last 6 weeks.
They are, and they got to fix some things. There's no doubt about that. Like the broader question, because Jimmy Ward said it, we play down to the level of our competition. How many games of playing like this does it go from we're playing down to them to you are them? Like you're.
Well, that was like the Astros early last year, where you're like, well, they're playing down to their competition, and then you get to a point where you realize, well, wait a minute, no, we are the competition that can be played down to.
Correct.
The way it's going right now, way it's been.
Yeah, and I think that's a bigger question. Are you actually one of these teams that's being played down to? Yeah.
Now the Astros, the difference is the Astros, if you put it in NFL terms, they started off the first 4 games of the season really rough in NFL terms, right?
Yeah.
About the first 4 or 5 games, and then they figured it out and they made a surge.
I see what you're saying. So like the equivalent of the percentage of the season.
Yeah, if you prorate it out to that.
Yeah, they were 12-24, so that's 36 games. So that's about a quarter of the season. It's about 4 games. Yeah, in a 17 game season.
So the Astros, it was like they started off 1-3.
Right.
And they were underperforming. It would have been a lot easier to handle the Astros if it had been a 17-game season.
Right.
Because it would have been like, well, all right, this is not going to last. They're going to figure this out or what have you. Yeah. But when you're watching it every damn day, it's really, really hard to keep that perspective.
It
would be a lot easier with a 1-3 Astros team in an NFL season.
Yes. Page, 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. I'm getting well actually by some people when I refer to the Kennedy administration as the last time that, since, for those who missed it, brought it up earlier in the show, it's a quarterback that has been sacked 8 times and thrown a pick 6 in a game, like Will Levis did on Sunday against the Texans. It's happened 36 times since 1960. The record for those quarterbacks in those games is 3-33. So the Texans have now made history with two other teams as losing a game where that happened. So I said, it's 36 times since the Kennedy administration. Text message. The 1960 season was the last year of the Eisenhower administration.
Oh, you idiot.
Kennedy was elected in November 1960 and took office in January 1961. So even longer, they say.
You know what? I'll tell you what, honestly. That's actually pretty good by you you got the election year right, but not the actual inauguration. I'll give you credit for that one.
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate that.
So it was the first time since the Eisenhower administration.
Yep.
You're usually nails with dates and everything. I guess it doesn't extend beyond sports.
It doesn't extend beyond sports. It doesn't, and certainly doesn't extend into the political
Do you want me to do a quick quiz of the timeline of U.S. presidents to see if you've got at least a vague...
You know, it's funny. I walked up to one year back in the late 90s. I went to WrestleMania. I was in my late 20s, and I was hanging out. I stayed at the same hotel that all the wrestlers were staying at, and I saw a wrestler by the name of Bob Backlund in the lobby. He used to be the champion of the WWF back in the day when I was a kid watching it. And I walked up to him and I said, "Mr. Backlund, can I get your autograph?" And he said, "Can you recite the presidents in order?"
Oh my God!
And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, I only give my autograph to people who can recite the presidents in order." That was sort of his gimmick. And I went back to my hotel room and I memorized them. And I found Bob Backlund, and I recited it. He said, "Give me your address." And I gave him my address. And a week later, there was a black 8x12 glossy of him holding up the belt in Madison Square Garden with him congratulating me on naming all the presidents in order.
Gosh.
Yeah,
Did you do it chronologically?
Yeah, starting with George Washington and going all the way to, at that time, it would have been Clinton, I guess, yeah.
I'm going to give you the toughest era in which to remember the presidents.
Taft.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to ask you. No. The 20th century is too easy. Who was president before Zachary Taylor?
I don't know. John Harrison. I don't know.
That was James Polk. Actually, I think the hardest time would be, Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce.
Dude.
Who was president after Franklin Pierce?
Millard Fillmore.
That was James Buchanan, you clown.
James Buchanan.
Can't believe you didn't know it was James Buchanan.
Dude, I was studying up in my room. I was like 28 years old in the workforce at the time. I wasn't even a kid. I'm like, no, I'm going to show this guy. I'm going to memorize it. Thanks,
Good
man.
For you.
Yeah.
Did he say what his success rate was on that? Like what his hit rate is on that?
No, I didn't ask him. I was just happy that I got him right. I didn't ask him. But it was his thing, because I asked some friends of mine. Years later, I brought up that story to friends of mine who worked in WWE, and they said, oh, no, he does that to everybody. That's his gimmick. He does that to everybody.
It's a pretty good gimmick for getting out of doing autographs.
Yes.
Because it makes it seem like you're actually helping the kids out,
That's it, man.
Instead of hating the children or the 28-year-old.
Or in the case of me, a 28-year-old adult.
Maybe, you know what, I bet he only does that for adults. I bet he does it for...
I don't know, man. Bob Backlund's a loon.
As an NFL player, the big thing is... It's away games. Yeah. Away games is where the most at the hotel. The professional autograph seekers will be there.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, and this guy has got, okay, some guy's got 10 of my card. Like, who the hell has 10 of my card?
Right.
And it's not like it's a hardcore, like a president of the NFL fan club or a Seth Payne fan club or something.
Favorite self-deprecation you've ever had. Who's got 10 of my card?
Yeah, like it's like other people, other than people whose last name is Payne.
Right.
Not many.
No, that's true.
So you're like, and meanwhile, but then you got all these other little kids and everything that you want to, but you're sitting there signing 20. I'm like, all right,
50-year-old guy.
Seriously.
Yeah.
You're going to sell this on a website someday that will be named eBay for like $3 a pop. Like, no, I just, let me go talk to this kid in a wheelchair. All right? You're soaking up time here from autographs I could be signing.
All right. Chris Long had some things to say. Man, did he ever, about the Texans offense and anniversary of what I consider one of the greatest holiday films of all time yesterday. Do you agree? We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, big thanks to everybody with Flight by Yingling.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It does feel like some of the issues with the Texans offensively were flying under the radar for a while because A, they were winning games, and B, they weren't on national TV very much. Other than the Bears game in week 2, they were, usual spot, like the second or third slot on CBS. Then you get 3 straight primetime games, and then you lose to the Tennessee Titans at home. And now people are kind of sitting up and taking notice. And you look at the stats, too, and you go, wow, C.J. Stroud, I thought he was supposed to be a top 5 quarterback in his second season here, and he's, 24th in passer rating or whatever it is. Chris Long is one of those people that have taken – Chris Long's probably noticed longer than others because he's really good at what he does. Greenlight Podcast, Inside the NFL, on his podcast yesterday said – C.J. Stroud is getting damaged right now.
He looked like the next Joe Montana, and I still think he's got, that rare ability in him. I'm not putting him with Joe Montana, but you know what I'm saying. They have done everything in their power this year to stunt the kid's development. I mean, his eyes are on the rush, and like you could say, hey, keep your eyes downfield. But after 12 games of it, it's a survival tactic to know who's falling at your feet, to know who's not picking up a game.
Yeah.
Nico Collins has 2 touchdowns in a week called back on dumb penalties. One of them yesterday is in legal motion. Mixon and the receiver in motion at the same time, and like they knew it right away. And you see it on C.J. Stroud's face.
I'm always impressed by guys like Chris Long, and I think Ross is a lot like this too. It feels like they watched every single game that weekend, detail of like touchdowns getting called back, and
Chris Long is really well versed on a lot of teams in the NFL. Yeah, he knows like the little nuances of each game. It's very impressive.
What'd you think of that? What'd you think of what he had to say there?
Yeah, I think that's where, and this is where it gets dicey, and I never know just how listeners are going to take this or not. Some are going to take it different ways. I don't want to make excuses for C.J. Stroud. I don't think C.J. himself wants to make excuses for himself, but it's just a fact of life that, when circumstances around you aren't ideal, at first, those circumstances can kind of be separate from other circumstances, but there comes a point where everything feeds into the other things.
Yes.
And people start. It's like when you're in a toxic relationship with somebody. You start operating differently. You start doing things that you wouldn't. If you've got to work with somebody, or you've got your love interest or whomever else is somebody that's just wrong.
Yep.
You start operating in a way that isn't you.
You're not the best version.
You start lying about stuff that you wouldn't normally lie about because you know that this person's going to freak out about it or whatever. And likewise, I think in football, when you just can't trust that things are going to operate well, you start making decisions that aren't your typical decisions. And I feel like somewhere along the way, CJ started either consciously or unconsciously making decisions that he wouldn't normally because of the circumstances around him. And it's not an excuse, but it's an explanation, and it's something that as a quarterback individually he's going to have to work through in his career. But right now, in the clear and present moment, a lot of it, you got to question how much is Bobby Slowik really providing for C.J. Stroud? How much are these other players underperforming because of the way Bobby Slowik is operating the offense?
And Chris Long plays right into that and says the Texans have to discuss changing play callers during the bye week.
So they haven't
play
had their
Jacksonville, then they have a bye.
And I know he's tight with the quarterback coach, right? I know there's other guys that are in the building and call plays, right? Like, did we look at that as Bill Lazor is there? He's called some plays in the NFL before. But they have to have a conversation about the play calling because the play calling is not good. And I've seen teams work around worse offensive lines. There are some decent players, guys who have played good ball in the past on this offensive line, but they're not playing together. And they're doing unsound They're pulling Shaq Mason to pick up an edge guy who's screaming off the edge. He's tiptoeing. He doesn't know what he's doing. You're giving up a sack to Devondre Sweat. The guy hadn't had a sack since Jesus was a baby. And you're giving up a sack to that guy. He's 380 pounds. How do you give up a sack to a 400-pound guy late in the down?
That 400-pound guy choke slams you. That's how.
And I think that's the big point and the key that Chris made. That we've made a lot before. It's that there's plenty of good teams that are not chock full of all-pro offensive linemen. The old feeling is that, man, if you got 5 average offensive linemen who work really well, you can go far with that offensive line.
Yep.
And there's lots of good offensive lines that have one glaring bad spot. So it's never an excuse that, these guys aren't as good as they need to be. I do wonder ultimately whether Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil are really wired to run this offense, because, man, you got to care just as much about the run blocking as you do the pass protection.
Yep.
You can like Scott. You can talk about how great their PFF pass protection grades are all you want. If you're putting out PFF pass protection grades for those guys, but not also showing what the run blocking is, then you're intentionally misleading people, because it's an issue. So across the board, the offensive line is underperforming. But a lot of it too is I told you yesterday, Sean, and it came up again. The biggest thing that frustrates me when I send my various clips out to offensive linemen and offensive line coaches to try to get a feel for things, so many guys that really know what they're talking about will say, well, Seth, on this play, I can't tell whether they're blocking inside zone or outside zone because the footwork is all over the place.
Yeah.
And what Chris was just talking about with having guards pulling to pick up edge rushers, that's not out of the realm of things that good teams do, except you got to have the personnel to do it. And they've got Shaq Mason doing all these things that you would much prefer a really athletic offensive guard to do, and Shaq Mason is not that guy anymore.
No.
And all of it boils back to, all right, Bobby's trying to figure out ways to mask how bad the interior offensive line is by taking one of the interior offensive linemen and putting him out on an edge rusher. He's out of answers. He's out of answers on how to make up for it. And even, yes, the pass protection has been better in a lot of regards, and it was better in some ways last week. But look at it and see how many times, CJ's got time, but it's because they're using a 7-man protection.
Yes.
It's like, all right, well, that makes life harder on CJ in a lot of ways. If the deep shot doesn't open downfield, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck, CJ.
Yep. We mentioned Chris Long and him watching all these games, Ross Tucker as well. You know who Chris Long happens to be a big fan of? Ross Tucker. That's who.
I hope Ross Tucker hears this so he can get his flowers. But we see you, bro. We hear you. If you watch ball and you pay attention to ball, there's going to be at least 10 to 15 times in a game if Ross Tucker's doing the game as a color analyst where you're like, yeah, I remember that last week. It's just like when the guy from the Titans, 44 Brown, lays off a receiver in the end zone and he's like, yeah, last week that happened. He's gunshot because he got called for unnecessary roughness against the Vikings. Like,
said that right
he
away.
just threads the needles. Like, before you can get the thought out, he knows it. And obviously played a long time. But we talk a lot about color analysts in this game. We talk about Tom Brady. We talk about Greg Olsen. I put him up there with those guys. If Ross Tucker was a damn Hall of Fame quarterback, they'd be giving him $500 million to call games. He's that guy. I love Ross Tucker.
That is Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. May your game day be delicious.
Ross was, I said that I disagreed with him somewhat on how much he was blaming Will Levis and almost absolving the Titans offensive line during the broadcast. That was my only issue. So I followed up with him afterwards. I was like, hey, man, just so you know, we have been gushing about your color commentary in that game. I thought you were really good.
Yeah.
And he refused to accept the compliment.
He did.
So
he holds a grudge. You know what he is?
We're going to play Chris Long performing a sex act on you later in the show, okay?
Don't worry.
So, I didn't use the same phrasing, but, Ross does that. Ross has a very good way of sounding like an actual human being. And not getting too technical, but in explaining things well, and also knowing, you can tell he's watched film on both teams, that I think people enjoy him as a color commentator.
He's really good, man. Like, the fact that he can, go do a MAC college game on a Tuesday, and then he's doing sidelines on a Thursday for an NFL game, or he's in the booth on TV.
Yeah.
Just the going back and forth from radio to TV is not an easy thing to do.
I think the guys, who are the non-marquee players who you most admire as color commentators? Because I would put Charles Davis way up there. I like listening to Charles Davis, and Charles didn't play a long time in the NFL, I don't believe. But he's not a marquee player. Was not a marquee player at all.
No.
He studies his butt off.
Yeah.
And he makes really intelligent commentary about it and everything. And I would much prefer Charles Davis to a lot of the more marquee big name guys out there. I think he does an excellent job.
Where's Adam Archuleta key spectrum?
I like him too. I like him. I think he's still getting his feet underneath him to the point where he's not as smooth as Charles Davis or anybody like that. But I feel with Archuleta's pointing out some of the stuff that sometimes you just simply can't see on the broadcast because they don't show the safety. They don't show the coverage downfield. So it's really hard if the color commentator isn't letting you know what's happening downfield. It's hard to know, and I think Archuleta and a lot of the defensive backs or defensive players do a better job of that than some of the former star players.
Yeah. I really enjoyed. I listened to the fourth quarter on our station last night of the Monday night game with Harlan and Kurt Warner, and I think that's a really good radio duo right there. I really enjoyed listening to them. I think Kurt Warner's a Hall of Famer, so he doesn't fit the non-marquee, but I really enjoyed their call of the fourth quarter last night.
My favorite part of Kurt Warner now as a media professional is him on X. Trying to admonish people to be more civil on X. And I'm like, oh, boy, this guy's fighting the good fight that he's never going to win. But God bless you for trying.
I love that. My other favorite thing with Kurt Warner, very open about his religion throughout his career. Like, he is a God-fearing man, that he's the face they put on the warnings of how to gamble responsibly ads, the PSAs. Like, isn't your ethos to not gamble at all? Like, they put the guy who's like hyper religious on, like, hey man, just make sure you
play the game the way the game is being played.
Stay within
Sean.
Your means.
You play the game the way the game is being played, and he's in the media game right now. So when big employer wants you to talk about the gambling stuff,
no, irony comes with a price.
Yeah.
It's
a conundrum. A lot of really genuinely faithful and religious guys also play a sport that you play on Sundays. You're playing it on the Sabbath. There's you got to kind of reason your way into certain things.
I'm not judging the man. I'm just like,
I'm not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
But I just, of all the people they selected to do that PSA, I found it interesting. That's all.
I wonder if he's had conversations. I'm guessing he's had conversations about that. Like,
probably.
Hey, can we try to work this differently next year? Yeah.
All right.
I'm weird. I just. Like, I'll do gambling. Look, Vice, I will advertise Vice.
Yeah.
And I do on social media. I do stuff for BetUS. I do stuff for Underdog. And yet I don't feel comfortable. I've been offered doing Zinn. And I don't feel comfortable with that, even though that's probably – there's way less documented issues with Zinn than there are with gambling. Yeah. So I'm a fraud and a hypocrite in that regard.
All right, the Texans and Kroger hosting a Thanksgiving meal pickup for fans this holiday season. You can pick up a turkey and sides today, starting in about 20 minutes at 10 a.m. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula will be broadcasting live there. It's right outside the Texans, right next to the Texans radio pregame stage where Seth and I do Texans Countdown. Texans players and Figgy Fig will be distributing 1,000 meals at the Kroger Gate while supplies last. Up next, we'll get to that Thanksgiving film that is, to me, 5 stars. And the latest on Jaylen, well, not the latest on Jaylen Pitre, the impact of Jaylen Pitre and the injury. We'll get to that and hand things off to the guys at the top of the hour.
The Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
It's time for Tune-Up. TheMen'sClinic.com. TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll go out to the fellas. They are out at the stadium, out at NRG, getting ready to hand out turkeys and sides to 1,000 lucky folks out there, thanks to Kroger and the Houston Texans. So we'll head out there in a little bit. Jaylen Pitre, hoping to get some more news on him here in the next couple days. They are determining whether or not he needs surgery on that pectoral muscle, so we'll see what happens with that. Texans off today. Speaking of Thanksgiving, I was thinking about this the other day. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is the greatest Thanksgiving film of all time. I view it as a Thanksgiving film because that's the holiday where it all culminates at the end.
Oh, yeah, I think that's very fair. You don't have the debate about whether Die Hard is a Christmas movie or not. No,
Yeah.
I think that it's very much a Thanksgiving movie. It's about trying to get home around Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Steve Martin wants to get home to watch his daughter's recital, but but beyond that, it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and he travels the countryside with John Candy, who is kind of it's sort of a happy accident that the two wind up together. They don't get along very well, but then ultimately there's a very happy finish to the film. I don't want to spoil it. It's 1987, so it's
Turns out Steve Martin can see dead people because he's dead. That's the big spoiler, okay?
Okay.
He sees dead people.
All right. Yesterday was the anniversary of the release of the film. I guess it would be 37 years, 1987. So there was a lot of Steve Martin, John Candy, a lot of clips from the movie floating around the internet yesterday.
One of the more unexpected things that has been very pleasant for me over these last couple of years is how much Steve Martin is back. He's working. Murders in the Building is a very successful TV show. Him and Martin Short have gone on tour and everything. And he's like 78 years old.
Yeah, man.
He's like, that's where I've trained. When I was a kid, I used to have pictures of football players and bodybuilders up on the wall. Now I've got a picture of Steve Martin, doing a bit of physical comedy at the age of 78, doing that little thing he does with his hips and stuff. That's my new poster boy for who I want to be like.
Which version of Steve Martin do you like the most? Do you like the early in his career, like the stand-up comic, The Jerk? The movie The Jerk. He wasn't a jerk, but the SNL appearance version of Steve Martin, or when in the 80s he became sort of like the quintessential dad, like Father of the Bride.
Or he was in rom-coms, some kind of like weird rom-coms. You're like, wait, is this guy 30 or 73? I can't tell,
And then he got to be a little more serious, like in the 90s. He was in some more serious movies.
Well, and he kind of just disappeared for a while.
And he
disappeared. He didn't do much at all, at least
Yeah.
mainstream. Maybe he was doing theater or something.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed, it's like this with stand-up comedians. Usually stand-up comedy doesn't age real well typically. It just like the stuff that's funny right now isn't going to be years now. I think as things have gotten more and more serious and divisive in so many ways, I've found I've got an appetite for just the sheer goofiness of a young Steve Martin, where he's dressed up like King Tut, or all the where it was just nothing. There was no deeper message or anything. It was just absolute goofiness.
Yeah.
I find myself enjoying it a lot more.
Yeah.
I watched the King Tut video, the King Tut song, which is so stupid and not even really all that funny, except that it's so stupid. That's funnier to me now than it's ever been in my entire life, because I need an escape, damn it.
He was a big deal, man, like comedy-wise. Like in the late 70s, like Steve Martin was...
He stepped away from stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
This is where you respect Steve Martin. He stepped away from stand-up comedy when he was at his apex of fame, because he realized that there was no pressure on him to actually be funny anymore.
Yeah.
He would stand up in front of a crowd, and as soon as he said one of his catchphrases, people would give him a 5-minute ovation. And he's like, well, I've lost my edge. There's nothing I can't. If I'm going to get positive feedback for everything I do, then I got to move on, and I got to test myself in new ways. It's impressive discipline.
Not everybody's wired that way.
Caring about your craft.
Yes, very much so. So one of the things that was floating around was Steve Martin on John Candy yesterday.
Yeah, so at the end of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, there's a heartfelt moment where John Candy kind of divulges why he is the way he is.
Yeah.
But it turns out the original speech was a lot longer. This is Steve Martin. The clip is him doing an interview with somebody. I'm sorry, but holding open the script to that movie with the original speech, and him talking about filming that scene with John Candy.
John Candy was very sensitive and very complex, and we really loved each other. I had a beautiful scene. Look, I'm not going to read this speech, but it's that long. We're at a train station, and he gets the entire explanation of his life. And I was opposite him. I was like weeping as he was performing it. And it was all cut. And so I don't know why it was cut, except for tempo, and maybe you're at the end and you don't want to hear a long speech. It was cut down to a line or two.
I don't have a home. Rory's been dead for 8 years.
There was a line I loved. It says, I sort of attach myself to people from time to time, like with you, especially around the holidays. I can take it in March, July, October, but it gets hard. And then he said, this time I couldn't let go.
Wow, so that little thing in the train station there at the end of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles was supposed to be like several minutes?
Yeah. You look at it, it's a whole page, however that plays out. It's like a whole page.
Yeah.
The speech is a whole page of the script. So I don't know that it's a minute or two.
Is it
or
out there
it
somewhere?
Is it? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know, like the entire uncut version of it. I feel bad for John Candy just because it sounds like it could have. I mean, that was a great. It could have been an all-time, like, wow, this guy's way deeper than we thought he was and had way more range than we thought he did. But you can see Steve Martin's getting pretty emotionally worked up as he's reading it.
Just
you
talking
can tell
about it.
He's being overcome with emotion.
Yeah, that's
that movie. So I saw a bunch of the clips yesterday. The biggest thing about that movie that I kept thinking over and over again was, I don't know, you'd have to stop every 5 minutes and explain to a Gen Z person about why he needed the paper receipt for the rental car, why he couldn't tell his wife where he was at any given moment, like all these different things that just used to happen in the days before cell phones.
Oh, yeah.
And computers and internet and everything else.
Yeah, that was, oh my God. Yeah, the rental car scene. With the lady behind the counter.
The nice little lady that says at the end you're
bleeped.
Well, because he doesn't have a paper receipt of the rental car. How would she know that he is the guy that deserves a car? Yeah.
Oh my God. And the bed, the vibrating bed.
Some of it really holds true. Yeah, it's the same stuff you still have to deal with if you're stuck with John Candy, who's
smoking in the hood. Remember, I mean, John Candy's just burning through cigarettes in the hotel. He was burning through cigarettes in the car because he threw one in the back. He thought he threw one out the window, and it wound up in the back seat, and the car ended up in a smoldering mess.
The fact that he was a shower ring salesman alone,
rings,
you know, as opposed to like, I can get these on Alibaba for whatever. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, and then remember they had to raise cash. He sold shower curtain rings, but he sold them to women in the airport as if they were earrings.
Well, yeah, you know what? That's a whole nother thing, is the fact that it was such a big deal that he lost his wallet.
Yeah.
And, you know, like losing your wallet, like, what? Oh, use your Apple Pay. What?
Right. Yeah. Now the biggest deal losing your wallet is the inconvenience of canceling your credit cards. Like,
but you would still, if you lose your wallet, you can figure out a way to get cash. Usually.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Now, you know what? Honestly, everything in that movie. Actually, you could explain if he just lost his cell phone. If he lost his smartphone, then okay, then a lot of that same stuff still, it still works.
I don't know why they didn't try to rent a car from the get-go. You know, like they were in like Kansas. You know,
yeah, I think they were still hoping.
It started in New York.
And there were winter storms though too, so it wasn't as simple as, hey, you're going to be able to drive. You're going to be able to drive if you use it.
I just remember watching that movie and being like, just drive in the snow. I drove in the snow all the time from South Bend to Connecticut.
You know what? I feel like, and there's the rail car scene in there. I feel like when we were growing up, there was a lot more romance about riding the rails. I think because a lot of the people that were making the movies had grown up with parents who were in the Depression, or they themselves had lived through the Great Depression, and like being a hobo and everything else, like Jack Kerouac was still an influence on a lot of these people. That the romance of riding the rails, I don't think these kids these days have like a fantasy of leaving, like I did growing up.
Yeah,
like that I was just gonna go ride the rails. You know, screw this. I'm gonna drop out in 9th grade and go ride the rails. Do kids still have that dream?
I don't think so. I'll check with Mike.
They do. I think a YouTuber,
I think so.
Which is a much more ambitious. People will scoff at that, but it's a much more ambitious goal than riding the rails.
Oh my God, yeah. I'm just thinking, dude, I gotta watch that movie tonight. I haven't seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles in a couple of years. When they're singing songs on the bus, and Steve Martin's 3 coins in a fountain, and everybody's staring at him, and John Candy just goes, Flintstones, meet the Flintstones. That's such a good movie, man. Hey, let's head out to NRG Stadium. The pregame stage right there is where people can head out to NRG Stadium today, and courtesy of Kroger and the Houston Texans, pick up a Thanksgiving meal for the family out there. John Lopez and Reggie Atatula are out there. Gentlemen, how are we feeling? How are things going? Set the scene for us. What's going on?
Oh, man, there are people in a very nice, long line, that's what I was trying to say, around John Lopez's favorite building, the Astrodome, getting ready.
It's right there, man.
for the Turkey Time with the Texans, which is presented by Kroger, to get going here.
Yeah. I can smell the feces from here.
Yeah. Oh, well, come on.
The wind
there are
blowing
people
from over
that
there.
are picking up turkeys for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, what is that all about? You smell the feces from here.
It's blowing right straight from that direction. I'm not exaggerating. Y'all are going to make – Reggie and I cannot express how much we love that segment.
The one right now?
About
planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah.
I am absolutely going to watch it again tonight.
Yes.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was an amazing breakdown of the only Thanksgiving movie out there.
I think it's. I think it is. That was my. Sorry, Reggie. I think that's.
No, it is
leading it. Yeah, because in my mind this week I'm like, okay, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is the big movie. What else is in contention? It's the only one. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that goes to one of my points, which is this might be why Thanksgiving is constantly encroached upon by Christmas, is that we have not given Thanksgiving its due with the adequate media, whether it's music or movies or such, and that's why you got Mariah Carey already going.
That's a hot take right there. I like that.
The other notable Thanksgiving movie that a lot of people have seen that will spark different conversations with your young people is a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving.
But nobody watches it.
Well, but there's also there's notable, like, you have to explain why Franklin is sitting by himself on one side of the table. And everything
is there an explanation there?
Yeah. Like, okay, so Charles Schultz, when he was doing Charlie Brown back in the day, it was like it was during segregation. There was still segregation,
right.
When he started off doing it. And when he started incorporating Franklin into certain parts of the comic strip, he lost a lot of newspapers in the South stopped running it. So it was kind of like it was a years-long kind of battle and negotiation with Charles Schultz to get Franklin incorporated into the Charlie Brown comic strip. And it was like Charles Schultz, when you don't dig into it, Charles Schultz will get a lot of flack for it. And you could argue about he should have done it earlier or whatever. Like, it was complicated. It was really complicated. But when you see that image, Franklin sitting all by himself at one side of the Thanksgiving table, that was all part of a big negotiation about getting Franklin into the actual cartoon. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
Somehow that was a progressive act, and I believe, if my computer is showing me correctly, is it Charles Schultz's birthday today?
Is it? I don't know.
Is it?
Well, how old would he be?
Oh well, let me double dip down. Yeah.
While he's doing that, we had all kinds of hot takes on your segment. We love that segment so much because I think it was Seth that was saying the timeliness of comedians, and I was telling Reggie as we're listening, Rodney Dangerfield will never not be funny because he didn't do anything timely. It was about wives, and it was about respect, and it was about how ugly he is, and like you could watch that today and laugh your ass off.
Yeah,
102 would be.
He'd be 102. Okay, yeah,
that is right.
Okay, there you go. All right, well, the more you know. All right, fellas. Well, we will hand things off to you now. I read in our promo copy for this, Figgy and the Texans players are handing out these meals, right?
You're darn
That's right. Right. Okay. It is the Texans players. It is Toro. It is Texans cheer, and of course our very own Figgy Fig is out handing out turkeys.
The biggest stars in town. There you go.
You're darn right.
That's it. All right, there you go. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and an integrated Thanksgiving to you, Sean.
Thank you very much.
Fine. This is the year you do it. This is the year. I know you can do it, Sean.
I hate you.
I hate you. Put away that. Put away that hate, Sean.
You're the worst. All right. You're listening to KILT.
Some have a white Christmas. Sean has a white Thanksgiving.
KILT HC2, an Odyssey station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Byron back here in studio. They are in the loop, and they start now. Thank God.
Green bean casserole and all. You are indeed.
Sean doesn't even know what paprika is.
Wait, Sean. Sean, are you still here?
I'm here.
All right, one question. Yeah. Y'all have mac and cheese that you have Thanksgiving?
Yes. Yeah, we have mac and cheese, and we have we also represent my in-laws are Italian, so we've got baked ziti as well. So pasta on both fronts, well represented.
And I put paprika on everything because I'm big into the virtue signaling.
If there's one thing that is a diverse Thanksgiving, we appreciate you, fine fellas. All right, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is John Lopez, myself, Reginald Atatula. You got Byron Scott. Byron Scott was a basketball player and a coach. You got Byron Matthews. That is the correct name, holding it down back at Master Control. We are out at NRG Stadium.
Right here. It's gorgeous out here, man.
We're in NRG Park watching cars get moving now.
Are they moving now?
Turkey time with the Texans is underway. Texans players, Toro, Cheer, and, of course, our very own Figgy Fig are handing out 1,000 meals to Texans fans out here. So a lovely community service, community impact day for the Texans. And
I hope I can tell which one is Figgy.
What do you mean? Of the players?
Yeah.
Who's the player that Figgy looks most like?
Muggsy Bogues.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't realize I was just going to set you up for a basic short joke. My bad. As always, you can get involved with the program on the YouTube and the Twitch. Those are available to you. But, of course, the 5-Hour Energy fan line is probably the best way to do this. 713-572-4610 is how you get involved with us. Yeah, man, you're big on the Thanksgiving. I didn't want to disappoint the fellas in that handoff there and letting them know that I had not seen planes, trains, and automobiles.
Really?
Yeah.
You need to watch it. It's fantastic. It really is. And, yes, big into Thanksgiving. All the holidays, our family, is very much all into that. By the way, public service announcement, I always say we are a full-service show in the loop. Today is the day to take out your turkeys from the refrigerator. Hopefully you put them in there on Saturday and brine them if you feel so inclined. Brine your turkeys today, then you take them out tomorrow, and you can let them dry, and you'll have a much more delicious turkey. See there?
Okay, there you go. Yeah, and I imagine that you're saying that for all the fine folks that are picking up turkeys
right here
out here as
listening to us. Wave if you're listening to us.
Yeah, I can't see anybody. But 10 to 12 is
1,000 turkeys.
Yeah, man, 1,000 meals in fact, because it's not just turkeys.
Yeah.
Some of the fixings as well are coming through for them. Figgy will join us once he's done with his responsibilities, helping out the fine folks out there. Shout out to Kroger for putting that on. All right, let's talk about the Texans. Obviously, some of them handing out meals, but unfortunately, they were handed a loss by the Titans at this very stadium a couple days ago. And one of the other losses that was handed to them yesterday was that Jaylen Pitre is going to be lost for a few weeks. Is ultimately what it's come down to. Is the news there? We don't know if there's going to be surgery absolutely needed. But DeMeco Ryans was talking about this a little bit. This is DeMeco 5 here. This was him giving us the news and giving us a little bit of what Jaylen Pitre has meant to this team thus far.
Yeah, Jaylen has a shoulder injury. He'll be out for some time.
What did he bring to this defense this year that you'll miss for however long he's out?
Well, Jaylen has brought this. He's been a true impact player for us. That's being around the ball, just causing interceptions, forcing fumbles. He's just been really active, very instinctive player for us. He's been all over the field, and he's made a lot of plays for us, and just miss his instincts, miss his playmaking ability. We're going to miss that, all right? So we got to pick it up, and we got to go. We got to move forward. We got to press forward. Whoever else steps in, we got to hit the ground running.
Not to be a jerk, but before we go any further, it really threw me off, the pronunciation or the enunciation of instincts by DeMeco. But yeah, I mean, this is now something that this team has to contend with, at the very least for a few weeks. But I mean, it could possibly be even longer. You're going to be without Jaylen Pitre in a very distinctive role. What does this mean for this team?
Well, first of all, it just really, really stinks for Jaylen Pitre. I mean, injuries are always bad. Doesn't matter who. The context is, but he was finding a home and he was settling into that home. He flat out struggled at safety for big chunks of his first couple of years here. Got to the nickel back position, found a home, made some big plays. I mean, you could argue outside of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, the best player on defense. I mean, I know Derek Stingley's in there too. I forgot him. But he just impactful player and all that. Now, what does it mean? I think it goes back to the most. I think we can. The weather's beautiful today, but it might as well be 105 degrees because we're talking about something that we talked about in July, and that is the safety position was a problem, was potentially a problem, and now is a problem again. They are in a. They're in a bad spot at the safety position, and I think we saw it in living color, man. We saw it in living color on Sunday night. Yeah, that one. And so now all of a sudden they're scrambling. I mean, let's not try to sugarcoat this. I mean, Eric Murray got torched twice. At least twice.
He looked like the mark in that one, man. It looked like, and not just looked like it, it has been kind of a known thing in some ways that teams are clearly, they see him out there and they want to try him. They want to see if he can hold up. And there is nothing to stop teams from doing that more so, as he is going to be required to step into action consistently because Jimmy Ward is clearly, obviously, going to step into the role that Jaylen Pitre has, kind of grabbed hold of him. In fact, he kind of that role before he even came to this team. That was something that was kind of expected of him. And I think, thankfully, you don't have, or I guess I should ask that as a question and not assume your response. Do you have concerns about Jimmy Ward stepping into that role and executing it to a similar level to Jaylen Pitre? Because Jaylen Pitre really did feel like he molded hand in glove to the role for the most part, obviously outside of, the instances where you get a really good wide receiver in the slot and then they're really taking him for a ride coverage-wise. Other than that, the physicality he was able to inflict as like kind of a pseudo linebacker, the urgency that he was able to generate from that position, that ability to get his hand on footballs and tip them and create interceptions, right? Like clearly he's been able to do some good things with this role. How do you feel about Jimmy Ward stepping in there first?
Well, the short answer is yes to your question. Is there concern? But there are a couple of little complexities to it because Jimmy Ward is a really big time pro. And he ultimately is going to fight. He's going to make the most at that position, but it's not his position. That's number one. It's not his position. Ultimately, on Sunday, he was decent, but he wasn't Jaylen Pitre. And so, yes, the short answer is yes, there's concern. And, oh, by the way, the Jaguars are really a bad team, but they are coming off a bye week, so they're getting healthier. Brian Thomas, his coming out game was against the Texans here.
All right, Ocho, thank you.
No, it was. It absolutely was.
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah. I mean, his coming out game was against the Texans in Week 4. Evan Ingram, top 3 tight end statistically in the NFL.
And I mean, his career by the fact that he's ended up in Jacksonville because the teams had not figured out how to use him, and Jacksonville's used him as a big old, basically a big wide receiver. Yeah. And so, the threat that he poses, and I don't think you got him last time, did you?
I don't know. Yeah, he was out. Yeah, that's right. He was out. And so Brian Thomas, that points directly to the safeties, whether it's Eric Murray and obviously Kalen Bullock, but who knows what MJ Stewart or someone like that is going to do.
Yeah.
So that points to that. Evan Ingram points to the other coverage issue, and that's Henry To'oTo'o and maybe Jimmy Ward. And so, the short answer is a little scary. The short answer is yes. I think Jimmy Ward's going to fight more than anybody. I mean, the guy's just a pro. We've heard him. After the game, he was great and all that. But that still doesn't necessarily make up for Jaylen Pitre.
No, and the thing that is scary about that is the starting point with Pitre still had a lot of opportunities for big plays. In fact, DeMeco Ryans in the coach's show, it always feels like there's a different level of comfort that he brings to the coach's show when he sits down with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, football guys, consummate football guys, and they kind of get chopping up. And this is cut 5 from the coach's show, Byron, where he was asked about the fact that 198 of Will Levis's 278 yards came on 4 plays, those real big explosive. These were his thoughts on it, especially when you talk about like the defensive explosive issue.
He did have those plays, and I give credit to Levis. That was his strong suit of throwing the ball deep, and our guys knew that going into the game. But we give up 1 touchdown there once they cross midfield. I mean, we got a guy running free, right? We're not deep enough on the inside, and the guy is free on our safety. And another one on 3rd down, we get him in the 3rd and long situation, and there's Ridley running across the field, like the rush there. That was the one play. Our rush wasn't as effective. Like probably one of our worst rushes of the game from a D-line perspective. Gave Levis a little bit more time. He puts the ball in the air, and we're not deep enough at the safety position, allow him to get a big play. Yeah. So, most of those plays, I try to give him credit, but a lot of those are things where we just have to be in better position, and we have to be able to make the play when the ball is in the air.
Yep. Not deep enough at the safety position. We have to be in better position.
I think he meant physically deep enough in that sense.
Yes.
Like spatially.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Now you're also not deep enough depth-wise.
Yeah, no. But yes, they on that play, they weren't deep enough at the safety position, and they were out of position. I'm telling you, man, here we are back in July. I mean, safety and cover linebackers is a problem, and I don't know how it's going to go away.
Yeah, and the thing about it is with the big gaps in play that allow these explosives from your opponents, that's how you allow a team that has no business play with you to play with you. A team that tried repeatedly to give you the ball back or give you the game in that one. That's how you allow them to play with you. And I think that this results as another issue for this Texans team if you want them to be able to play at a high level and hopefully meet the expectations that a lot of people include, which not just winning the AFC South, shout out to Bill O'Brien, but also going in there and belonging and playing to a certain level. And, having that issue and then also now having a lack of depth, right, and having to fully expose even more some of the players that you had some concerns with, this is something that to be completely honest, I'm terrified about.
You should be. And look, for a team that's lost 4 of its last 6 games and is getting thinner at the positions that were exploited, you absolutely should be. I mean, we're at an altogether different level with this Texans team right now than even just a month ago, because those are one of this is something that is going to compound by itself. And oh, by the way, when you look at the schedule upcoming, Jonnu Smith is coming as a tight end. So is Travis Kelce. So is who's the other one?
Mark Andrews, and then also Isaiah Likely as well on that team.
Yeah. So
I mean, hell, even Noah Gray for the Chiefs is an issue in that tight end spot. Talk less of whatever players you can get that end up moving into the slot, like someone like a Zay Flowers or anything, right? This is going to be something that is going to be trying for a side of the football for this Texas team that we anticipated being, or that we got to a point that we looked at as the tip of the spear, the leading portion of this team. And now, I mean, in understanding, right, in the National Football League, there's not going to be a perfect team. Every team is going to have weaknesses, but even in your strength now, there's a level of weakness displayed. And injuries had in football, it feels kind of tough that you did not have something to be had here. Is there any consideration for you, Lopez, right, as we talk about the defensive backfield depth of what Okudah can do maybe on the outside? I know on the inside he was out here footing. They had him out here doing a line dance. Devontae Turpin did. But is there any consideration for the possibility of him going outside and actually using Kamari Lassiter inside like early on in the season you had considered?
They considered it, but he was never there.
Yeah.
I mean, he stepped in during minicamp and was the starting outside. Is that thinking too much? Is that meddling too much?
But here's the thing, right? It feels like you were squarely in a situation where you might need to be doing a little bit of thinking too much, right? Yeah. And I do wonder if this is I've been a very big proponent of the late bye week. I think with the war of attrition that is football, and with the aspirations of playing late in the season or in the postseason, having a later bye week allows you to kind of get a little rest closer to when these games mean more. But could this be an issue that the bye week offers a natural landmark for you to stop and reflect and think about what you're doing and have some course correction, and you're not getting that till week 14 on a team that feels like it needed quite a bit of course correction at points.
No, I hear you on Okudah, but boy, that is messing with the pieces a lot, and you have 2 of the best cornerbacks. That's where they are strong, So do you weaken yourself? And I think no one would argue that at the outside corner position for the possibility of Lassiter being the guy in the slot. I don't know. I think it's it's stuff that you'd be moving,
Yeah, no, that's fair. It's just I see you see kind of something brewing there that's a possible issue, and I guess DeMeco Ryans is not wrong that they play a certain type of defense that is just going to be kind of there, and it requires your defenders to simply get the job done. The problem is that you're now putting more defenders out there who have proven at times to not be able to get the job done, and that is a little bit concerning.
Yeah.
Did you think think we would get to a place where we would feel this heartbroken about Jaylen Pitre missing time.
I really didn't. I mean, if I'm just being honest, but I have so much respect for that dude just because of how he developed. Here on the text board, hello, Des King. I don't think that's going to happen. I would be more adamant about it, but they've brought him back before when I didn't think they would bring him back. And then the other one is talking about Jimmy Ward. Last time I checked, he had a 65-yard pick six. No, he did. And as I said, I got so much respect for him and the fight that he has and how he's always going to give everything. But all my point is he's not Jaylen Pitre at that position.
Yeah.
And it's not his natural position.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Again, on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, someone texted in and said, sign Xavier Howard, that cornerback that's been out there all season long, really. He's been a free agent. I remember him getting a workout with the Bengals and that ultimately not coming to anything, which I wondered how much that was about the possibility of money. His name is bandied about for a few teams, but it just feels like there's not actually been any headway made on that. So I do wonder what the holdup is for him with signing a team. And I don't know. Do you feel strongly about the possibility that Nick Caserio on this team would even look in that direction?
I think they need to look at the safety position more than anything.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, The Athletic put out an interesting piece about one concern for every NBA team. What's the concern for your Rockets, and is it fair? We'll talk about that next.
How did Coach DeMeco describe the Texans' 32-?
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. amps up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, broadcasting live from the pregame stage around the southeast corner of NRG Stadium. NRG Park is there's turkey time with Texans going on. There's about 1,000.
It's going to be 1,000. There will be if you're on the way. I would get here. I think there's going to be enough for you. But
yeah, they say it's going from 10 to 12 while supplies last. So make sure that you get out here. There's been a steady line going through. As players, Texans cheer, Toro, and our very own Figgy Fig handing out meals to Texans fans out here. One of the fine things that this team does in their community. You can always count on a Tuesday on a regular week for them to be doing something, whether it's showing up to a hospital or something in that effect. And of course, heading into the Thanksgiving or in the Thanksgiving week, they're making sure to hand those turkeys out.
This is one of the best things they do. It really is. I mean, just anyone. You don't have to be a season ticket holder. You don't have to, you know what I mean? It's just community-based. And I know a lot of their stuff is, but this is truly one of the best things they do. People are kind of turning it into an event, bringing their whole family and, just having a good time. I have a question for you, though.
Okay. I'm afraid at this pivot here.
Yeah, you probably should be.
Oh, okay. That doesn't help.
You honestly can't smell the Astrodome from where you're sitting? Because I can smell it. The wind is blowing from the northeast, right over the Astrodome to our
Is this going to be every segment?
No, just this one.
John, I smelled it on Sunday. I got your back.
You did, right?
Yeah.
Don't encourage him.
No, you can smell it.
He doesn't need any encouragement.
Why
would you do that, Byron?
Byron.
You ain't said nothing all day.
You got my back, right?
Yes, sir.
You can smell the Astrodome from here.
Yeah, remember I told you on Sunday when I talked to you.
Yeah. It's real, man.
All right. we trying to spread the festivity of all this, man. You know, the lovely event that's happening here with the Texans. We doing a radio show. You talking bad about the Astros.
Dude, you can smell it.
Okay.
That's bad.
Yeah, yes.
That's bad.
Yes, it is. By the way, for some reason, somebody said I didn't even know Byron could talk.
Byron, you got to get in more.
That came in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. In fact, what also came in as we were talking about Thanksgiving and how there is just not a lot of media dedicated to it, whether it's songs or movies or what have you. And that's why Christmas can't encroach on its block so easily. Somebody did text in that Jingle Bells was actually not Christmas specific. It was actually kind of supposed to be a Thanksgiving song.
Oh, what's the name of the movie?
What do you mean?
Jingle Bells?
No, just the song.
I mean, the song. What's the name of the song?
Jingle Bells.
That's Christmas.
Is that inherent?
Yeah, that's Christmas.
Is that it? Or did it just become Christmas?
Somebody else also.
Open your third eye, Lopez. You need to understand what is happening here right now. All right, let's actually talk some sports. So before you start talking about smells again, The Athletic, a very esteemed publication, put out each NBA team's biggest concern. About a month into the NBA season, your Rockets 12-6 right now. They have an opportunity to make that even better. They're third in the West last I checked, and we'll see what it looks like tonight when they face off against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But every team in the NBA they give a concern for, and with this Houston Rockets team, what do you think the concern might be?
Oh, I think it's easy, man.
What is it?
I think it's a layup. It's a bunny. Shooting.
Okay.
Shooting. 100% shooting.
What they come with here, murky offensive identity is what they say. There aren't many concerns with then the Rockets now 12-6 with the weekend split versus the Trailblazers. The Rockets team is within striking distance of first place in the West, all that, but Houston's lack of an offensive hierarchy is puzzling. The Rockets want to control the glass, run the floor in transition, defend aggressively without fouling, but the absence of a true pecking order rears its head at the wrong times, especially in crunch time. 4 of their 5 losses, and I think that you might add no, I don't think that was a crunch time loss against the Trailblazers, have come in the clutch when their pace and ball movement grinds to a halt. Pace of space unit without shooting doesn't really work out. Do you think that's a fair assessment of what this Rockets team has going on?
I think it's absolutely fair, and they are esteemed, and I'm not. But I think it probably ranks second to just your basic shooting. I think it's more than fair. You and I were talking off air, about Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün. It's an ongoing theme. Where's the ball going to go through? Who's going to control it? Who's your guy in the end? So no, I think it's absolutely fair. But let's just get down to the basic thing that has haunted this team really for a long time. I mean, they're bottom 5 in shooting percentage right now.
Yeah,
they're a game. I believe a game. Last time I looked, out of first place. To be honest, so they're in a really good spot. And they're making do with I shouldn't say making do, that sounds pandering and wrong, but they're playing well enough to be where they are. But bottom 5 in shooting, and I think bottom 5 in 3-point percentage as well. And I think bottom 5 in free throw shooting. Like your basic ball through the net, other than a dunk or something easy like a bunny shot. That's going to get you ultimately.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. This notion of like the offensive hierarchy, I kind of simplify and maybe oversimplify it to like when you need a bucket, who do you roll the ball out to?
Yeah.
And right now the answer isn't really a good one. At times before it was kind of Fred VanVleet, who does not profile quite as that. He's solid as a floor general, get you a bucket sometimes, but not one everybody's kind of focused on him. Jalen Green seems like he's best situated to be that on paper, but we're going through the Jalen Green experience again, where you start out, you have the high moments, but it's not consistent, and that's kind of who you need in that moment. And Alperen Şengün has been the guy who you roll the ball out to. I mean, that's what we saw on Saturday night against the Trailblazers, and it made it really tough, right? Where, they send that double, and a lot of times he will get something, but there's also, I don't want to say equally as many, but there's a decent amount of times where, the possession kind of, wiles out. And so when that pace isn't there for them to just kind of use their athleticism and get downhill.
Exactly.
However, I'd want to make sure that is a big concern with this team, but at the same time, I don't think that it's so much a concern because, like, the other stuff is going to fail you. It feels like the way that they're playing defense and the way that this team is built is sustainable, which I think is a huge credit to what Ime Udoka has done, Rafael Stone has done with this team. I think Michael Pena of The Ringer wrote a very interesting piece about these Rockets and how this feels so very sustainable Ime Udoka wants from this team, and it is actually also very analytically sound. Even though I know that can turn people off sometimes. Like the schemes, they're not having to get into rotations. They're not doubling. They have guys that they trust and that can switch for the most part.
Yeah.
They're one of the big defensive concerns for this team is who.
You're talking about on the ball.
Yeah, on the ball.
Jalen Green.
Well, not Jalen Green, because Jalen Green has absolutely upped his play. Alperen Sengun is probably the one.
Well, Sengun was early. He's gotten better of late.
And some of that is because he's able to you have guys that can guard those guys that put them in trouble, right? Like the centers that are typically going to be put in play action, in actions with pick and roll.
Yeah.
You're now having Jabari Smith in that where he can switch, and you're not getting the thing that offenses are usually looking for, which is attack the defense, make them rotate, and attack the seams. There aren't seams to attack. So those are solid.
Yeah.
I think that they're getting close to this where if they can just find this thing, right? Obviously some shooting would help, and I think Reed Shepherd is helping in that regard, although not being able to be super stout on defense kind of makes that a little tough. But if they can find that high-level instance where we have a half-court offense that we can go to when it grinds up, especially since that's what playoff basketball ends up looking like, they could be real tough. But I think it's encouraging that all the other stuff is there. I think that ends up being the real focus right now to get them to that right place.
To me, what's encouraging is what you just said about what's sustainable. The defense is sustainable. The culture that they have, the way that they play, the style, the pace, finishing, that's all sustainable. If you're going to worry or look at long term for this Rockets team, I think those are all things that really make get you going in the regular season.
Yeah.
In the postseason, it's brutal. You know that. Everybody knows that. It becomes a much more of a half-court game in a lot of instances. It becomes a lot more physical. Things are let go a lot more.
Yeah, when officiating the game.
Officiating, exactly. And so they're going to be. I'm convinced. I don't think anybody should be otherwise. They're going to be a playoff team. But what's sustainable in the regular season, it ultimately comes back to that identity to shooting in the postseason. And when it gets harder to shoot and it gets harder to sort of run your offense, with either him or him, and you're not exactly sure. Once you get to the postseason, I mean, right now, Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and Jabari Smith are all shooting 42% or less. That can get by with all the other ingredients in the regular season. We got to see what happens in the postseason, and they got to find that identity.
Yeah, beautiful part about it is the defensive identity. It looks like it's locked in.
Yeah, that'll last.
Less than 20 games into the season, and now you have the remainder of the season to see if you can gin up more of the offense, not just in the pace and getting in transition, but also in kind of that half court space. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A little bit of Rockets in there. How about that? Shout out to the 5-hour fan line where from the 979 they texted in and said, just want to let you guys know I love you. And you know what? We love you too, listeners. Appreciate you hanging out with us. It is the week of Thanksgiving. And, of course, we are out at turkey time with the Texans. Over 1,000 meals will be given out by Texans players, Cheer, Toro, and our very own Figgy Fig. The line continues going. I think they're going until 12. So if you wanted to make your way out here, Boogie, out there and be able to hop in line, see if you can secure your meal. Yeah, they're making a move, which is good. That means there's a certain level of efficiency there. That maybe that could be translated to other portions of the Texans. Who said that? Coming up next. What is your strongest Turkey Day take? Like, what's your strongest Thanksgiving take? Because DeMeco gave a little bit of one. I want to dig into it. So that's our question today. What is your strongest Thanksgiving take? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
The Texans' second-half demons reared their ugly head again in
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Web Now 1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Actually, Mr. Big Voice Man, we are not live from the Twin Peaks studios. We are live from NRG Stadium, baby. Turkey time with the Texans is what's going on as Texans players cheer. And Toro, along with our very own Figgy Fig, handing out meals for, I believe, 1,000
people
fans that are out here
and they're listening,
queued up. They are listening because they got out. They started waving at you.
I said wave if you come by.
Yeah, and
we're getting a lot.
The people have obliged. So shout out to the Texans. You know, doing a little bit of a charity work as they typically do on a Tuesday, community outreach, and shout out to you listening to us in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, Figgy, once he's done handling his business, he'll come over, and so don't fret. The mixtape will be intact as it typically is. He'll probably be in for as well.
Oh yeah.
But right now, it's time for our question of the day. What's your strongest Thanksgiving take? 713-572-4610 is the 5-Hour Energy fan line, where we already got one coming in that I will say personally, I agree wholeheartedly with, which is from the 713. You starve until the food is ready.
A lot of people do that. And that is a good one for sure.
Look, man, it's food's birthday. We done paid all this money for all this food, spent all this time. If I eat one morsel of something that is not Thanksgiving food, what am I doing with my life?
Yeah,
not
exactly
a peanut butter and jelly.
You don't even get like a piece of toast. That's what I usually do, like a piece of toast or something in the morning.
For who? For what?
Just to get something in your stomach.
The something in the stomach
get your metabolism going.
Nah, man. Nope. If I need to get my metabolism going, that's when you sneak something out of one of these trays that's already
get a little deviled egg going.
Yeah, if that is a part of what you got. DeMeco Ryans in his coach's show, they always try and make sure to get some little fun in there, right? And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris asked him a little bit about Thanksgiving. Now you typically go with like what's the best food. They kind of threw him a little bit of a curveball.
Favorite dish? Favorite dish? Thanksgiving, probably sweet potato casserole.
Okay, beautiful. But this year, we're going to ask you to replace turkey on the table. You're replacing the starting quarterback of Thanksgiving, turkey. What else would you serve other than turkey? If you had to, Coach.
If I had to replace the turkey, let's get some. I guess you go with the ham. You go with the honey baked ham, or you go with some. Man, I would love some jerk chicken. That would go really well. Can we do that?
I'd rather have that.
I would rather
every
have
day
that
of the week.
Strong take on the jerk chicken.
That is a man of taste and class.
Yeah.
First with the sweet potato casserole, right?
Yeah.
Like that is a man of good mind, of sound mind, and then like a visionary. Jerk chicken. I think that the ham is like that's a good call, right?
And
like,
that's actually part of a lot of traditions.
A lot of Thanksgivings, but like I think the ham just fits so nicely with all of the other fixings that you will typically get on Thanksgiving. So it just makes sense as a replacement. But going jerk chicken there, I like what he's doing.
I would say brisket. Slow smoked brisket, but I do have two very strong Thanksgiving takes.
All right, I expected nothing less than that.
And that is the question of the day. And this is going to be kind of sports related.
Huh.
All right. If you redrafted traditional Thanksgiving foods.
Okay.
Like forget the Pilgrims, forget the first Thanksgiving, forget everything that's been handed.
So no maize?
Nothing.
Okay.
Forget everything that's been handed down. But if we started Thanksgiving today, hey, there's this new holiday. All right? It's called Thanksgiving.
The Thanksgiving expansion draft?
Yeah, if you redrafted Thanksgiving, I don't think green bean casserole and pumpkin pie would be drafted.
I just learned recently this week that green bean casserole was a contrivance by the Campbell's soup company. Like
I'm sure it was.
They was trying to move, they were trying to find a way to utilize the green beans and cream of mushroom that's typically in there. And it wasn't even supposed to be for Thanksgiving. It was just supposed to be like a easy side dish.
Yeah.
And then eventually it kind of just it stuck as a Thanksgiving thing.
But I think they're on the table only because of tradition.
Like not my table.
Don't get me wrong. Pumpkin pie is
not my dish.
Is not pumpkin pie is not bad.
Okay, so now
but it wouldn't make the cut. Yeah, I mean, there are so many other pies, apple pie.
Sweet potato.
I mean, I'm a big fan of obviously pecan pie, but I'm a big fan of like the chocolate pie. Like if you redrafted, regardless of tradition, I don't think green bean casserole and pumpkin pie would make the cut.
This text is making me laugh, and I can't really give you a good reason why from the 346. Bobby is a jerk chicken. I don't know what that means. I don't actually know what that means. It just makes me laugh. Some of your other strong Thanksgiving takes. Thanksgiving is to be with family. Hate when retail stores start Black Friday on Thanksgiving. Let those employees enjoy the day with family before the madness. I agree. I agree.
This is a great text.
You have to commiserate with your family like everybody else.
From the 281. And this is so accurate. Pumpkin pie and green bean casserole are system players. Yes.
I feel like
they're system players. They're only there for tradition.
Pumpkin pie is a role player as opposed to a system player. I think there's a distinction there.
But they're only there for that reason. Redraft right now. You wouldn't, in your head, you wouldn't put green bean casserole. And
no, I mean, but green bean casserole can stay far away from me and my family. Like, that's just, I've never been in on that personally, with all due respect to the folks for whom that is a staple. But nah, I've been out on that for a long time.
Yeah.
My big thing is that the dish that makes Thanksgiving is indeed stuffing / dressing.
Yeah.
Like that is the one, right? If you are doing that well, your Thanksgiving can be made, because it feels like stuffing and or dressing on every single fork, bite of food that you get.
Gravy,
like that
gravy
one feels
is so strong.
Yeah, I don't even need the gravy. If the dressing is right,
giblet gravy,
that'll do it,
baby. But here's my other one.
Okay.
Roasted turkey. Traditional in the oven roasted turkey is probably the most overrated food on the plate.
That's correct.
It's got to be fried turkey or slow smoked turkey.
Or you just got to make sure to keep it juicy somehow, right? Like,
right.
You got to baste the mess out of it or what have you.
You got to fry them, and you got to slow smoke them.
281 goes with banana pudding over peach cobbler.
I like them both. You had me at both. You had me at both of them. But they're both better than pumpkin pie. I'm not hating on pumpkin pie. It's okay. But it wouldn't make the roster. It just wouldn't make the roster, man.
Look, that feels a little far. Oh, people are saying oyster dressing.
Oh, so good.
I haven't had that, but now I want it.
Oh, dude, we have it every year for the last 35 years.
I want that very, very bad. All right, so this is definitely going to be a hot take. I think the Lions playing every Thanksgiving is a good thing.
Okay.
Even though, I say...
It's easy to say now, but
right.
you're talking about ever.
No, I actually think it's worse now. And here's the reason why. I feel like the Lions game coming on at noon is the perfect type of background stuff for what you're doing, right? It's something that you can look at but not give a damn about when you're taking your nap or what have you. I think that having a Lions football game, especially the Lions that we used to know as opposed to these new Lions that actually get out here and win football games and beat the mess out of people, I thought that was perfect Thanksgiving fodder. Because you just TV, it's vaguely interesting if you're trying to have something to watch, but it's also not so interesting that you can't have conversations with your family where you're like, think about it, right? If you're actually trying to watch a football game and you have all these people in your family that maybe don't care about football as that much or whatever, and they're talking to you, and you're just like, I don't want to talk to you right now and watch this game.
Yeah.
Have you ever had that thought in a
Lions game?
In previous iterations of the Lions game? Nah, you're just like, it's cool, man. The Lions game is on.
I also like Lions. Maybe this is the actual traditional part of the holiday. It just means Thanksgiving, And I think the other thing about the Lions back in the day, it seemed like they always snuck up and had a chance or upset their opponent. Like they always played well on that. Someone else is talking about the Thanksgiving, the cranberry sauce. Like cranberry sauce, if you redrafted, like I said, it wouldn't even be a...
Disagree.
It wouldn't even...
Strong disagree.
It wouldn't even be like an undrafted rookie that makes practice squad. It's not good.
Cranberry sauce is high up there. It's an integral part of my team. I don't know what you're doing with your team. You clearly do not value the right things. And when I say cranberry sauce, I'm not talking about the artisanal whole cranberries. Give me the jelly out the can with the ridges. That's what I need. That's exactly what I need. And I feel like there are two types of people. There are people that like cranberry sauce with that other stuff, and then there are people who are ridges people. And ridges people are my people.
You like the ridges on the can?
100%.
See, we make ours homemade.
I need to be able to see the can without the can being there. That's exactly what I'm about.
We make ours homemade, but that's not bragging because it ain't much better. It's still bad.
Somebody said they disagree with you. They love the roast turkey and pumpkin pie. And 832.
Well, there's always one.
Somebody is asking a question. They're using this opportunity to say, bump the question of the day. I need answers. Hey, OG, what are the best places to get tamales for Christmas Eve?
Well, outside of being nice
house?
To me and me giving you some.
Wait, hold on. You got the connect?
We make them every year.
Okay.
We've been making them in the family for probably 60 years.
See, that made this job so much better.
Yeah, no, I got you.
These are the perks.
But I would say Alamo. Okay. Alamo would be the best place.
All right. I appreciate that there are a lot of people that are also with me generally on the green bean casserole.
Yeah, Ridges guys.
There's all the folks, right? Ridges folks. Yeah. Canberry. I like what you're doing there. 832. And then Herbert Specialty Meats, they say, sells a boneless Cajun turkey. I don't trust a boneless turkey. That sounds wrong to me.
How did it grow up?
All right. I don't know what that means, but I feel like that is when you definitely need to stop the segment.
How did it make it through life?
Sausage and sauerkraut on Thanksgiving, huh?
Yeah.
That is really interesting. And now we got more tamales places coming in. Appreciate y'all.
Granny's is good in Humboldt, by the way.
Okay,
yes.
very good, very good. I am taking notes. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We are live at NRG Stadium for the turkey time with the Texans as the Texans cheer, players, Toro, and Figgy Fig all giving out 1,000 meals to various Texans fans who were driving through the NRG Park, and that is going till noon. So another hour of that going on here at NRG Stadium. Coming up next, we go around the NFL. Let's see. The Heart Bowl happened yesterday. We'll talk a little bit about that. Plus, Jerry Jones is doing Jerry Jones things. We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about Texas Star Grill Shop. Hey, now, we're talking about Thanksgiving. I got...
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Through December 4th, U.S. only. See store or online for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez and Reggie Atatula live at Turkey Time with the Texans.
Yes, sir.
NRG Stadium. We're actually broadcasting from the pregame stage on the southeast corner of the stadium, and we are looking at the many cars that are circling around to pick up their meals from Texans players, cheerleaders, Toro, and our very own Figgy Fig, courtesy of Kroger. He will join us a little bit later in the program. Shout out to Byron Matthews holding it down on the ones and twos back at Master Control at our broadcasting home. But right now, let's go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. If you've got extra game day tickets, turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist ticket everywhere. All right, last night you get a enthralling Horror Bowl, and I'm so excited about the possibility of having these more frequently because of both of these teams being in the AFC. But yeah, the Baltimore Ravens. It is John Harbaugh who gets the better of Jim Harbaugh. I'm glad that I got that right on the first shot. And this is the Ravens 30-23 victory. What was notable for you, because the Ravens felt like they were able to get out here and just execute the running game in a way that was very strong, and I mean, is notable against the Chargers team that seemingly just kind of does the right thing.
Yeah, what was notable to me is, about midway through the second quarter, John Harbaugh just said, screw it, let's just run. Like they were trying all kinds of stuff. Chargers actually looked like they had a little something. They took the lead early. Jim Harbaugh's first ever lead against his brother.
I didn't realize that. Yeah. That's a good point.
First ever lead against his brother. And so that was notable because they said, you know what, we do have Derrick Henry, don't we? And, of course, he ran for $140. Lamar Jackson still did his thing. But also notable, man, do you feel bad for Jim Harbaugh never beating his brother?
Not one bit.
Really?
Not one bit.
He's got to get one, right?
I mean, eventually, probably, but I'm actually okay. Like, John feels like the normal one.
Well, I think he is. Normaler.
John seems to operate like what we would consider to be a fairly normal human being. Jim, however, got like stories that, well, he's got the whole thing where it feels like he's a cartoon character wearing the same uniform every day. He has like the recruiting stories from when he was in Michigan. Like I always stick on where he's out there supposedly with a punter up in a treehouse and stuff like that.
Spent the night, right?
He is, yeah, something like that. He's an eccentric dude, and obviously it works for him, right? There's just a general passion that he has for life, and particularly for football, that resonates with the people around him. And I don't think that exuberance is going away with these losses. So I think better for John than for Jim. But either way, both these teams, very good ones. 8-4 Ravens, 7-4 Chargers. How do you feel about these teams in comparison to your Houston Texans?
Look, I think they clearly are ahead of the Houston Texans right now.
Both?
Yeah, I think they both are. Well, that's the other thing that was notable. The Ravens coming off a really bad loss just kind of found themselves again and what they are. And I think it was midway through the second quarter when John Harbaugh pretty much said, screw it. Let's just go back to what we know. But, yeah, I think just more complete teams right now and then the Texans, and that's not exactly something that's, earth-shattering at this point.
Yeah. I think for me, both of these teams represent a couple of things that I am envious of for this Houston Texans team. In the Chargers part of it, and mentioning Jim Harbaugh's team, they just kind of do the things that they're supposed to, right? Yeah. It's really the things that I think DeMeco Ryans clamors for, is just kind of execute to the best of your ability. Some of the instances, it's like not that they have incredible guys. I mean, you got Will Dissly picking up yardage, and he's an okay tight end, no one to write home about. But they just kind of get things done on a general scale where it's like, hey, especially with this defense, right? I've already at one point talked about Jesse and what the defensive coordinator for that team and what he's been able to do, and it just feels like they don't do anything particularly spectacular. They just kind of do it right, which feels like that's something that this Texas team wants to do but doesn't do well. And then on the other side, the Ravens is a tale of high water, high flying. Like, they can get out here, they can run the ball super effectively, they can throw the ball in an incredible way as well. Derrick Henry with 140 of them things on the ground, like the high flying act that they can do offensively in particular shows up. And so you have those two things that feel like, again, they're things that this Texas team clamors for, but we just haven't seen consistently from this team, or in some instances hardly at all.
I mean, they swarm and they run the ball.
They really do.
I mean, you talk about what the Texans wanted to do.
The Chargers swarming?
It's what the Texans profess to be and hope to be. And what they came in saying was, let's swarm and let's run the ball and then get the best you can out of your quarterback. And I don't think the Chargers are, obviously, this was a loss that Jim Harbaugh wanted really bad, but I don't think the Chargers looked bad by any stretch, in that game.
Yeah, worth noting, J.K. Dobbins, who, playing a kind of a revenge game in somewhat. I appreciate that Jim Harbaugh, when he came back to the league, he was like, hey, John, you got any pieces that you're not using? And he took himself some Gus Edwards and some J.K. Dobbins, both running backs that had previously played for the Ravens, now play for the Los Angeles Chargers. J.K. Dobbins left this game with an injury, and that really didn't help what this team was going for. So that's unfortunate for him. But a clear thing that was needed for this Chargers team over the entirety of the game is just the wide receiver situation is not strong for him. Yes, they have Lad McConkey, but Quentin Johnston dropped what was a surefire first down on a third down play, and that one really hurt this team as well. That's a place where they still need some level of growth. That Chargers team, and then the Chargers just they got up against a real competition, and then the Ravens weren't able to quite hang all the way through. Some other things. Actually, before I move on from this game, I did appreciate Khalil Mack of the Los Angeles Chargers saying this about playing Derrick Henry. Like, everybody usually pretty effusive about players of Derrick Henry's caliber. This was his quote. That's the thing, man. I don't think it's hard to play against that guy, and hopefully we see them again. That's all.
Well, you better, if you see him again, you better do a little better yourself. 140 yards rushing.
It's a lot. It's a lot of yards.
Had a touchdown brought back on a weird call that the guy wasn't lined up on the line of scrimmage, and it looked like he was. But, hey, I admire your confidence. I'll put it that way.
That's right.
That is Derrick Henry over there, boys.
That is. And he's still making some things shake, particularly with that Ravens.
How many times
team.
last night did you see a run that, he just finished, and maybe got 5, 6, 7 extra yards, and you were just like, damn. Like, he's that guy that he just does stuff, you go, damn.
That's right. That's right. As we continue around the NFL here in the loop, Jerry Jones doing things again as the head coach of that Dallas Cowboys team is That is right. He is on the final year of his contract.
He gone.
And it feels very much like he is a lame duck coach, that he is just going to ride off into the sunset. They're not going to extend his contract, and they will go their separate ways. At least that's what we all thought until this morning when Jerry Jones did Jerry Jones things. He was asked about a possible extension from Mike McCarthy, and he said, quote, "I don't think that's crazy at all. This is a Super Bowl winning coach. Mike McCarthy has been there and done that. He has great ideas. We got a lot of football left."
Okay, Cowboy. Jerry Jones, more recently, in recent weeks, has really been sort of like honest, been more raw,
really,
and straightforward. Well, back to the I'll get someone else in there, or whatever.
Oh yeah,
you know,
the threatening the radio guys,
and just sort of in general talking about how bad this team has been. He's been more raw and honest. This, however, was classic Jerry Jones, waking up, having his bagel and orange juice and coffee, and rubbing his hands together and saying,
we gonna get the people going?
What can I say today? What can I say today that would, number one, grab me some more headlines, which he loves.
That is fair.
And
I fell for it.
Yeah.
I bit.
And number two, just sort of say something that's so outrageous that people are going to actually, as you said, bite and maybe think that it's a possibility. Jerry Jones recently has been more honest. This was classic Jerry Jones.
This is the wild thing about it. I don't yes, Jerry be talking, and this does feel like one of those things where he might just be lying, but I don't think it's out of the road that he could do this, because the whole reason he hired Mike McCarthy is, well, he's got a Super Bowl winning, pedigree.
Yeah.
That's a team that won 3 straight years, winning 12 games, and they've won a few games here. I think 2 in a row that they've won, and they have opportunities to possibly win some more. I think that he could convince himself to do the funniest thing ever, which is taking a head coach who looked like you probably should just go ahead and let walk. That various bookmakers or odds makers have looked at and said, hey, yeah, he is up there with the next coaches to be fired, and then giving him an extension.
He gone. He is gone. You know who else has Super Bowl pedigree? Bill Belichick. And a little more Super Bowl pedigree than Mike McCarthy.
That is fair. Just, what is it, to the tune of 6 more?
6 more as a head coach.
Yeah. That's wild. As we continue around the NFL, you remember Jameson Williams had some kind of legal troubles going on. He came back, continued playing, and we were just kind of, waiting to see. Well, it seems like no legal action will be issued against the Detroit Lions wide receiver that came from a October 8th traffic stop. In that traffic stop, if you don't remember, he was in the car with his brother, and there were some weapons, some firearms found in the car. Now, one of them had his brother had a concealed weapons permit. It did not seem like Jameson Williams did himself, and so that was what kind of made this interesting. He had been let go, and then a warrant came back up for him to be arrested, which I think raised a lot of alarms for folks as to how does that have it written in the police report, but then let him go if there's really something amiss. And so ultimately he is going to be fined. Quote, "We did not consider that Mr. Williams is a Detroit professional athlete, and our decision making was written by the prosecutor. We have charged the Detroit area athletes before and would not have hesitated to do so if the facts of this case would have proven beyond a reasonable doubt." So it seems like he's all in the clear to continue playing that football and making the Detroit Lions a good football team.
Well, I mean, bizarre from the get-go, but for the Lions, I mean, that's just something that they're going to have to just say, okay, let's go.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing that I don't know if it fit quite hung over the Lions team, but I was wondering, is that something where you lose Jameson Williams for a certain amount of time because of the legal situations? Answer is no. A player that has been lost for a little bit, Jabril Peppers, the Patriots safety, in October pleaded not guilty to charges including strangulation and drug possession. He now has come off of the commissioner's exempt list, which is that place where they put you over there so that we don't talk about you for a while, so that the block can get cool because the block is too hot. He comes back. So the quote from the NFL reads as following: "In accordance with the personal conduct policy, the league initiated a preliminary investigation into an incident from early October. That review will remain ongoing and is not affected by this change in Peppers' roster status." I find that to be really interesting because, one, it feels like the league has gone, when it comes to player policy and those things, to leaning on legal entities to do some of these investigations. of the investigating trusts. But then also that they're, in theory, keeping the investigation open while they bring him off the exempt list. Like, I do wonder what the shift is that made that come to fruition.
Well, this is a bizarre one that we probably will never know, where the truth really lies. Those are some pretty harsh allegations. One side said, they were trying to extort us for $10 million. The other attorneys said that never happened. We just wanted him to, I guess, make some contributions to domestic abuse support organizations, et cetera. This is one where we frankly will never know where it really falls.
Yeah. And that feels like that happens quite a bit in the NFL, where you have these things and you're just like, I don't exactly
What do you believe? You don't know.
Yeah, and so I guess salute to the Patriots for getting their safety back. That's all we could say about that. But yeah, there you go. Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Actually, I could throw this in here, but I'll say that for confessions. We'll do that in confessions. I have what in my mind is possibly a live grenade, especially when it comes to sports talk radio, and I'm just going to hold on to it. I'm going to put that pin in there, and then we'll pull it in confessions.
All right.
Shout out to everybody in line participating in turkey time with the Texans out here at NRG Stadium, where myself and John Lopez are broadcasting from. 1,000 meals are planned to be given out by Texans players, cheer, Toro, and our very own Figgy Fig, courtesy of Kroger. And the line continues, and it's continuing to move too. It's not just just static. So folks are getting in and out. They are here till noon at NRG Stadium. All right, coming up next in the Loop. So about this run game, right? we talked so much about, hey man, Joe Mixon continues to get 100 yards and everything. Is that broken now? Do you still feel confident about this run game? We'll talk about that next.
How did Coach DeMeco describe the Texans?
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
And presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez and Reginald Atatula hanging out at NRG Stadium where Turkey time with the Texans is going on. A lot of Texas fans filtering in. It feels like the line's getting even bigger, ain't it, than earlier on in the day?
I think
people on their lunch breaks coming through?
Yeah, you got till about noon. You got plenty of time. They're moving it pretty quick.
They are moving it pretty quick. And, you know, a lot of I saw that John Weeks over there. I saw, obviously, Xavier Hutchinson. I know Aziz is over there. Hannah's out there. And, of course, the turkeys are being handed out by the players, and turkeys and the meals just all the way around by the players. Texans cheer. Toro's over there, of course. Brendan, our very own Figgy Fig, doing all that. Some people were talking about it. Our question of the day was about your strongest Thanksgiving takes. There's people with you. Roasted turkey should be outlawed. And I don't know if this is actually like a take or if this was just like a random thing that was sent in. The text reads as follows. Hot jelly mixed with cream cheese eaten with Ritz crackers. I don't know what that means.
That's a dip.
Is that?
Yeah, that's a good dip, by the way. That's a good
Is
take.
it?
Yeah, you know, it is. It is. Anything, come on, cream cheese? Put cream cheese in anything, it's going to be good.
Why are you saying that like that? Like that's a
pretty much anything.
Why are you saying that like that's a confirmed thing that everybody
it's
believes?
Confirmed.
I don't know about all that.
Get that 7-layer dip's got cream cheese.
If you say so.
That dip's got cream cheese.
All right. Yeah, all right. If you say so. One of the things that I don't know is, or that definitely doesn't feel confirmed, this Texans run game. So we have to have a conversation because we had gotten to a point with this run game where, you know, it was like, all right, well, this, you know, the run blocking can be a little so-so, and it started progressing forward a little bit, but it felt like there was a lot of individual brilliance there. Like Joe Mixon was going to get his 100 and his touchdown, and that was how you were going to live as a rushing team. And then the Tennessee Titans come through, and, I mean, they made this look really, really sad, where Joe Mixon didn't even get close. Like, it wasn't like he was, all right, this is like a 60-yard game where, you know, he had a pretty solid game, but it just didn't get all the way to the milestone marker that we used to get. No, 14 attempts, 22 yards. No obviously. And he was not alone in that. You just couldn't run the ball. And there's a lot of people that have been talking about it. Seth, one of those guys as well, on Twitter and various other places about just how the Titans went about slowing down this run game. Is the book out on how to keep Joe Mixon in tow, you think?
Yes. And I think it's not just, you know, how they're playing him. And you referenced this yesterday, and Seth went into detail about it. I'm glad you mentioned Seth because I want to mention something else he said that was, I thought, very important about the Texans' run game. But
I was like, are we going back to the airplanes, trains, and automobiles?
No.
All right.
But, you know, outside in, so to speak. But the Titans could get away with it a lot easier because their interior tackles on the defensive side were so good. You know, Jeffrey Simmons and Devondre Sweat. They could get away with it a little easier, kind of coming on with the linebackers and the edges outside in to control Joe Mixon. But the Cowboys did as well. You know, to a certain degree. So the book is out there. Now, are they all going to comply by that, you know, that so-called book? I don't know, but I think more people would be inclined to. But the second part of this that is so important to me is the other thing that Seth was talking about, and you know, kudos to him. He makes a lot of calls to, you know, former teammates and players he knows in the league and coaches he knows in the league, and sort of bounces off his, you know, his film study, his film thoughts with the guys that actually played the position. And when he was talking about this morning, and he may have tweeted this as well, but I was listening this morning, and he was talking about, like, a lot of the people that he speaks with, when they see the Texans scheme, they don't know if it's an inside zone run or an outside zone run based on what the offensive line is doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so huge question here. Is that the lineman just not getting it or just not executing it? Or is that the scheme and it points to, who, Bobby Slowik? So it's very, very bothersome that we are, this late in the season and there are professional football players who don't even know what the Texans are doing watching them.
I think that both answers, whichever one is the one that you go to, whether it is the idea that the players are not getting it, getting it down, or if it's just that the scheme is one that is confused. Either way, that still comes back to Bobby Slowik, right? Like, that still comes back to him, and that is a problem. Like, again, I feel like I keep reverting to this as a kind of refrain, but, hey, man, we in week 12.
Yeah.
Like we've done this. We've done a lot of football to this point. You've had a lot of opportunities to find some level of understanding here, and I understand that you also had to change your offensive line. But even with that, it's problematic. In fact, some people will also point to the fact that the run game has regressed as well with that change that you use to try and kind of get the pass protection in tow, right, back in kind of in line. And now here you go where it feels like you can't run the football. And what is the thing that Bobby Slowik talked about early on in the season is that this offense is predicated on running the football. This feels like this could be a real hurt of being able to win football games for the continuous of the season, because if you look at success rate, right, how many of the plays are positive plays or successful plays in running the football in particular, your next 5 opponents that end the season all fairly highly regarded in that way. Kansas City is top 10. Obviously, the Titans are high in that. The Ravens, I believe, are second when it comes to success rate allowed running the football. Even the Jaguars are not to be scoffed at in that, but, I mean, they're probably the worst of the remainder. The Dolphins, top 10, right? Like, there's a lot. You're not going to have an opportunity to have those successful runs time and time again. And if those explosives are now going to be cut up because these teams have the capability of having their inside players trusting them, like obviously personnel is part of what the Titans were able to use to do this, right? You have the big bucket of dirt and the 380-pound Tavondre Sweat, right? You have Jeffrey Simmons. You have those guys in the middle that you trust, and then you have, your linebackers then like Kenneth Murray and so on, finding ways to kind of get to those places where Joe Mixon would typically bounce the ball too. It feels like a lot of these teams have some of those similar personnel. Not exact, right? But at least to give some level of facsimile on this really could be a problem for the remainder.
And you just touched on the biggest reason why. I mean, these are defenses that not only have seen this book, so to speak, but have the personnel, especially inside, to kind of execute it. So, the point, I love the way we came into this segment. You said something along the lines of run game. Anytime you say, so about the run game or so about this or that, there's confusion there in what you're seeing. The Texans from the beginning of the year, obviously starting with a bang against Indianapolis, then they stayed pretty consistent once Joe Mixon came back. They're dropping like a rock right now, man. Their team rushing stats, their average yards, their total yards per game are dropping like a rock. They're now right at the bottom third of the entire NFL in rushing. If you lose Joe Mixon in the running game, it's going to get a lot worse. It's going to get a lot worse, just from a team offense perspective.
Team get to 10 wins. Somebody was on the 5-hour energy fan line, 713-572-4610, asking, you get to 10 wins? Because it felt like that was a foregone conclusion not too long ago. And with obviously, the big plays popping back up right against Will Levis and the Titans, and then with this kind of development in the inability to get the run game going against the Titans, right? And it remains to be seen if that's going to be a continual problem for this team, but. With those things popping up, how confident do you feel that you actually get to 10 games? I still feel confident that this team wins the AFC South, and that's really just about how woeful a lot of the AFC South is, particularly with the records that they have. But the 10 wins, because you still need 3 more out of these 5. And again, I will run through your opponents. You got Jacksonville this week. You'll get the bye week after that. Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore, and Tennessee again on the road.
Yeah, I think you can't lose one of the Jacksonville games, which is not necessarily a given. They just lost to Tennessee, but you can't split that. You got to win both of those, because then you get into the Miami, Kansas City, and Ravens, and maybe you can sneak one of those out. But at this point, I mean, 9 wins or 10 wins, you're going into the postseason. It's about somehow, some way, back to the run game conversation, getting back what you had for a good chunk of the season with Joe Mixon. Because if you don't get it back, doesn't matter if you have 9 or 10 wins. It's going to be tough, because if you get into the postseason, it's going to be hard to win that first game, and it's going to be hard to advance.
On the YouTube, Cam goes, Mixon's going back over 100 yards this weekend. I sure hope so.
Yeah,
but it does feel like there's been a clear kind of book been put out. Like, now, one of the things that's interesting when it said like, hey, there's a book out, is that again it requires the execution of that game plan against the team. But it does not feel like that's super hard to take on, because you have the interior of your offensive line is one that can be kind of moved around. Like, you're not getting push. We were talking about this yesterday. Like, when was the last time you saw this offensive line really pancake somebody, go and maul somebody?
Yeah.
It feels like that does not exist within them. And then once you have that, if a team knows that, hey, the Joe Mixon bounce is coming, and we just need to try and sit on that's real scary for me.
I was actually trying to think about that after the show, like where you saw someone just be mean, nasty, and just hammer an opposing defensive lineman. It's kind of hard to find one where that happened, and maybe that is the bigger problem that speaks to. Bobby Slowik. We're going to have a discussion about Bobby Slowik at noon. We have to, but there is, even if, like you said, even if it is the lineman or it's the scheme, it still falls on Bobby Slowik, and it does. But if you got guys that just aren't wired the right way, that makes it a lot more difficult for him in any case, in any way.
For sure. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're out at NRG Stadium, where the Turkey Time with the Texans is going on. A lot of people coming through as the Texans are giving away 1,000 meals ahead of Thanksgiving Day out here with the cheerleaders, players, Toro, and Figgy Fig, who will join us once he's done being part of that. All right, coming up next in the loop, we'll get into what's popping, including, a little bit of news on Alex Bregman and the Astros and how far apart they might be. We'll do that and more next.
The Texans' second-half demons reared their ugly head.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
To continue remaining bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's poppin' here. In Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atula live at NRG Stadium, the pregame stage on the southeast corner of the stadium, watching many Texas fans come through for turkey time with the Texans, getting a meal ahead of Thanksgiving. Hope that you guys are having a great Tuesday, getting yourself ready for Thanksgiving. What was the PSA that you threw out there, Lopez?
About what?
About turkeys.
Yeah, if you have a roasted turkey in the oven, you're doing it wrong.
That was not what I was.
I thought that was. Which one?
That was like a PSA. That was a take that you had. You were just being mean to people about.
No, it's got to be fried or slow smoked. Which one are you talking about?
You're just like getting people ready for it, like having it out of the freezer or what have you.
Okay. So yeah. Today's the day.
Unbelievable.
We
see that?
We try. Well,
Byron, you hear this, man?
I've been talking all kinds of turkey.
Yeah, I was like, hey, man, I was trying to have you help the people, and here you go. You're like, I'm going to slander everybody's turkeys.
Full service show here. If you are going to brine your turkey, highly recommended, by the way, to put it in the brine today, put it in your refrigerator overnight, take it out, let it dry for another day, and that way you're good to go on Thursday with your turkey. The skin gets a lot more crispy. It stays a lot juicier. That is your cooking tip of the day.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
And then if you just want to, let him know that you hated the fact that he was slandering your turkey, hit him up.
Just don't roast it.
Text line.
Fry it or deep fry it or slow smoke it.
Not everybody got that.
Well, okay, if you don't want good turkey.
All right, let's get to what's popping so that I could stop these shenanigans. Well, how about this? Bob Nightingale, who covers baseball for USA Today, put out a new latest dispatch with the rumor mill of various things that are happening, and is one of the nuggets he threw in there is that the Astros, and I'll read it verbatim so that you can kind of get it, and then we'll interpret it from there. The Astros would love to have Alex Bregman back on a 6-year deal worth about $156 million. But Bregman is seeking a deal worth at least $200 million.
Yeah.
So that seems like that would put them about $50 million apart. I don't know what that would be years-wise in what Bregman is looking for. Like maybe that's an extra year. Maybe that's like 7 for somewhere in the $200 million range. But they're pretty far apart. And it seems like he did not say that like that was the offer. But that seems to indicate that maybe the original offer that Jim Crane and the Astros with Dana Brown are offering is probably 6-year, $156.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very simple negotiation. You're going to have to come up on that. A lot of us, a lot of people have been in a situation where they're fortunate enough to have 2 offers. One that they really, really want, but it's not as good as the other one. So what do you tell them? You say, you know what? I want to be there. I want to work for you. But you're just going to have to come up on that. And that's a very simple negotiation. Now, it's on brand. The Astros never really have been inclined to do anything more than 6 years. So it's on brand at 6 years, $156 million, if that's what it is. The other aspect of it, you're going to have to come up on that because someone else is going to put a better offer out there. There's news today about the Phillies, willing to shake up their roster and go for and really make a run at Alex Bregman.
Yeah, that's been out there. The idea that maybe they could trade Alec Boehm, their current third baseman, and try and make some things happen. But yeah, like this feels like it's been like the low end of this. I know that Matt Chapman got something nearer, which I think it was like 6 for $151, and obviously relatively comparable player, not as good offensively as Bregman. So that felt like that was the baseline. Do you think that this was just a number that is the starting point for the Astros, or do you have concerns that they're about their willingness to continue to move forward?
It has to be the starting point if you really want him back.
Yeah.
I mean, it just has to. I don't think that was the intent. I think they thought, hey, you know how we operate. we love you. We want you back. 6 years, 156, whatever it is more than fair. You're going to be here. You're going to be happy. You're going to have, the window is still open, all that. But let's not kid ourselves. I mean, if somebody, even if it isn't $200 million, that's the next offer. Be another $20 to $30 million out there that someone's going to offer. It's a lot of money, man. That is generational. He already has made generational money, but that's another $20 or $30 million. You have to come up if you're going to want him.
It'll be interesting to see, yeah, man. Like we have to continue to follow this, but yeah, that initial number is of or at least not number, but kind of ballpark.
Yeah.
No pun intended. That Bob Nightingale throws out there of Bregman wanting $200 million. That's I imagine that adding the extra year probably makes it a little bit easier to get close. But that is a place that's territory that the Astros have not ventured into. I'm trying to figure out if they'd be willing to go there, but because they started in a place that was just above where Chapman was, assuming that this is the starting landscape, which I think is probably a fair assumption. We got the news, what was it, late last week, that they had an offer officially. This feels like this is us learning what the offer was, and then we'll see where the negotiations carry forward, but. At least it seems like they're serious about.
No, they're serious. I just think that's their standard.
Yeah. And if they're going to have to bring him back, they're going to have to kind of push a little bit beyond their standard, it feels like. Some other news in what's popping. An offensive coordinator has been relieved of his duties, but it's not for Houston Texans. It's for the Houston Cougars. They got rid of their offensive coordinator, Kevin Barbay. I read it wrong. That's great. But he's been relieved of his duties. Quarterbacks coach and passing game coordinator Sean Bell is the end coordinator, which interestingly enough, that was my coach back when I was playing JV football. Yeah, Round Rock Stony Point.
I'll be dog.
For real.
That's awesome.
There's no way in hell he remembers me.
Good coach? Oh, he remembers you. Coaches always remember players.
I doubt it. We're
gonna have to test that. We're gonna have to test that.
He was a solid coach. I really and truly believe that you know how everybody when they play high school football, like there's a reason why you didn't start or didn't make state or what have you, and it's always like some level of politics. I do think that there was a little bit of instance. I was the second X wide receiver at that point, and I had a strong belief that was because the starting wide receiver was tall and fast, but he couldn't catch.
Well, now we got to get Sean Bell on.
Yeah, now I absolutely need to talk to him.
That's an off-season interview waiting to happen.
Assuming he remembers any of that, but he has more important things on his plate as he's the interim play caller for this Houston team that has been a little scrappy this year with Willie Fritz.
On and off, but the thing is, right here in Houston, an offensive coordinator has been relieved of his duties, replaced by the quarterbacks coach late in the year. By the way, I think they only have one game left. And they still made this move. It can happen. It can happen.
Now, of course, they called him the interim. Like, I think they made sure to make that in there, so I don't know if he's going to hold on to that job. But there you go, interim offensive coordinator. But, yeah, I think the really interesting thing is when it came out, everybody's heart stopped for a second. Like, did it happen? Because and there's people that are clamoring for the possibility of Bobby Slowik, being relieved of his play calling duties. And so we'll talk about that here shortly. Also, but a bit of news with the Cougars is they moved through their first season and they have an opportunity to get the Willie Fritz era popping off in a strong way. All right, some other things that are popping. I found this interesting. MLB is going to experiment with automated balls and strikes in spring training this upcoming season. Manfred apparently said that it could be implemented by 2026, which is something that we kind of knew. But there you go. Are you in on the possibility of automated balls and strikes in baseball?
This is one where it boggles my mind anyway, when someone says, "No, you need that human element." Dude, we see it every day. They make umpires look bad. So-and-so missed 13 calls of balls and strikes and all that. It's like, this is an old reference, but like, the $6 Million Man thing. We have the technology. We have the technology to do it. Why would anyone not want to have automated balls and strikes when it can truly end your season? At some point, if someone gets it wrong. I love this. Frankly, I'd be willing to hey, if it works in spring training, let's do it this year, but that's not the way it's going to work. But you have the technology. You're still going to have an umpire behind the plate. but it's not going. It's going to be automated balls and strikes. I do wonder this, and this is just my weird mind going in a weird place.
Okay.
Like it's an automated strike 3 call, right? So does he still ring them up like with authority? Like they say, strike 3, and do the little shotgun more pull, whatever you want to call it, because like it's not his call. It was automated. He got it in his ear or a buzzer or however they do it. Are they still going to be real adamant about ringing dudes up with that third strike?
This is where you went. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, just for the entertainment value, I'd hope so.
Right.
I'm trying to recall because I know obviously automated balls and strikes have been utilized in minor league baseball, some of the lower rungs. I'm trying to remember if they still had an ump out there, if it was just
they had an umpire behind the plate.
They just got the
because there's plays and such.
Right, they just had the
rulings and
the watch or whatever that gave them. Yeah, I feel like you got to, man. You got to at least got to keep some of this, some of this feel in here, right? We can't just get rid of all of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think that'll be interesting, and it's evident. It's always been evident that we are going to move towards this. I want to see how cleanly it works at the major league level, and
I think Major League Baseball players are going to welcome it.
Yeah, maybe just to find some consistency.
I think Bregman would love it. Love it. Not that he's a big complainer. He's just got a great eye.
No, absolutely, right? Like that's the thing that any player looks for in any of these sports, right? When it comes to the officiating, is just, we understand that there's going to be some things here and there, but just call it the same, man. And you would hope that obviously having that automation, that you get an opportunity to have it called the same. Some other things that are popping. Hey, man, Mac Brown is doing things again. So. We'll get into CF Boat a little bit later, and actually about an hour. But on Saturday, after the game, he had basically been asked about the possibility of retiring, and he said that no, he wouldn't retire, would be back next season. It seems like some people took issue with that, and those people being his employers, because himself and North Carolina are apparently parting ways.
This was so funny to me. Just amusing, maybe is the right word. You're never too old for a good old-fashioned power play. That's all this was. Like, because they had broached the topic of him retiring mid-season.
Yes, they had.
A few games ago. And then he comes out after this last game and says, no, I'm not done. I want to coach another year. And then the administrator said, no, you're not.
No.
He made a power play.
And they formally announced his impending departure in a statement this morning. And I appreciated the statement quite a bit, because they tried to do the things to give him a little bit of honor. Because, hey, man, Mac Brown might be one of the best coaches, if not the best coach the UNC has had, probably in the previous iteration of him being head coach. But still, quote, Mac Brown has won more games than any football coach in UNC history, and we deeply appreciate all that he has done for Carolina football and our university. Over the last 6 seasons, his second campaign in Chapel Hill, he's coached our team to 6 bowl berths, including the Orange Bowl, blah, 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 right? Like, they're like, hey, man, look at all these accolades.
He's a legend.
And yet still, he needs to go home and be a family man, because he can't keep doing that here.
It's kind of what Mac Brown has done. It's not, as you said off air, it's not really above him to make that power play. He's a very political guy, but he's also a very good coach. And, so it got a little ugly there at the end.
There's someone on the text line that says when we're going to the automated balls and strikes, there should be a Tesla robot.
A Tesla robot?
Well, I mean, they said
a Tesla umpire.
Like the Tesla, just like maybe we get in touch with Boston Dynamics, and we get instead of the dancing dog, we get the
that would be cool.
Balls and strike.
We've seen all those funky little robots that walk and kind of freak you out.
Yeah, at least at that point, they would not just be doing these dances that feel like they're making fun of our impending demise. At least at that point, they'd be being useful to us. That at least in a way that feels more palatable.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what's popping.
That is what's
on a
poppin'.
Tuesday in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We are out here at NRG Stadium. It's turkey time with the Texans, as Texas fans have been filtering in all morning long to pick up meals. In the count of 1,000 meals is what's being given out today.
This is so great.
Texans players, Cheer, Toro, and our guy Figgy Fig. And the official thing says till 12. But
I think they're going to end the line at 12, or maybe something.
Maybe.
If you're in line, you're still going to.
If you're in line, stay in line.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. It feels like they're they've been moving the line pretty well. I'm interested to see how far the Texans go and making sure that they continue serving their community. They typically would do that on a Tuesday, is make sure to do some community service. And this is cool, man, seeing all the folks being able to get their Thanksgiving prepared.
I like that work truck that came by a second ago.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah. There was a dude. He had some lawn equipment on a trailer. He's like, screw it. Let's just turn here and let's get a turkey while we're at it.
Go ahead and make sure that Thanksgiving taken care of. That's exactly who it's for, man. The working folks. Make sure that they have something nice to eat on a fantastic
dude pulling
holiday.
a trailer with lawnmowers and stuff. Like, hey, man, screw that. We're getting a turkey.
That's right. we work hard. I deserve to eat something nice on Thanksgiving. That needs to sign at $180 million and done or goodbye. The interesting thing about the or goodbye, like what is that for this Astros team? Is that an acknowledgement of like rebuild of some sorts? Because you have no replacements there. In addition to the places that you need to get some replacements, you still need to figure out what you do on first base unless you really want to make Caratini or
you still need an outfielder. You still need first base.
100%.
You might need pitching depending on how injuries come around.
Right, because you're depending on some of these Tommy John guys to come back and play.
Yeah, getting healthy. That's not a bad point. I think a lot of people would say it does signal something of a rebuild, but I don't think the Astros would believe that. I also think that's why they need to come up. If they really are truly, it's more of a guideline than a rule, the 6 years deal for them. But no, it's going to be very important that this is going to turn a lot of people's opinions on the Astros.
Going to continue watching that space. All right, coming up next in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, there's a couple of national football analysts that have weighed in on this Texans team, especially after this Titans loss, and one thinks that a change is necessary. We'll talk about that next.
C.J. Stroud took full accountability for the Texans' struggles after a
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
HD2 Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An auto station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. The bump being what is it? I forgot the name of the damn song, but it's a Future song that started off the beef in earnest last
is that what it was?
With Kendrick and Drake. Like that. There we go. I thought it was like that, but then I started thinking not like us. I'm just laughing because Byron, did you do that on purpose? Was
no.
this intentional by you? Okay.
No,
yeah, because
it's
Drake
instrumental rotator. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Because
Drake is on the news again.
Yeah, he's doing stuff. He is becoming litigious in a way that is not going to help him out at all amongst the people who already have problems with him. And another lawsuit actually came out today that he is suing about this song in particular, or not this song, about Not Like Us.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's neither here nor there when it comes to the Houston Texans, who are out here for turkey time with Texans that is winding down. We can actually see the end of the line.
See the end of the line
from our position at NRG Stadium, the southwest or southeast rather corner of the stadium, where Sean and Seth typically host the pregame on home games. And it's been fun being out here. We appreciate the Texans letting us be out here and do our show from here. And speaking of the Texans, there's a couple of national football analysts who were talking about the Texans this week after an unfortunate loss to the Titans. And we'll start with Derek Clausen is an analyst for The Athletic. In fact, I think on Twitter it is @QBClass. with the K, and he he talks about football, and this was him talking about this Texans team.
I'm still not really worried about CJ Stroud. I do think there is an element to it where I think last year got away with a lot because things were just working really well. The offense, the skill players for the most part were a little bit healthier. And I think the run game was helping a little bit more where it didn't feel quite as disjointed. And I think he was just like, oh, I can just do whatever I want. And I can make all these throws. I think right now you can feel he's like taking on a little bit the pressure of the offense where it's like, oh, all these things are going wrong. I feel a burden to make a play. And this is actually something I wanted to talk about with some other quarterbacks and some other offensive environments. An offensive environment is good when the quarterback isn't worried that a bad play is going to happen. He's just like, you know what? It's fine. We'll get to the next one. And that doesn't even mean the offense is good, right? Like, look at Drake May in New England. That's not a good offense, but you can see in the way that he plays, he's like, I don't need to be worried if a bad play is going to happen. I can get to 2nd and 10. We'll go figure something out. CJ Stroud is just not playing that way right now. He feels like he's got to make the next play constantly, and I think that's a little bit of the issue. So long term, I don't think it's going to kill him. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll come out of it. But like for right now, for the rest of the season, I am a little bit worried that that's probably going to stick around.
Yeah, it feels like he's pressing constantly right now.
We saw this coming, right? About a month and a half ago. We were sitting in studio, and I brought up, he's not David Carr, but I'm worried that there's a little David Carr syndrome that's going to sneak in to his life as a quarterback. It has. I think more and more national pundits, and we're going to hear from Chris Long here in a minute, but I think it's not just these two guys. Like more and more, I saw Orlovsky talking about it, this morning as well.
Yeah, he was breaking down various videos from this game.
Yeah, so 2024 is a different C.J. Stroud because of that, because of whatever you want to call it. Getting rattled, putting too much pressure on himself, just not the same confidence level in the next play as he just talked about. But it's here. Now, I do agree. It's not going to linger. He's too good. I think they understand what they have in him, and they're going to make changes, and they're going to surround him and equip him to get back to his old self. But I think it's here in 2024, and it's obvious.
Yeah, and I think I've said it before, but this is not something that is all too dissimilar from a lot of great quarterbacks. I think that we've seen him play at a certain level where he's been able to diagnose, when he's been able to, really put some great passes on tape. In fact, hell, he still put some great passes on tape in this game against the Titans. We know that the ability is there, but we've seen some great quarterbacks have those instances, that moment where, okay, I need to take on more responsibility, and you can see the struggle with it initially. Just like lifting weights, right? You move up to that next echelon. You move up after you're plateauing, right? You add more weight, and you can see the struggle for a little bit. And it feels like, yes, we know he'll be able to get to that place where it is easy for him, or at least it's easier for him. But as of right now, you can see the stress of it, and it's also because he is taking on or adding on responsibilities onto himself that in theory should be helped and aided by other parts of this team, whether it's run game or whatever. And I think that this is where we come back to Bobby Slowik, and this is where I think we will also turn a little bit to, well, actually, I was going to turn a little bit to Chris Long, but then I looked at the 5-Hour Energy fan line. This is wild. From the 713, don't disregard. It's time to trade CJ, but not for the reason you think. What is that supposed to mean?
Get out of here. That's Deshaun.
What the bleep does that mean, Kobe Bryant?
That's Deshaun Watson PTSD is what that is.
What is that supposed to mean?
But you mentioned Chris Long. This is worth listening to every bit of it, because he absolutely – piece by piece.
Well, we've separated it out into
part.
We've separated it out into a couple pieces, and the first part is Chris Long, former defensive lineman, defensive end, if I remember correctly, in the National Football League. Now he does, he's kind of in that podcast space. He has a good podcast. Is it Go Long? Is that his podcast?
I don't remember.
With Chris Long, and this was him talking about at first C.J. Stroud, and he thinks C.J. Stroud is damaged.
He looked like the next Joe Montana, and I still think he's got that rare ability in him. I'm not putting him with Joe Montana, but you know what I'm saying. They have done everything in their power this year to stunt the kid's development. I mean, his eyes are on the rush, and like you could say, hey, keep your eyes downfield. But after 12 games of it, it's a survival tactic to know who's falling at your feet, to know who's not picking up a game. Nico Collins has 2 touchdowns in a week called back on dumb penalties. One of them yesterday is in legal motion. Mixon and the receiver in motion at the same time, and like they knew it right away. Did you see it on C.J. Stroud's face?
Look, man, you could see it immediately before the play was even over. C.J. Stroud put both his hands on the side of his helmet, and that right there is a perfect description of what we were talking about. Like it's not necessarily a long-term thing, but he's feeling it right now, and it is affecting him right now. And I don't know if it's going to go away in 2024. In fact, I don't think it will.
No, and that's the thing about it. It's just I don't see what shifts in this season to help that go away. And in order to talk about it, right? Here is a thing that could possibly shift to make that change. This is from Chris Long, and this is why this is what Chris Long thinks has to change in order for this to be resolved for CJ.
So they haven't
play
had their
Jacksonville, then they have a bye.
And I know he's tight with the quarterback coach, right? I know there's other guys that are in the building and call plays, right? Like, did we look at that as Bill Lazor is there? He's called some plays in the NFL before. But they have to have a conversation about the play calling because the play calling is not good. And I've seen teams work around worse offensive lines. There are some decent players, guys who have played good ball in the past on this offensive line, but they're not playing together. And they're doing unsound shit. They're pulling Shaq Mason to pick up an edge guy who's screaming off the edge. He's tiptoeing. He doesn't know what he's doing. You're giving up a sack to Devondre Sweat, the guy Jackson Jesus was a baby. And you're giving up a sack to that guy. He's 380 pounds. How do you give up a sack to a 400-pound guy late in the down?
Boy, that stuff was just so good. Two elements.
Okay.
So telling, and I think is so important for the Texans to do. To listen to and to do if they're not having that discussion already, which I'm guessing they are. But it's more clear than ever right now. And I guess wait till the bye week after this Jacksonville game, but who knows? You got to give C.J. Stroud some kind of boost in confidence. I'm not saying it's going to correct everything because that line is still, the system is still what it is, and they're like he talked, Shaq Mason pulling and all this other stuff.
I can't remember when I saw that. That might have been Sunday when I was looking at the condensed copy one more time, or it might have been yesterday looking at a few things. But it was so comical to me to see a play where you're trying to run the football. And you're pulling Shaq Mason, and I think Seth was talking about this earlier. Like the idea of pulling a guard is not the most insane thing, but pulling that guard, like it just feels like a complete. And that feels like that is the indictment of Bobby Slowik. Is just so much of these things. It feels like you are going against what is actually a strength here, or what will help. And I found it to be a great indictment, and I think this is where you were going, that Chris Long looks at what's happening here and says, I've seen better with worse.
Yeah, look, the first part is the calling change for C.J. Stroud's sake. They need to. Now, will they? All indications are DeMeco don't want to go down that path. I think he should. I think they need to. But the second part that you're talking about, he said he's seen teams do more with less. Yes, we've seen it here.
Yeah.
With this organization.
with basically this line.
With basically this line last year. But and this isn't to bring up bad memories or anything. Bill O'Brien did more with less of an offensive line. Like we got to give him credit, 5 division titles, Brian. But nevertheless, they did more with less, even under the Bill O'Brien years. So what Chris Long is saying there, they absolutely should make a change. I don't know if they will. I don't think they will. They absolutely should. But the second part is there's a problem because this offensive line should not be this bad. Is it the system? Is it just a festering of whatever it is in terms of the makeup of the mental makeup, of certain linemen that maybe infect the room? I don't know what it is, but you got to make a change, and you've done more with less, so maybe that's the biggest reason.
Yeah, and it just feels like this is a long time coming. This is where, and I think I mentioned this earlier in the show, I have a little mea culpa moment because I've been of the impression, or the mindset rather, that having the late bye week, I think that I like the benefit of it when it comes to the physical taxing nature of football, right? And if you're planning on playing into the postseason, having that bye week a little bit later, closer to when you want your best ball, can be advantageous to get some rest. But one of the things that I neglect in that thought process is that, hey, man, when it comes down to an opportunity to stop, reflect, self-scout, that bye week is huge, and they still haven't reached it. It is week 14 when you get to the bye, and the bye week is a great week for making changes, particularly in personnel if you have to, in coaching personnel, and they haven't even gotten there, right? So it feels like that would be a opportunity to make a move, but it feels so late for this team because you've had a long time, hell, even in this game, and I understand the Titans aren't the best pass rushing team. That's the, applying pressures, but even it isn't like their mainstay. But even in that game, you still had CJ doing what felt like 7-step drops and such. When it's like, hey man, we know, the pass protection is a little bit better, but it's not like you want to test it highly. And you had CJ still having to do a lot of moving around, and they posted a 40% pressure rate
they did
in this game. It just feels like you've consistently not giving C.J. Stroud answers, and it's showing in his play, and you're not finding ways to figure out and get better. Like, we're not seeing progress nearly in the same way, even though I understand not having a good offensive line makes it very tough on a coordinator. But even still with that, it feels like you're not making the most of it. And this feels to me, it was reminiscent, and this isn't like a one-to-one because I do think these situations are different, but it's reminiscent to me of the Bills a few years back when they still had Ken Dorsey. And Ken Dorsey was the offensive coordinator there, and they were actually putting up pretty solid numbers. You can look at the numbers and from clearly there's bad play, like there's an inefficient play going on. But you looked at Ken Dorsey there, and the numbers were there, and it was good, but it just wasn't the way that they wanted them. And they went ahead and they relieved Ken Dorsey of that play calling. They handed to Joe Brady, who, although to be fair, like he has play calling experience like at the college level with LSU, and that offense took off. It went to a different level. And that was one of those things where once Ken Dorsey was fired, I was like, why would you do that? Clearly you're saying good things. And they go to someone else who's able to make this, whether it's just a change in thought process or just a different voice and comfort, what have you. There was a shift. And that got me a little bit more comfortable with the idea of, hey, man, sometimes it doesn't even need to necessarily be an indictment of the coordinator. But here it is. On top of that, it feels like there's just a need for something different.
And you say it's a late bye week, and is it getting too late? Yeah, I don't think so, because any small boost in confidence and certainly performance from whether it's the plays you're calling or the offensive line or the protection or C.J. Stroud just feeling a little bit more, just that getting that boost, I think it's going to matter. I think it could matter, because then you get into Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore, end it with the Titans. Well, then you're in the playoffs. This team's going to be in the playoffs. So if there's any sort of momentum after the bye week, then maybe it takes them to a slightly higher level, and they don't need they have a good baseline. It's just the performance has been bad, especially running the ball now. But all the last couple of months with C.J. Stroud, just a little boost of confidence, and I think you'll feel better.
Chris Long there mentioned a couple of possibilities, right? And he was just kind of spitballing in that moment, right? Bill Lazor, who is an analyst for this team, he's kind of the dude who has been a play-calling offensive coordinator in the past in various places. And then Gerard Johnson, who is the quarterback's coach, who he has done kind of like he's called some plays in preseason games, but he has not done that consistently unless I'm mistaken here.
No,
right?
I think that's right.
Which of those should the Texans actually have a level of I don't know, change within them that they would do that at the bye week or what have you? Which of those would you feel is a better option?
Well, I'm trying not to be biased here, even though I am. But I think even an unbiased person would see Gerard Johnson has known C.J. Stroud since high school.
Yeah,
he coached him at 7-on-7 camps. They had a relationship and could talk and did talk before they even came together. With the Texans, I think Gerard Johnson would be the best sounding board. And best person to kind of get what C.J. Stroud does. But that doesn't mean it has to be a one-man show either. Bill Lazor is here for a reason. I'm sure Bobby Slowik leans on him in some ways, even though Slowik makes the ultimate call. But Bill Lazor, sort of the more sage, older, and he's not old, but older, kind of been around the block guy. But with Gerard Johnson calling the plays, I think that would be the way to go. Ultimately, Reggie, I mean, you got to do something.
Yeah,
you got to do something. There's frustration in the locker room. The offense is getting worse.
There's frustration in the stands.
There's frustration in the stands. The offense is flat out getting worse.
Yeah.
Like, it's getting worse. It's not getting better. So if you can do something bye week, I think a lot of people would feel a lot better about this team. No one more than C.J. Stroud himself.
Yeah, but I think even just to make sure that your season doesn't go out with whimper after having a lot of fanfare early in. I don't know that there's necessarily like a carryover, but it just feels like it would serve these players, these guys a lot better to kind of honor them with the best foot forward. And it feels like Bobby Slowik. It's becoming resoundingly obvious that this is not your best foot forward offensively. Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and somebody said, honest question, what does going to somebody already in the organization benefit us at this moment? Right, this is a conversation about handing over play calling duties for the time being. That would not. I mean, if you wait till the offseason, I think that you need a more expansive search. Obviously, I don't think you can just limit yourself.
Or maybe you find something.
These guys here, maybe you do. But the idea being in the middle of the season, you're not. I don't know that you can go from outside and add somebody. Although people have asked, like, do you go the route if this team is unwilling to kind of take away that responsibility from Bobby Slowik route of adding an offensive analyst? And I just wonder if how much does that actually happen or add to this if he is still the man in there making those ultimate decisions?
My ultimate answer to that question is you can't stay the same.
Yeah.
You can't stay status quo. So by default.
Okay. Coming up next, it's time for our lunchtime confessions. We'll do those next on Sports Radio 610.
How did Coach DeMeco describe the Texans?
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, first things first. Figgy Fig is back,
Yeah,
baby. Figgy Fig is back, baby, from giving away 1,000 and some turkeys. So they actually had to go. They made a Kroger run?
Yeah, they had to run to the Kroger over here off of Kirby. So, yeah, man, ran out of turkeys, man. Over 1,000 people.
That's awesome.
Showed up, man.
All right, so I usually do the confession, but I'm going to make you do the first confession.
What?
I'm going to make you do, but no, I'm going to prompt you.
Okay.
So there were a lot of people in line before we even got here on the air. Like, there were people in line early. I want you to confess something that is one of my, hot takes. My people, they know how to show up early for free stuff.
Yeah.
What was the percentage of?
Oh, wow. You're going to put him on
spot like this? What was the percentage of Hispanics of the first, let's say, 250 cars?
I would say the percentage was probably like a good 70.
I'm telling you, man. Atta baby. My people, man. My people know how to get free
and
stuff.
And the one thing about your people, too, they show up with a couple tickets.
Yeah.
So, you have a lot of cars with one ticket. Yeah. And, if you get one ticket, you get, one bag and one turkey.
Yeah.
They was coming up there. We got 3. We got 3 right here.
We know how to get in line. We'll wait in line for free stuff, baby.
Yeah.
Parades, getting the front seats, like the Thanksgiving parade coming up, obviously. They'll be right up front. Free stuff, free turkeys. Hey, we are there, baby.
Yeah, they brung it, man. Look, everybody, the whole city brung it, man. There was a lot of people, and I was doing a lot of work, too. I wasn't just sitting there looking pretty.
So you were delivering?
I was, I had 2 turkeys in my hand, 2 bags in my hand. I'm like, what car need this one? Oh, okay. I was.
Oh, so it wasn't smile and wave. You were really putting. I see it.
And my brand manager's like, "Did you post that picture?" I'm like, "I ain't even look at my phone." So no, it was cool. People was out there doing some work.
And the players too.
Yeah, the players. I was giving out turkeys with John Weeks.
Nice.
They came, man. They came and brung it, man. They wasn't sitting there looking pretty.
They had to make a Kroger run. We need more turkeys, man.
Daniil Hunter was out there like, time to get to work.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm like, brother, this ain't the football field, man.
I feel like
he was doing those swim moves.
100%.
That is on brand.
I expect nothing else from Daniil. I don't think Daniil Hunter does anything like in a casual way.
Yeah.
I just imagine that he is workmanlike in his entire life.
It was like Superman being out there, man.
Yeah.
Just
he is.
Here you go. Happy Thanksgiving. He was bringing it, man. He was there to work.
That's so cool.
Bringing that swarm mentality to the turkeys with Texans.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So Shaq Barrett, unretired.
Yes.
Kind of reminded me something that I got to admit.
Okay.
JJ said he was waiting for a call.
All right.
JJ said he was. Look,
we still talking about this.
No, I'd forgotten about it.
In what way?
Well, I'd forgotten.
In what way do you want JJ back on this Texas team?
I didn't even account for JJ anymore. But then Shaq Barrett unretires, and I'm like, oh, yeah, you can do that, right? Oh, yeah, you can do that. Just waiting for a call.
Yeah, but it feels like, does it not feel like he would be more apt to do the thing that, let's face it, I think we all think is just kind of like a funny thing to talk about as opposed to reality. Do you not feel like he'd be more apt to do that with a team that's playing better than this team is?
Absolutely.
And then also what makes it tough is this defensive line has not been the issue by any stretch, right? You have Will and Neil killing over there, right? And maybe you go, hey, it makes it a little bit easier for him to just come in and be a rotation guy. But then what's the point at that point?
Yeah, don't even do it, JJ. He
just got me thinking. That's the confession.
JJ gonna
wait. Oh yeah.
JJ gonna come in. CJ, we wasted one of your good.
Yeah. Now, if I was going to entertain your nonsense, which I want to make it abundantly clear, I am not entertaining your nonsense. But if I was, JJ Watt tight end.
He played the position in college.
All right, man.
Because, like, hey, man, we talk about getting some nasty and some blocking on the tight end position.
Oh, yeah.
J.J. Watt can block.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I'm not entertaining your nonsense. I want to make that.
You just did.
No, I'm not.
You just
I'm not.
did.
I just said I'm not, though.
Hey,
you can't say I'm not and then say it and then do it.
Hey, I'll tell you what, he might block better than Dalton Schultz.
You're darn right he would.
That was the point. He was kind of the point, man. Look, Clint been loud about this, but he ain't wrong about it right now.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This has nothing to do with nothing, but I gotta confess, I think I might let go of the physique. I think it's time.
Of your physique?
Yeah, I think I've recognized
given up.
I have not gone to the gym to work out in like a solid month. And every time it's one of those days where it's like it's a workout day, I think about it and I'm like, I don't feel like doing that.
But you've been hooping.
I've been playing a little bit of basketball, but that's not enough. I said you gotta actually work out.
You're doing something.
Yeah, see that's
some people like me don't be doing nothing. Like if I had to run for my dear life, I would probably tear everything. My body gonna be like, what the hell are you doing? You ain't run since high school.
But yeah, like just every time I'm like, hey man, do you want to work out today? The resounding answer is no, and it's like. I should have some grit, some tenacity to me, and I just don't. I'm like, no, I'd rather not. I'd rather do something else. And I think that is all pointing to the idea that maybe, just maybe, I need to be okay with the idea that I'm not going to be 180 no more. We might start adding these pounds. It might happen soon, especially coming up on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I was out there with Kroger passing out turkeys and all that stuff, and I was standing next to a player, and this player had a jersey on with no name on the back. So I'm like, who is this guy?
Wow.
So, he was cool.
A Texans jersey.
A Texans jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, he played for the Texans.
Okay.
But he did not have a name on the back of his jersey. His jersey number was 72. So I'm like, I have no idea.
I know who this is. I know exactly who this is because I've been looking up how to pronounce his name a few times.
So eventually I was like, hey, what's your name? He said, Tommy.
Tommy, yep.
I'm like, Tommy, Figgy Fig, nice to meet you. I'm like, man, I had no idea who that was. And I thought about it. I'm like, oh, okay, that's the guy they elevated up.
That is the defensive tackle who's been playing.
Too?
Yeah. He's been playing in the stead of Folorunso Fatukasi, and his name is Tommy Togiai.
Yeah. And the funny thing about it, though, he put something in somebody's car, and they was about to take off. The person rolled the window down like, hey, you Samoan here?
Samoan?
Samoan?
Is
I think he said Samoan, yeah.
That is funny.
Yeah, you're like, yeah. So Yeah, salute to him, man.
Shout out to Tommy.
We gotta get a name on his jersey.
Wait, if you're on the practice squad, we can't put your name on the
Well, he
jersey?
has his name on his jersey.
Yeah, I guess whatever jersey but I'm like Deion.
That was his practice jersey.
Hey, I'm like Deion Sanders. I'm like, well, put the name on the back of the doggone jersey.
Yeah. Shout out to the 703 who said, Reggie, you sound soft. I exactly. That's the point. Is I'm starting to get soft because I'm not working out. Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So y'all, I'm sure, watched Monday Night Football.
Correct.
And you've been watching football the last couple of weeks. I'm quite sure you've seen this Google Gemini commercial where you can just have a conversation with your phone. Have you seen those commercials? The Google Pixel Gemini?
Yeah. The button I hit by mistake every single time.
Well, my confession is, I'm kind of like not into like some, whatever, all into it, but I'm intrigued and I play around with AI sometimes. But if you're having, like, they show images of people having entire conversations with their phone, like we're having a conversation here.
Sure.
That's about the saddest thing there is. like, where are we going? Like, where are we going? Seriously, I mean, hand to God, I'm like.
We put movies out about this. There's movies about this.
Like you are building a relationship with this Google Gemini phone, and they're showing conversations like this, like we're doing right here, and they're going back and forth, and I'm like, this is.
You watched Blade Runner 2049,
I did.
right? There you go.
But man, that's. Where are we? What are we doing?
Sound old as hell right now.
But you can't tell me you don't feel a little creeped out by that. You're having a conversation and a relationship with a phone.
We're in 2024, brother.
With a phone.
That's how it is, man. Get with it, get lost in the sauce.
You got to get it how you live.
That's a little creepy, man. That's every time I see that phone, that commercial. I'm like,
wait till you get that Tesla robot.
There you go.
He'll greet you at the door. Might cook you dinner.
And apparently ring up batters when they get strike 3.
I can't wait for that.
Or shoot a basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never miss either.
Well, yeah, but it happens real slow. I'm swatting that shot every time. Like, you got to get your release a little bit faster to actually compete. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All back together again out here at the pregame stage out here at NRG Stadium. All right, coming up next, it's time for a little CF Boat, college football on a Tuesday. Let's talk about the weekend that was, including Indiana adding a loss. We'll do that next.
The Texans' second-half demons reared their ugly head again in a 32-27 loss to the
fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reggie Atatula out here at NRG Stadium as another successful turkey time with the Texans. Figgy Fig joining us after doing the work with Kroger, handing out the turkeys and the meals and such.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be sore in the morning, no lie.
You got a real workout,
12
huh?
to 15 pounds, right? Something
Yeah,
like that?
because like I think I kind of got fooled by some people because when you see people carrying like 2 turkeys or 3 turkeys,
not just people,
now you
football players.
Yeah, now you like, all right, let me get 2 or 3.
Nah, man.
Or carry 2 bags. Let me walk around with 2 bags.
Nope.
And now my wrist a little sore. I'm like, man, I'm gonna be sore trying to show off.
That's hilarious. All right, let's do a little CF Boat, college football on a Tuesday, talk about the weekend of college football. And I'd like to start just think, I don't know how we're going to do this. I imagine on Friday you'll still go through it. But honestly, there's some the games start on Friday, really, because there's only one Thanksgiving Day game. It feels like Thanksgiving Day used to be, one of those days where you still got college football. It feels like they are abandoning Thanksgiving because here comes the NFL taking over more corners.
Wouldn't you?
More corners.
I mean, A&M and Texas defined Thanksgiving Day for decades, generations. And they're like, no, we're good. We'll play Saturday. We'll play
the
Saturday.
NFL being Marlowe right now.
Yeah, they're taking corners.
Yeah. But, no, look, this past weekend set up some wild stuff. And I actually want to start with the college football playoff thing because it's going to be out tonight. There were some wild upsets that really turned a lot of things upside down. Let's start with Alabama, though. How the hell do you lose to Oklahoma, man? Like that. Like that.
Yeah, especially Oklahoma's had a very, very good defense. They have honestly, it was kind of a shame that they've looked the way that they had the injuries that they've had, because that's a really, really good Brent Venables defense, but the offense has just been woeful. Apparently, they decided, well, you know what we're going to do? Run the quarterback. Jackson Arnold had 100 and some yards in that game. Like, was it 140 yards on the ground in that game? Like, he was out there. He was out there really getting it. Plus, Alabama had some really unfortunate things with the offense, where the penalties and stuff that Kalen DeBoer
Milroe
really
did not play well.
And yeah, when Jalen Milroe is not playing well, I don't know what you expect to get done. It really felt like Williams out there by himself. But Do you know the last time that the Alabama football teams failed to score double digits in a game, as they did obviously in this one? It was 24-3. Do you know when the last time was that they failed to score double digits?
That silence is me thinking. I feel like I should know that, but I don't.
Did that happen while old boy was the coach all that time?
Who?
Alabama?
Saban? I take you to the year 2011 when Alabama played LSU to a 6-9 in a 9-6 game.
All right.
Okay.
That is the last time that Alabama has not scored. And not like, just a single game, not scoring in double digits. 2011. Like, that is what this represents, and you did it against Oklahoma, a team that has not been all that great this year.
That's not a good look.
Yeah.
And then the other thing about over the weekend before we get into the playoff that really – and maybe this should have been a confession because I was all like, hey, Indiana, all right, let's go. They lose to Ohio State, and I'm like, okay, I'm done with Indiana. I'm like,
really? That's it? You're entirely out of there.
I was so bandwagon, it wasn't even funny. And now, like, I know they're going to be in the playoff and everything. And
well, there's people debating that right now. Is whether they'll be in.
I think they'll be in the playoff no matter what.
Because there was a lot of people that looked at Indiana, and obviously they had gotten to the 10 wins, and people looked at it and they were like, hey, this strength of schedule isn't strong. And it's one of the weird things that's been happening with these expanded conferences is that, teams are finding ways, and it's not like they're intentionally doing it, but you look at the schedule and they're not playing very many of the tough games in the conference. And they were not able to hold up. It didn't help that they shot themselves in the foot with some special teams against Figgy's Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yeah.
They probably in that game, if they are on their P's and Q's, but it's a lot closer and they give themselves an opportunity.
It definitely should have been closer.
Oh no, it should have been. And I mean, if we get into the playoff and they're in the playoff, I'll still be sort of like cheering for Indiana. But I was all about it, and I'm like, whatever.
Hey, it's still a successful season.
Oh, big time.
They had easy schedules before.
Yes.
And they were the bad team.
Exactly, and I think they're in as much because Ole Miss lost as well and Alabama lost.
Yeah, those teams really kept them in there.
It's the teams that really, sort of spit up on themselves that give Indiana the chance there.
Yeah, for sure, and that absolutely helps them. They kind of deserve it, although a little concerning that they couldn't protect Rourke, the quarterback, in that game. Like that does not bode well for more of these high-level games that they're going to be playing, even if they make it to the playoffs. You're going to need to be able to protect your quarterback, give yourself an opportunity, and they didn't do that against Ohio State. Admittedly, though, the best team in the nation, Ohio State.
I know you have some other stuff, but I wanted to get to this real quick on just the college football playoff, which we'll know more. There'll be some more clarity tonight. But no show in town likes tears more than this show.
I didn't realize that was so.
We like tears. So tier one in the college football, and this is sort of just an example or a representative of where I think the best talent, the best chance to win a national championship is. I think tier one is Oregon, Ohio State, and Notre Dame.
Ooh.
Notre Dame.
I think Notre Dame, people would argue with me, and you know how I feel about Notre Dame, but I'm always very much about giving teams credit. I think Notre Dame's got something going, man. I really think they got something going. They're putting away teams. They look pretty complete. They're getting play at every level on both sides of the ball. I think it's Oregon, Ohio State, and Notre Dame in tier one.
I'm good with Oregon, Ohio State, and I will readily admit. And I told Sean this yesterday when we were hanging out at the Cigar Lounge, Legacy Cigar Lounge in Stafford yesterday. I keep telling myself I'm going to watch Notre Dame play, and I have not watched them nearly enough to be able to give you some good insight into their level of capability. So I will default to your I'll acquiesce to your assessment.
It's just my thought. I think a lot of people admittedly would argue why I would have Notre Dame in tier one, but I do. Tier two, the next level, still a really good shot, I think. Texas, Penn State, and Georgia.
That feels fair. That feels fair that although Penn State is that team that I refuse to actually believe in. But yeah, man, it's a weird year of college football in that, again, it doesn't feel like there are very many, if any, elites. And Ohio State is probably the one that's starting to push themselves that way. And Oregon is just one where I guess I'm operating off of my belief in Dan Lanning as a coach flatly.
I think all three of those teams can get got.
100%.
But they're also really good. They have their moments where they could. I wouldn't be surprised if Georgia plays, let's say, Oregon and wins by 20 or loses by 20. It's one of those type things. And then tier three for me is maybe if the stars align and things start to continue their way, Miami, Tennessee, Indiana, and you hear me right, SMU.
Oh. Okay.
Who did they play?
Nobody.
What was their schedule?
I think SMU, they got a little.
They got a weak schedule.
Get into the postseason, man. Get into the postseason. They seem to be doing a lot of things right.
Did you leave Ole Miss out for a particular reason?
They're not gonna get in.
Okay, I was like, you were doing playoff wise.
No,
Ole Miss has been a good football team, but
Ole Miss was playing some fantastic football, but they kind of spit up on themselves as well. Probably should have won the game, but they made enough mistakes and threw enough interceptions. Jackson Dart, which was very unexpected. I watched every bit of this game, by the way. It was really entertaining, and especially because it got close. But Ole Miss, they would be possibly tier 2 if they were getting in, but they're not getting in.
Right. And it was a weird weekend. And obviously, you mentioned the teams that spit up. It just feels like we've had more of those weeks that are either blood weeks or blood week adjacent, where just teams that are supposed to be able to handle their business don't. And this was another one of those weeks. You mentioned Ole Miss obviously doing that, Bama doing that. Let me see if I can circle back around.
Colorado lost to KU.
Yeah, Colorado losing. How about Kansas, man, coming around? The Big 12 is just a mess. Like, the Big 12 is out here in the business of beating each other up. And I think that they're
BYU. Arizona State beat BYU.
They sure did. Kenny Dillingham's got a really, really fun program there, but I don't know what's actually going to come with the Big 12, and they might be in that space where they're low, very low in the playoff, and they might not be able to have an opportunity to really represent themselves well just because they have beaten the absolute you-know-what out of each other in that conference.
You think the DFW Chamber of Commerce is ready for that Arizona State, Iowa State Big 12 championship game?
Are they going to travel?
That's going to be it.
Are they going to travel is the question.
That's an ugly matchup. For DFW, for the Chamber.
To sell the game, and the reason why you mentioned DFW is the Big 12 championship game is played in Arlington at Jerry World. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, best of luck to you there. But at least you get to go see Cam Scatterbo, who
great name,
a great name, fun player, 147 yards and 3 touchdowns against BYU.
Yeah, and he ran a lot of the people off the field at the very wild ending, which I'm sure a lot of people saw.
Not the first time he's done that this year. He similarly kind of put away the game against Utah.
No, I'm talking about all the fans on the field.
No, yes, that's right. What a wild ending where
from end zone to end zone, it was covered in people.
Yeah, Arizona State, absolutely. This was going to be one of my confessions, is that I think we've gone too far on the Field Stormers, man. We've done too much here.
Come on, man.
All right, no. I'm not hearing this from. I'm not hearing this from the dude who hates the strobe lights. I'm not allowing
there's a big difference.
You're not getting after me here. No, but the storming the field used to be a reaction of exuberance to something incredible, and now it just feels like an obligation that we getting on the field because we won.
Yeah, then Oregon storming the field with
doing too much.
No, come on, listen.
It's just like, all right,
we doing too much.
Like, that's the number 1 versus number 2 or whatever it was.
Strobe lights on a touchdown are the worst development in college football history.
That's such a hype. That's so hyperbole.
No. For television, it's awful. I guarantee you, both you guys, when you see the strobe lights, you're like, what the hell's going on?
Worst development
you just refuse to admit it.
The worst development for television is having these great games at noon because it really throws off a college football Saturday.
Or the damn halftime show being 40 minutes.
Strobe lights are worse than all of the
above.
Man.
Strong disagree. I can't disagree more.
It goes completely dark. Producers and directors are like just throwing their hands up in the air. But here's the thing. No, absolutely not. Here's the thing. I firmly believe that every person that goes to college, at least once in their college career, deserves to storm a court or a field. It completes your college experience.
Oh, look at this. It's the oldest dude on the show out here with the participation trophy.
You absolutely are your college career is whole if you get to at least once in your career storm a court or a field. You have to do it.
Yeah, but we doing it every week, man.
But it's different places.
We doing it all the damn time.
Did you ever storm a court or a field?
No, I did not.
What's the matter with you?
The occasion was not right for it. It was not the right occasion for it.
I tried to storm the field the last time. I want to say it was 2 years ago when we went to Army-Navy game.
See, that feels like the one place where they are abiding by the rules very, very vehemently.
No, people storming the field. It was one of those very close games that people storming the field. I try to have this white-ass jacket. Security, get your ass. Hey, you.
That was the one where they had the 2-point conversion to win it or something, and they didn't get it? I think that's what it was,
Yeah, so I think that was the one. Yeah, I can't remember which one that was, but, like, get your ass back.
You're not a cadet. You're not a cadet.
Well, obviously, we had talked about more during this week. How excited are you now? Obviously, you got a loss. Your A&M Aggies did, but how excited are you now for this weekend?
I was about to just, say, whatever. I'm going to watch. I'm going to cheer for them.
You liar.
No. I wouldn't have been lying.
Just another game.
Until I got to the press box Sunday, and I was telling Adam Spillane, I was like, whatever. I'm going to cheer for the Aggies, but it's not the same. And he goes, if they win, they're in. I didn't know until I got here.
Yeah.
I didn't know until I got here that the Aggies win, they're in. So now I'm back in.
You're back in?
Yeah, I'm back in.
That's all it took.
Yeah.
Was an opportunity at the SEC Championship.
Damn right.
Very good. All right. A little CF Boat. Before we leave, CF Boat, I did have this note that I did want to get in because I found it to be preposterous. Did you see that Cal Berkeley, University of California in Berkeley, they had an equipment manager that power slammed a fan.
Oh, yeah.
Who was trying to steal a helmet.
I've seen that.
This is part of why I say the audacity of these of the college football fans going a little far, man.
Nobody cared that he was storming the field. He stole something.
Exactly. But
he ran like he stole something.
I think it stems from the same audacity. I think that's what it is. But yes, shout out to the Cal who apparently believed in his job way more than I do. He was like, "Yo, I need to protect this helmet," and I'd have been like, "Hey, man, different approaches.
My man need a pay raise for that.
Yes.
They're going to give him something. They're going to do something for him, I guarantee you.
It might be a demerit. I don't know. Obviously, it's not retail, but in retail, you go out there, you think you Superman. They hey, don't be out here power slamming customers. What's wrong with you? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's revisit some of the things that DeMeco Ryans said about this loss to the Titans. We'll do it next.
C.J. Stroud took full accountability for the
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you have Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Tuesday. Hope you are having a wonderful day. It's nice out, man. And, of course, I could say that with a particular understanding of it because we are outside. We are at the pregame stage on the southeast corner of NRG Stadium as Turkey Time with Texans was a success. I think, Figgy, you can attest to that, right?
Yeah, man. We gave out 1,000 turkeys. So they actually had to run to the Kroger around the corner to get some more because it kind of came up short. So it was a little over 1,000.
That's good, though. That's a good problem.
Yeah, so salute to everybody coming out here. Salute to Kroger for putting this together. Kroger and the Houston Texans and Daniil Hunter being Superman out there.
That was so
all
cool.
about business.
That's my favorite anecdote.
He's like, let's get to work. Let's get to work.
I mean, that makes sense as evidenced by the way that he has been playing. Like, he seems like he's all about business all the way around. And it is showing up on the field, man. This defensive line has been incredible. And so, yeah, salute to him in particular.
I wonder if he pulled up in that Nissan. You think he pulled up in that Nissan?
I don't think so. I have a feeling that is not.
I bet you he did.
You think so?
The Nissan? Yeah. The one he had since, 2012?
Yeah, he was talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe you just like, hey, man, keep in that business.
I think it's more story than anything right now.
I'm sure he got some other cars.
Yes.
But he probably still got that one.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just for nostalgia, for nothing else. All right, DeMeco Ryans on the Coach's Show. I think it was very interesting because typically, Lopez, DeMeco's demeanor when it comes to some of these games is one of positivity, one of continuing to push forward. Mm-hmm. And he likes using a phrase that it's not like it's unique to him, but he's very consistent in using it, which is, we're going to flush it and we're going to move on. Well, in the Coach Show, and this is Coach Show Cut 9 here, Byron, in the Coach Show, he's about how tough it is to apply that 24-hour rule with this loss to the Titans.
Oh, this is extremely tough, and I'm not letting this one go. This will be a week-long one that I make sure we all remember. And so, man, we gotta change. We gotta play better. Right. So this one is gonna sit with me all week until we get the opportunity to go out and compete again versus the Jaguars. So I want this to sit. I want this to sting all week for our guys, and I want everybody to feel. I know that's how I'm gonna be feeling all week until we were able to go and change it.
Yeah. All right, so this
represents a stark departure.
Absolutely. He all coaches, but he's talked about just flush it, and just get ready. This was actually going to be one of my confessions too. I love this. Because I think it's more honest. Like, people don't flush. I hate that term anyway.
I think people should flush. I feel like you should always flush.
Well,
courtesy flush, even.
You didn't let me finish.
Oh, okay. My bad. That's on me.
Players don't just automatically, hey, okay, it's Monday, and not think about or remember or maybe stress over or whatever. Still angry. That's just it doesn't happen. It's not human nature. You're not like most people. If you can just say, all right, well, let's go. It's this week. I actually love this. My question for you though, you guys, is it good? Is it good to let it linger? He said he wants to linger all the way till Sunday.
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing because honestly, like, hey, man, and you ended up whooping somebody's ass so much, and the score is like 58-zip.
Yeah.
Like, they should take it out on somebody else.
Right.
And I think the best opponent to take it out on is the Jags.
Correct. And I think that, in this particular case, I think it is good. I know what you're getting towards, the idea of, hey, man, if you let it linger, is that good for the team? But again, the way that this team in particular has been playing, and especially that Titans game, right? After you play the Cowboys game, there's a lot of effort, there's a lot of energy. You could tell those guys wanted to beat those guys across from them. It was almost personal.
Yeah.
In fact, it probably was personal. It felt like nothing was personal against the Titans. There was a clear lack of energy, a clear lack of effort, something that is reflected in a lot of post-game comments, including from Jimmy Ward. And I feel like, hey, man, you're right, Figgy. If they keep that, if this sticks with them and as a reminder, hey, man, this is what happens when you don't come out and mean business, right?
Yeah.
You get embarrassed in some ways. You look dumb on the field. Keep that with you as a reminder. And maybe do play mad because there's a level of urgency, and that's something that this team absolutely needs right now.
Yeah, I like it because I think it's just honest. I think most people, now maybe you usually kind of let it go after Tuesday or Wednesday, but he's even going beyond that. He's like, nah, man, we're going to remind them.
Right.
We're going to tell them. We're going to be mad, and we want to stay mad until we get there on Sunday.
And clearly that comes from a place of, even though DeMeco is, he's still he adds the chuckle in there and this largely jovial, if I can call him that guy, himself. This presents a change with him because, again, this is a dude whose whole philosophy, and he has been very upfront about it, and I appreciate it, the idea of we're going to operate from positivity. We're going to be uplifting. I'm not saying that this is means that he's not positive still, but hey, man, the idea of no, this is going to sit with us. It's a little negative. There's
a threat of it.
Does it feel like this shifts or that there's a possibility that this is the first cracks in making some changes in the way that they go about certain things? Because I think that this ties in, depending on how you answer it, this might tie in with our segment at 12, where we're talking about the possibility of change in other ways on this team.
I'm kind of glad you said that because I thought the same thing, and I'm like, nah, I mean, that's a bit of a stretch. So if you're thinking it too, maybe there is something there. Figgy, maybe he's like, okay, we gotta shake things up. We gotta rattle the bats, as they say in baseball, and do something.
He need to be showing that tape. Look what they did to your face.
Yeah,
look at that. You see what they did to your face? Look at that. They need to show all these bad plays. Look, they embarrass you right there.
Yeah,
you got to take that out on somebody.
Yeah, for sure.
Take it up. You need to beat the Jags so bad where Doug Peterson, they finally fired Doug Peterson.
They
need. I mean, it seems like he ain't going nowhere. I've been saying that the last 5 weeks.
Yeah.
But you need to beat them like they stole something, man. You got completely embarrassed last week.
Absolutely, and I kind of hope that this does mean something about shifting the way that they do business on a larger scale, because it feels like, and I was talking about this yesterday with Sean as well, it feels like this team operates, they turn it takes a long time for them to make shifts, and maybe this, along with a impending bye week, allows them to do some things that changed this team. And one of the, obviously, first and foremost ones, Chris Long points to it, and various other people have talked about it. Maybe that is, changing play calling duties for the offensive play caller and Bobby Slowik. With all due respect to him, it just feels like there's not been enough answers provided to your quarterback, which has clearly, hampered some of his play. And there's, nonsensical, blocking or schemes on the offensive side, and there's play calling also issues. Maybe that's just this needs to be a shift there.
But just don't end it here with, I told him to let it linger. I mean, there has to be more meat on the bone than that too.
For sure. Another thing, I actually kind of want to get this here. One of the things about this upcoming game is that Trevor Lawrence has been, MIA for that team. They've had Mac Jones, McCorkle Jones has been quarterbacking, and we're trying to get a feel for who is the quarterback that you're facing off against, because do they have a quarterback that can replicate some of the things that Will Levis was able to do against his team? You mentioned Doug Peterson, the head coach of the Jaguars. This was him talking yesterday, and this is cut one here, Byron, on if Trevor Lawrence will go at quarterback this week. Looks like we're still grabbing that audio here. But do you have any? Does this, if Trevor Lawrence can go, does that shift any of your any thoughts on this game?
Well, let's hear from him, and then I'll tell you that.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
We're going to practice today, and then we'll see where it's at from there.
Is it just based on how much he's able to go throughout the week?
Yeah, it'll just be a toleration thing with him. Yeah.
Are you comfortable waiting until Friday or game time to decide?
Well, we'll find out today. We'll see where Trevor's at today. Then he's got tomorrow off. Come in and get treatment, and see where he's at on Wednesday, how he feels. He's feeling better today. So that's positive.
Coming off the bye week, practicing, I would lean toward we're going to see Trevor Lawrence.
And by the way, he did return to practice, right?
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence doesn't necessarily scare me or change how I would feel, about winning this game, and especially how I feel about losing the game. But I just don't feel like he's better than Mac Jones.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And so he's an upgrade, but he's still not necessarily scary.
It's still a little scary, though, because you had a guy come in this building right here and look good, man.
Yeah.
So, I'm not in a place where I could turn my nose up at any quarterback.
Was it a 4-point win? Wasn't it 24-20 or something like that? Anyway, it was a close game.
Yeah, but if Will Levis could come in here and do this, I can't turn my nose up at other quarterbacks and say, nah, he don't scare me at all. It's a little worrisome.
I don't want to sound like a coach, but it's really just about – the Texans.
It's about us. It's not about the opponent.
I didn't want to say that, but that's kind of
technique.
That's kind of what
we just have to execute.
We need to worry about the Houston Texans.
We got to be better.
We got to clean up some things.
But the reality is, it's the offensive line, the secondary.
It starts in the trenches.
The safety room is a real problem right now.
Starts up top.
And what are they going to do at nickel? I think if they can find just improvement there, they're going to beat the Jaguars no matter who's quarterback.
Well, that is part of the discussion that we'll have as we continue throughout this week towards that Jags game. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and it's about that time where we turn over to a Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, so I got people's top 5 must-have Thanksgiving foods, courtesy of Kroger. Also, would you rather spend the holiday with your family or go on a solo vacay?
Ooh, okay. Let's answer those questions next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now and getting this vehicle for you, man, and getting it at the right price, getting it at the right time. Oh, that's the other thing. I don't mention that very much. It happens quickly. Like you don't have to go through a big rigmarole, as they say, of getting your vehicle. It's about 10 minutes on the phone. It's a couple follow-up calls or emails. And you're good to go. And they will bring that vehicle to your home and take away the trade-in if you have a trade-in. It is that easy, that simple. You can get it done this week, man. Just pick up the phone. And with D&M Auto Leasing, the advantages are so obvious and so clear. You're going to pay more if you try to purchase a vehicle. The financing goes for 72 or 84 months, and you're going to end up upside down more than likely. But whereas with a D&M Auto Lease, you craft the terms to fit your driving habits. You pay up to 50% less, no down payment, no payment for 60 days, and you get the vehicle you want. Just give them a call, 713-290-1000, 713-1000, or dmautoleasing.com.
How did Coach DeMeco describe the Texans' 32-27 loss to the Titans? Frustrating.
The most frustrating part about it is, out of all the bad things that happened, we still had a chance to win and finish the game, right? Everything that could go wrong, it went wrong. But we still had a chance there, to tie it up, and finish the game, but we didn't.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the law firm of Daly & Black, and I'm talking to you homeowners or business owners out there whose homes or places of business have suffered storm damage recently, or you're worried about hurricane season. Daly & Black is who you need to go to if you're getting your insurance claims denied. They're an experienced team of trial lawyers that are going to be on your side. They don't get paid until they recover for you. That's right. No money out of your pocket till they recover for you. Their office is located right here in Houston, Texas. Visit them online. Talk to one of their attorneys right now at dalyblack.com. That's DALY, dalyblack.com.
This Black Friday, shop at Hellsberg and get up to 65% off select jewelry, like a unique engagement ring to say,
I want to spend my life with you.
a stylish pendant that says,
I think you're a pretty good catch.
Or huggy hoop earrings that tell her,
See? I was listening.
Come to the Hellsberg Black Friday sale and get up to 65% off select engagement rings and fine jewelry. A perfect gift designed with the love and care worthy of your story. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for Legacy Cigars and Lounge in Stafford, the best place in the Houston area to go smoke a cigar and relax with your friends, hang out at the bar. They've got a full kitchen steak on Monday and try the wings any day of the week there. But the best part, the huge selection and great brands of cigars that they've got in that massive humidor. You can smoke anywhere in the lounge. Bring your wife or girlfriend along as well. It's a very female-friendly environment. It's Legacy Cigars and Lounge on Main Street in Stafford.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
It's been a long time coming. The official Eras Tour book coming to Target on November 29th, featuring over 500 photographs from the tour, including never-before-seen performance and behind-the-scenes images. And for the first time, the Tortured Poets Department, the anthology with tracks on CD and vinyl.
Only at Target.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Live outside of NRG Stadium. We was giving away the turkeys, courtesy of Kroger. And a lot of turkeys out here, man. Hey, we gave out over 1,000 turkeys. So special shout out to everyone that was out here to make that happen. And
how many turkeys do you think you gave out personally?
Man, it had to be about 200.
Really?
Yeah, it got to the point I was switching it up. I was doing the turkeys, and then I started doing the bags. And then I had like 2 bags in my hand. I had 2 turkeys in my hand. I was on it, man. I was on it.
That's good.
So, yeah, salute to everybody being out here for that. And before we get started, though, man, we almost lost the OG.
It was close. It was close.
I was sitting here chatting with Reggie, and I turned to my right, and he almost got hit by a car.
No. Yeah. And the parking lot don't got no cars in it.
I'm like, man, this old man can't cross the road. Man. I'm like, what is going on?
Okay. So in this vast parking lot,
correct.
How many cars do you currently see moving?
Oh, moving? None.
There is like all this space. This place right here where I cross the street, go to the bathroom. All this space. I'm walking across. This dude comes barreling down. I turn around like, what's your problem, pal? Like, what's your hurry?
He might have a beef with you in particular.
I think he was trying to run me down.
Yeah.
There was all this room, all this space. No reason to be in a hurry. It's not like you're in a line getting out of the parking lot. Like, it's a clear shot. It's a clear shot to 610 right there. And this dude's like, hey, yo, white Chevrolet or white GMC truck, if you're listening. What's your hurry, brother?
Yeah.
What's your hurry?
I think I seen the Longhorn license plate.
Yeah, you know what?
Aggie.
The same.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, man, I'm glad you're still here with us, man.
That's on him, man.
That would have looked good.
That's on him. Well, I better not say that.
Well,
yeah, I'm glad you in one piece, man. I'm glad you made it back, man.
I still got my first step, though.
I'm glad the Figgy's here, though. Like, if you had gotten here, we would have been cool. We would have made it.
No harm, no foul.
I would have held it down, man.
Lots of harm, no foul.
I don't think nobody would have noticed. But let's get into some Thanksgiving's must-have foods, courtesy of Kroger. So they did a poll, I want to say maybe like last week, and they asked a lot of people inside of the store, inside of Kroger, I guess the most the staples you must have at the Thanksgiving. I'm going to go down the list. Number one is obvious, turkey.
Yes, sir.
So everybody got to have a turkey.
That's not true. You don't have to have a turkey.
But
that's popular,
for Thanksgiving,
though.
you got to have a turkey.
That's popular. I think that's an underrated thing.
You can have a ham. You can have some ribs.
Yeah,
According to DeMeco, you can have some jerk chicken, you know?
Oh, that would be really good.
You see?
That would be really good.
DeMeco had something.
Yeah, but according to this Kroger list, turkey was number one.
Okay.
That was on everybody's list.
Fair enough.
Number two was stuffing.
Or dressing.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know how I feel about that because I'm a dressing guy.
Yeah.
So salute to everybody.
Ain't they basically the same thing?
No,
We just
stuffing
call
you cook in the bird.
in the bird, okay.
Yeah,
very good.
dressing is like made with the cornbread, right?
Yeah, or oyster
That's the
dressing.
one.
We always make oyster dressing.
Yeah.
I hate to be constantly asking you for your stuff, but can you make sure to just put
I
some
will
of
bring you some tamale. Well, first oyster dressing. And maybe, some of my smoked turkey or fried turkey, and then we'll get tamales in a few weeks.
1 and 3. The other one, I mean, I appreciate it.
All right.
Look at me being ungrateful.
Yeah.
Like, I need 1 and 3. Appreciate you.
Get in where you can fit in, brother. Number three, mashed potatoes.
Yes.
So
I don't need mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving.
Nah,
I don't need it.
Because of the gravy.
All right, after I get done with this list, we need a Reggie list. I don't need what he be eating. You disagree with everything on this damn list.
Well, no, I personally like having turkey. That was just really for everybody else out there because, not everybody can cook turkey, as evidence. So sometimes you can do a ham. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Or some ribs.
Yeah. Number four, gravy.
Yes, sir.
And then number five, pumpkin pie, which I'm
there he is.
I'm not really. Yeah, I'm more of a sweet potato pie.
Well, you heard what I don't know if you saw what I tweeted earlier, and we were talking about it earlier. If you redrafted, if this was an expansion holiday, and you redrafted all the foods that they're only there because they're traditions, pumpkin pie and green bean casserole wouldn't make the list.
Yeah, I never understood the green bean casserole, man.
And pumpkin pie is okay. But there's 3 or 4 pies I'd rather have.
Yeah, I'd rather do sweet potato pie. I'm an apple pie.
Pecan.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Chocolate.
Yeah, peach.
Yeah,
chocolate pie.
Chocolate pie's good.
All right.
That's a little too much. I stick with the fruit.
Yeah. Funny enough.
Oh, cherry.
I can't remember the last time I had a cherry pie.
Apple pie is good.
Yeah.
But I've gotten to a peach
Pumpkin's
cobbler.
like 7 or 8 on the pie
Peach cobbler
list.
definitely is high up there.
Yeah, I'd rather do sweet potato pie over pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Salute to everybody for Thanksgiving. That's coming up. I would not be going for Thanksgiving, so I'm gonna be chilling. So I ain't gonna get none of this good food.
I was about to say, how are you gonna make that happen?
I usually go to a restaurant on Thanksgiving whenever I stay here. So I usually do like a Japanese restaurant.
Well, we're eating at 1:30.
Okay. Hey, I stopped by.
Look what we just made. We just made something happen. That's magic.
Hey, let's go.
We're eating at 1:30. You can get some oyster dressing before Reggie.
Hey, what's your address? So everybody.
Yeah, just go ahead and say that right quick. I got a pen here. I got a pen right here. We'll write it down.
Ain't nobody listening.
It's just us.
All right, so I ran across this article, and I think I kind of fall in this percentage because I just mentioned I'm not going back home for Thanksgiving. Honestly,
well, yours is because you don't want to mess with the travel.
I don't want to mess with the travel.
Yeah.
It's cold up there. Y'all seen the weather up there on Thursday night football, man. It was
gross.
snowing. Like that's ghetto. I'm cool. I would stay out here. Yeah, I would stay out here. But ran across this article, and 45% of people would bail on the holiday just to take a solo vacation. So I want to know where y'all fall with that. Would y'all rather take a solo vacation on Thanksgiving on holiday or spend time with the family?
Nah, I'd much rather spend time with the family because it's food's birthday. I need all the food, and I feel like I'm more apt to do that with the family than I am on a solo vacation. Getting my fill of candy yams and all of the stuff, the turkey, the ham, the cranberry sauce, mashed potatoes. I guess.
Now you're breaking into the song.
Yeah. I was like, mashed potatoes, yams, and cranberry sauce. Yeah, like all of it. I'd much rather do that than do the solo vacation.
That seems like a high number, 45%.
That is.
That seems like a really high number.
I'm part of that because I wasn't like that before, but I don't know if it's because I've been staying down here for so long, and I kind of got out of the whole family mood type of thing where I'm just like, man, I'd rather go somewhere else.
That's a high number. I think the reality of it all is a lot of people want to spend Thanksgiving with their family, and then about 1 hour in, they wish they were on a solo vacation. Can I go now? Can I go to the Aruba now?
Yeah. It's really stressful when you stay out of town, too.
Yeah, the travel on top of it.
The travel, and everybody traveling at the same damn time. Everything is sky high. And now I got two families I got to visit. I got to visit my family and her family.
Yeah.
And there's just so much going on, especially if it's a cold weather city. And now it's like, man, I don't feel like getting out in the snow.
Yep.
So I'd rather just take a solo vacation and enjoy myself there.
If you were going to take the solo vacation, where would you? Because I know you're staying home, right? But if you were to take the solo vacation, where are you going to?
Honestly, man, I wouldn't mind going to like Vegas or maybe trying something else new.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, it feels like you probably got to go to a place where it's always going anyways, because it feels like you might go to a place where they kind of shutting down too because it's Thanksgiving. Yeah. You know? Unless, I guess, out of the country, you'd be in a different
I don't
space.
realize how much Houston shut down until it's a holiday.
Yeah.
Because, stuff always open, Whataburger always open, but when it's Thanksgiving, man, everything closed early.
You're supposed to be somewhere, watching football, eating food.
Exactly. The only places that don't close is like Chinese restaurants or Japanese restaurants, and that's where I always end up.
Costa Rica, Cabo.
Okay.
Somewhere where I can get into some blue water.
Yeah, that's
how about you?
Me personally, I haven't thought enough about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I also go to Costa Rica, I guess, right? Like somewhere that's nice and warm and like tropical of sorts. Yeah, I think that might be a way to go. By the way, Lopez, Vic on the YouTube said 1:30. I'll pull up too. So you're gonna have a whole bunch of people at your house looking for some
Send
oyster
that
dressing.
address out.
Yeah, man, go ahead and put that on Twitter for us.
All right, Byron. I want to see if y'all down with this. So McDonald's is selling half-gallon jugs of McRib sauce.
I saw that and absolutely not.
Yeah, I was
sold out.
Why are you laughing about that?
I was never a fan of the McRib, man.
They sold out in 5 minutes. I just saw
the sauce.
I just saw it. 5 minutes. They sold out.
What are people putting that on?
I don't know. I don't know.
Y'all better not be putting it on no damn brisket or some real ribs.
Everything
y'all are serial killers.
You need some OG sauce stat.
All right.
You need some OG sauce stat.
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know what you're using all this OG, or not the OG sauce. Obviously, I know what you're using that for. But like the McRib sauce, I guess I keep thinking about that with the McRib, and I'm like, what else? What other things are you putting that on some shit? I feel like there got to be a better place.
It's just the McRib, right?
The sauce.
Always to be fair, I can't think of like what the McRib sauce tastes like. To be fair, like I'm not in that demographic of people that they're selling to anyways. But maybe that's enough. Maybe if you are a big McRib person, you just get to that'll last longer than the McRib is around, and maybe you could just come back around and get a little bit of that hit. You know, that McRib hit, just a little bit of that taste later on in the time where you can't get the McRib. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm totally out on that. That sounds so nasty.
It is nasty. That's why it sounds nasty.
All right, go ahead, Byron. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So I don't know if y'all heard of this, but a company created an AI grandmother bot to talk to phone scammers and waste their time.
I saw this and I appreciate it so much.
Oh my God!
It is perfect. It is exactly what needs to happen.
And the questions are going to be well, where are you from, honey? Something like that.
So it's a bot named Daisy, and the voice mimics a older person, and they pretty much spend their time talking to bots.
Yeah, and then so I think it's like scammers that are calling and trying to scam. It's like, they obviously they're trying to find old folks, so they imagine that they hit the jackpot. But then obviously she doesn't have anything to give, but she displays all of the kind of typical signs of somebody that's technology challenged and asking those questions. And I just appreciate, if for no other reason, however long that scammer stays on the line with AI. It's time that they can't be scamming somebody else.
Oh, you got to give it up to both sides.
Yeah, just imagine.
No, I don't. I don't got to give it up to that scammer. No, man.
Just imagine that bot said, "Hey, baby, how are you? How long you been working this
Exactly,
job?
all the questions.
Yeah, now, what are you selling? Now, I don't have a credit card. I just got cash. Can I mail it to you?
Can I mail it to you that one's elite.
Yeah, just wasting all that time knowing damn well ain't nothing about to happen.
See, I'm like, look, man, there's instances where we can do good with technology.
Sure.
And this is one of those. Absolutely. I'm all in on this.
I'm down for it. I need to find out how to get that.
Yeah, I don't. How does that work? Right? Like, is that individuals are getting the AI and then they're using that, or is it just like there is a number with an AI?
Is there an app? I bet you there's an app.
It should be an app.
Right?
I got to the point I stopped answering them. I don't answer a call I don't recognize.
Yeah, and it really
Like,
does
if it's a
suck.
number I don't recognize, I just don't answer.
Could be anyone, and I don't answer. I block most numbers. I probably have blocked some people that, whatever, I lost their number and they tried to call me, and I just blocked them.
Yeah, I feel bad, too, because my number pop up as like it looked like a scam number.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, does it say it?
No, it don't, but it looked like it.
Okay.
Because I don't have a Houston area code.
Ah, yeah.
And then the last 4 digits of my number is 1800.
Oh, okay.
So it just looked like a scam, and a lot of people don't answer off of first ring.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of feel bad about that, but I need old Daisy to cover me right now.
Yeah, I am actively Googling to see what we can do about this. Like, I would like to add one of these.
Hey, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Just how far can we go with this? Can we just mess with people when they answer the phone, thinking that they calling you, and it's just like, this is an old woman that don't know what's happening.
Now, what are you selling?
Who are you looking for? Oh no, he don't live here.
Do you want some cookies?
You want some cookies? I'll send some cookies too.
From the 832 on the 5-hour Energy fan line, I'm literally bailing on family Thanksgiving this year to go skiing and hit a music festival in Denver. Traveling solo, but meeting friends there.
Hey, salute to you, man.
Okay, all right.
Family overrated.
Wow,
No,
that is a hard stance to take there.
Nah, I'm just playing.
And then someone said that they would go to the Maldives. Okay,
All right.
all right.
Bring your checkbook. And pumpkin pie is only okay if it's smothered in Cool Whip. That's why it's ranked 7th or 8th. Because if you just got to smother it in Cool Whip.
I think you're doing a lot on pumpkin pie, man.
No, I'll say this again. It's not bad.
It's a seasonal offering.
It's just low on the totem pole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like apple pie with me resonates a little bit more in, I guess, summertime.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
but a lot of people make apple pie on Thanksgiving.
For sure. No,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
And I think pies for me in general have gone the way of they become a little extraneous. I'm trying to put down plates. Like, I used to be a lot better. You said who? That's fair. That's fair. They're just extra at this point. I used to be able to sit down and eat like plate on plate on plate.
Oh, sure.
And it kind of makes me sad that I don't have that kind of wherewithal. I mean, I don't have that ability in me.
You got to have a
anymore.
strategy though on your plates. Most people know this, but you pick the hits first. The hits come first. The turkey. I like giblet gravy, the dressing, the potatoes. Then and your second plate is sort of like that looks pretty good. With some more turkey and dressing, but you got to pick your spots.
I go the other way. I go first.
You go light first. No, you got to have the good
No,
stuff
not light
first.
plate. First plate. I go first plate, get a little bit of everything, and then second plate we are
just the hits.
Economy.
Back to the favorites.
Yeah, we're going back to the favorites, right? We're getting the main things. I'm trying to put down 3 or 4 plates, and then maybe we top it off with a little bit of dessert.
What's your stance on mac and cheese? Because we always get the mac and cheese is overrated or.
Well,
you
got to be able to make it like the baked mac. You got to be able to do it.
It's cultural too.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
By the way, when we were talking in the handoff this morning with Sean and Seth. Sean apparently does mac and cheese at his house.
Okay.
I did not anticipate that. He says they do mac and cheese. They do the baked ziti, which I imagine is a factor of the Sopranos.
No, the Italian connection of his wife.
Oh, that's right. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, she got a little Italian?
Did not realize that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Blackberry pie comes in pig's feet is what some folks are going with.
Yeah, I know you a brother.
Yeah.
Eating them pig feet.
You got it. I will say that. Y'all got that.
And then they came to the conclusion that the only reason he does mac and cheese cheeses because that's the only diversity he has at his Thanksgiving. Some people have a white Christmas. Sean has a white Thanksgiving.
There you go. That is. Someone says Sean does craft. That is hilarious.
Oh man, yeah, you better off not making no mac and cheese if you don't.
Yeah, don't bring no craft to Thanksgiving. But let me get ham. Or sorry, dressing, ham, cranberry sauce with the ridges.
Okay.
Sorry, I gotta start again. Dressing, candy yams, ham, cranberry sauce with the ridges. And then after that, we can get to, like turkey and some of the other stuff, some greens. I'm Nigerian, so the jollof rice got to be there still.
Ooh, okay.
I see my fellow Nigerians. What's up? But yeah, those are the musts. Like if there's mashed potatoes, I eat some mashed potatoes, but that's not a must, right? Gravy, whatever, man. Like it's cool.
Must.
Just load me up, man.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That is Figgy's Mixtape, which you get at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron, and we'll do that next.
The Texans' second-half demons reared their ugly head again in a 32-27 loss to the Titans.
So you're talking...
Fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
For Internet Daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Nah, Mr. Big Voice Man, we are actually live at NRG Stadium where a rousing success for the Turkey Time with the Texans event. Over 1,000 turkeys and meals given out to Texans fans out here. Salute to the Texans players and cheer and the Lady Texans and Toro and, of course, our guy Figgy Fig.
Yeah. Hannah was out there, too.
Hannah was out there.
She was getting to work.
Absolutely. And making sure that the Texans community outreach continued into the Thanksgiving week. And, of course, appreciation to Kroger for helping make that happen. And, yeah, but leading into Thanksgiving, there's always going to be a lot of talk about Thanksgiving food, and we've done a decent amount of that. We also just spent the entirety of that break talking about various food, and what I realized is I am hungry as hell. So I apologize to anybody listening, particularly at work, that just can't get to their lunch or can't get to their break or to when they're off to eat. I apologize because we might have helped add to that hunger.
Man,
so
we was talking about breakfast. We was over here talking about how to cook bacon.
How to cook bacon, how you like your grits, all that nonsense is what we were talking about. But let's talk a little bit about this Texans team before we hand it off to Clint and Ron to do their thing on a Tuesday with the drive. And we obviously we talked quite a bit about, I think, what has become the show stance and what is a lot of people's perspective when it comes to this team and this offense. It's not good enough. It's not designed well. The play calling is not up to snuff, and thus a change in play caller is probably necessary. You think DeMeco is willing to do it?
Will he?
Is he willing to do it? Because I think that was what I found interesting about that clip that we played earlier from the coach's show, where he's talking about letting this loss to the Titans sit with them. It feels like he's just in a different mind state, not fully, right? He's still going to be DeMeco Ryans by and large, but it feels like he is ready to acknowledge and ready to allow different things to happen. And so it feels like we might be primed for the opportunity to actually be willing to change, especially with the bye week coming up after this game.
Here's the thing, though. I'm with you in spirit. I'm with you in theory.
But you got to actually pull the trigger.
That goes against everything he's ever showed or done from the moment he got here. from the moment he got here, it's all been about protecting the players, defending them, deflecting, keeping it all in-house. We just got to get better. It's not any one individual player. It's all of us. A lot, and I'm going through like the whole litany of things that we've talked about this year over the course of going into now 13 weeks. You talk about Kenyon Green. Well, it's not just one guy. You talk about C.J. Stroud maybe being rattled. Well, it's all of us. And you talk about Bobby Slowik, and we all got to get better. But this week, you alluded to it. He said, contrary to what he's always said.
Should I play it?
Let's play it.
Byron, you got the Coach's Show Cut 9. Do you still have that available? If you could, I'd love to hear about DeMeco Ryans and how he is, how easy it is to implement the kind of 24-hour rule that he typically has with this team after the Titans game.
This is extremely tough, and I'm not letting this one go. This will be a week-long one that I make sure we all remember. And so, we gotta change. We gotta play better. Right. So this one is gonna sit with me all week until we get the opportunity to go out and compete again versus the Jaguars. So I want this to sit. I want this to sting all week for our guys, and I want everybody to feel. I know that's how I'm gonna be feeling all week until we're able to go and change it.
Yeah. I mean, that goes against everything he's ever said. And is it symptomatic of maybe a bigger thing that he's contemplating? He did kind of stop himself. He goes, "We got to change." He was going to say change, and then he said, "We got to do be better and all this other stuff
until we can change the actual performance."
Yes. Yeah. So, my gut tells me nothing's going to change.
And that's fair. But I think that as much as you're right, everything that he's established, all of the things that he's preached, it's also worth acknowledging he's still early on in this, and it's easy to have that mentality until you get pushed to a certain point. And it feels like you're getting to a place where you're pushed to that point. And it comes for every head coach to have to, and we're not even talking flat-out firing, although that's kind of the subtext of having that role taken from an offensive coordinator, right, especially with the head coach that is not an offensive coach, right? It would be something different if it's the offensive coach being like, I'm going to take the responsibility of play calling. That's not what we're talking about here. So I understand the implications, and, that would be a big move for DeMeco, but we've seen this happen time and time again with many coaches. Hell, we saw it with Gary make similar decisions as well. But that's part of being a coach, is acknowledging when you're not getting the results that you need and how to make those shifts. And I likened it to a situation that's not exactly the same, but again, Sean McDermott of the Andy Reid tree up in Buffalo had to do this, was it last year, 2 years ago, with Ken Dorsey, where he had to go, hey, man, we're going to Joe Brady because even though things look good, it needs to be better. And ultimately it became better. And I don't know how you can be the coach of a team without being willing to, I don't know if take risks is the thing, but, push forward and maybe take risks in that.
The other thing about this is, yes, I'm sure things are different behind closed doors.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure there's a little more oomph, a little more brimstone and fire and brimstone, behind closed door. But are you actually changing anything, or are you just trying to make these guys, as he often puts it, play better? At some point, Figgy, you got to change. You got to change something if it's 13 weeks in.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, all the stuff he was saying, you got to clean up this, do this better. I think he's right about that. I don't think it's just one thing, but sometimes when stuff ain't working, you got to throw something at the wall, see if it sticks.
And where does it all fall?
Yeah, there's still some things that clearly need to be changed. We talk about the offensive line that needs to get better. In fact, somebody on the YouTube earlier was saying, well, what is the conversation to be had about Chris Strauss, the offensive line coach? I think that clearly he has some things that we need to figure out. I mean, you mentioned Seth earlier and some of the ways that he has reached out to his to find out, about more of the offensive line play, and they've responded back with, sometimes I don't even know if this is inside out or outside zone based on the blocking. That feels like a technique situation. Yeah. And hey, when we start talking about technique, we talk about the position coaches, right? But that doesn't feel like one that you can shift in season necessarily. Yeah. I don't think. Play calling duties is one you can. And so I don't know. I'm interested to see if this, and maybe I'm just reaching because it is quite possible. I am taking him him having a slight change in tone about like just flushing a win to mean that maybe he is ready for some level of change. But so many people are clamoring for it, and we know that they hear these things, right? We're not naive enough to think that, oh well, none of the outside noise is heard of and considered. And I think also knowing that DeMeco Ryans is a thoughtful human being, that he will have to have some consideration about what has clearly not been getting the job done offensively.
Yeah, because, I mean, again, week 13, you're not going to be any different unless there is a significant change. And that includes
typically this is when we look at teams and we go, they've solidified who they are.
We know the elite teams right now.
So what are the chances that you actually see a shift without making any big changes in what is happening here in the play?
It's kind of weird too, because I felt like with this division being so rough and they're clearly in first place and probably will make the playoffs, I felt like it's not that much pressure to try to make a big change like that.
Yeah.
Now if they were, let's say the Colts were in first, and they're way behind, then I think you probably would see a change. Like looking at it like, hey, we're still first, and we can still, find a way to clean some things up. Then it's not that big.
Yeah,
of a,
but I'm glad you brought that up, because I saw a tweet from Sean earlier, and he was taking to task someone who said, all these high expectations, and Sean said, well, the Texans themselves never said, that they had these high expectations. Well, okay, they didn't say the words, but they did the things. They brought in Stephon Diggs. They brought in Joe Mixon. They
Aziz, DeMeco.
They brought in all these guys.
Yeah.
They didn't have to say anything. They agreed with the expectation. The expectation was Super Bowl-type run, AFC Championship-type run. And to your point, Figgy, yeah, I mean, maybe it lessens the pressure just to get to the playoffs, but that's not what we're talking about. And with their actions, that's not what they were talking about. Last thing here, Reggie, is there is still some time to at least get marginally better. As much as I just said, we know the good teams right now, there is a bye week coming up. There is a late run against good teams. And if you can just get something going differently with a different play caller, you're going to have a puncher's chance.
But that might be the reason why they don't make a shift, right? That might be where they look up and they go, there's still time to get this right under the current administration, for lack of a better term, right? That might be why it remains the way that it is. And I don't know. I don't feel I've gotten to a place where clearly I don't feel confident that you'll see the step up. And I know some people will look up, and I like this text that comes in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, right? Is Ken tough? Somebody else was like, all right, can you coach or can you change the execution? And maybe not, right? Like, I understand where that is coming from, and it points to what Figgy was saying, that there's still clearly other things that are issues. But can you maybe execute better if what they're being asked to execute makes a little bit more sense?
Yeah.
Right? Like, that is something that we will see if the Texans are willing to actually make a move on. If DeMeco Ryans is willing to make a move on, like I think a lot of people outside of the building are seemingly wanting.
Yeah, I'm a little worried if they do make a move. Let's say they have somebody else call the plays, that we might see, oh, this ain't a play calling problem.
Yeah.
But that's more clarity, though.
But see, at that point, you can't, like, it's over with for Bobby. At that point, like, are you going to go back to Bobby? So it's like once you pull that trigger on Bobby, that's it, man.
Well, that might be it anyway.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, let's welcome in the fellas of the drive. I know we got Ron here. Ron, I'm sure you've heard a little bit of what we've been discussing here. The possibility the possibility of actually making that move with Bobby. Do you think that if you take the play calling duties away from Bobby and it doesn't work out, you can't go back?
No, I agree with Figgy on that. No, you can't go back, but I think it's foolish. With the foolish talking about changing the play caller. I get surprised that folks look at what, like, if I told you, all right, man, you got an offensive line that cannot pass protect or run block. You got a running game that is only good with one back, because none of the other backs can run behind the line. You got it with one back. You've got injuries to huge pieces. You've got a quarterback that is skittish. And some of this stuff has played a part of it, but you have a quarterback that at times in the second half you can't call plays because you can't trust him to protect the ball. I just look at that and think, yes, he deserves his fair share of blame, and I've been saying this for weeks. But to look at that and think, boy, if we change the play caller, that's it. Those guys like Laramie and Juice will all of a sudden stop jumping off sides on consecutive plays, or they won't miss protections, or CJ won't throw the ball into the ground on a 3rd and 5 with Nico wide open, or Nico won't drop a ball that's thrown right to him on a perfect play set up for him. To me, like, what is this person, like, what is this new play caller going to do that combats all of the other issues that this offense has?
My answer to that is, like, you're not wrong on some of those, on many of those things, but there's two options here. Then you do nothing. You do nothing because you can't do nothing. You got to do something. And then the second part of it is just give C.J. Stroud some semblance of confidence that things are going to be different and see where it goes. And if it doesn't go anywhere, then you have your answer.
Yeah, I mean, if you could tell me the change of the play caller will make C.J. start playing better, well, hell, get them all out. Let's do a lot of different things. But I don't watch the games and say, boy, if they had a new play caller, this sucker would be humming. Like, I don't watch the games and see that. I think he is part of the issue. Clearly, He's the leader of this thing. I just don't get and say, boy, here we go. They'll be humming.
No, I think you're right in that regard, but I do wonder if that is kind of a defeatist mentality where, hey, man, that we can't fix all of it, so we can't fix any of it. I do wonder if you fix some of those issues, but I hear you, and I think your point is well made, and it'll continue to be made for the next 4 hours right here on Sports Radio 610.
I'm not talking about Bobby Slowik for 4 hours. I'm not talking about Bobby Slowik for 4 hours.
No,
I don't care how long you want to talk about it, Clint. I'm not talking about it for 4 damn hours. I give you 2.
All right. Look, that's a compromise. I appreciate you doing that for me. All right, we're done here in NRG Stadium for In the Loop. It's time to hand it off to these fine fellas. You're listening to In the Loop. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
Hey, don't take them headsets off, fellas. Don't take them headsets off, because we got to address something. Now, you made us walk down the line on this thing. Now, we have got to address something here. And listen, I heard you all loud and clear talking about one of the Thanksgiving things. And I heard Lopez, and I'm telling you, because I want Tyler and Clint to jump in on this. And I looked at the text line a little bit, too, in this thing. I think you may have jumped yourself into a 2 America situation that actually might be a 3 America situation when we ride you into this, Lopez. When you just talked about the redrafting of Thanksgiving foods and you said you think green bean casserole would not make the cut. Listen, I hear you. Trust me, I hear you. But I think that is a space of you thinking in your own mind. I don't think that there are a lot of people who would agree with you and say cut green bean casserole off. Like, I wonder if Tyler and Clint.
It's top 3 for me.
See, I just told you it is a cultural thing.
No kidding.
Oh, God.
I ain't even messing with you.
Oh, he's not. And I'm telling you, rock and roll up and down this text line. And I'm betting you people will probably thinking, no, you crazy. We ain't cutting no green bean casserole off. That's one of the top ones.
It's freaking mushroom soup. It's a can of mushroom soup and canned green beans or fresh green beans. It's like if Thanksgiving was an expansion holiday, like we just started from scratch. You're telling me that green bean casserole wouldn't even be an undrafted free agent?
No. Hold on, I'm telling you. To us, yes. But I'm telling you, there's another group that is more of a group than us that are speaking like Tyler.
Tyler Milner just texted me and said, "What's up, cracker?"
Hey, you might have a chance with Clint. I still think Clint's going to have green bean casserole there.
Nah, Jack. Nah,
there you go. There you go.
Green bean casserole in the Milner household.
There you go.
Hey, not all green bean casseroles are the same now.
Yeah, but they don't got to be the same to all be cuttable. That's what I'm saying. There's different levels of cuttable is what we're talking about.
Like right now, this is easy for many of us. If I hit you with a one gotta go, mashed potatoes, rolls, or green bean casserole, I think it's easy. I'm banging out green bean casserole.
You're darn right.
But
without question.
I think
See your rolls.
Tyler, I think if we sent that to many people on the text line, that green bean casserole is staying.
They're already defending it. 713 hopped up. Green bean casserole is one of the best.
Hey, I'll be the obvious one here. I'm assuming that we're talking about white folks liking green bean casserole.
Absolutely,
yes.
You know the hell this is.
Yeah, look, I never thought about it, but yeah, I mean, it's a popular dish, but I could care less. I'm not a fan. You can cut it right now.
Exactly.
Very good. Excellent.
There you go.
Have a good show, fellas.
All right. As I said, Clint, you kind of that unicorn a little bit, baby.
I don't get an opinion, huh?
You kind of that unicorn. Sometimes you slide it. I'm telling you, I thought when I heard them say all three of them agreed, I thought, we got Figgy, Reggie, and Lopez out here saying, "Nah, man, green bean
pissing off white America."
I said, "Hold on now, what
That's what whites used to do.
Wait just a damn minute, Tyrone." I thought Tyler was going to fly in there with his cape and say, "To hell it is."
I do love green bean casserole.
I know you do. I'm telling you, I'm just going to say that there is a part, like our boss, PH, green bean casserole. I'll bet on it. I will bet on it that PH has some green bean casserole on the plate. I will bet it. Our other boss.
If what you're insinuating is true, I would bet both of the tables that Parker Hillis eats off of. His and his in-laws got green bean casserole all over.
Yes. Like I am scared, but hell, because we're gonna have a lot of tough conversations, and it starts with this one apparently today. That's what today's show is gonna be about: tough conversations. Because we're going to get to one about DeMeco Ryans here coming up in just a second. But, Tyler, I dare to do this. Because you said, what did you say? Not all green bean casseroles are made the same. Like, what's a real good one?
The ones I eat. Like, I just had a mess of green bean casserole at my mother-in-law's this past weekend. I had probably 3 or 4 helpings. But I'm not going to eat 3 or 4 helpings of my aunt's green bean casserole later on this week.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying.
No, I know it. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a tradition. It's a tradition for, as you would say, a group of people in this country.
I have other words. You were completely wrong. Old boss man said, nope, out on the green bean casserole.
Listen, Parker, I don't know why you got a lot of kick it, Parker. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry, Parker. I don't believe you.
He seems pretty serious. He looked at me dead in my face and shook his head.
You're an honest person, and I know Parker wanted to. I know Parker has been holding it in not to come at Tyler about what happened with his Auburn Tigers and your Texas Longhorns. But I'm sorry. I see the Boston. Damn, the Boston got on the screen. Here's PH. I'm sorry. I can't believe you don't have that. There won't be green bean casserole at the establishment that you're going to for Thanksgiving, and it ain't gonna be on your plate.
No, there will definitely be green bean casserole at the establishment, but it's not going on my plate. Give me the mashed potatoes, give me the mac and cheese, give me the stuffing, give me just about anything else. I am not touching the green bean casserole. It is, look, the gots to go that you threw out there, 100%. That one can go, and I don't have to think twice about it.
I was still a line from Clint Stoerner. I'd have lost a lot of money on that one.
I would have lost a house note, Chief. I would have. I'm not gonna lie. Because here's the deal. Like
in my mind, I see Parker saying, "Ooh, give me some extra onion strings, baby."
Onion strings.
Well, don't get me started on onion strings.
He just grabs a handful of those when he walks in the door.
Pop that up.
It is at every. And I'm thinking about it. Every Thanksgiving that I've attended over the years has had green bean casserole.
And I'm 0 for 40.
I don't think the Capetillos had green bean casserole. I think that was the only cure. But and I don't dislike green bean casserole. I just I just don't. I don't have room on my plate for it, right? Like there's only room on my plate. I got to leave something out on Thanksgiving. That is getting left out 10 out of 10 times.
Yep. Eric right here on YouTube and Twitch. Mashed potatoes out. Jeffrey Driscoll, on YouTube and Twitch. Mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, and dressing. Horatio Perez likes to still call me Rerun. You can kiss my black ass all up and down Houston. So not Rerun, although I just rewatched that show the other night. But all right, it is a day of tough tough conversations, and I want to have a tough one here. And Clint, as we do this thing every day, we kind of throw in our thoughts and ideas, and we are clearly on the same wavelength on one thing that has to be a tough conversation that I don't think a lot of people are comfortable in Houston having, but I think it is one that needs to be had. Last night, DeMeco was on the coach's show, and Clint, this is a complete change, of course, on how he normally handles things. He talked about specifically, the 24-hour rule. His entire time here, man, just flush it, win or lose, flush it. Let's let it go. He had a different feel when he spoke to the guys on the coach's show last night.
Oh, this is extremely tough, and I'm not letting this one go. This will be a week-long one that I make sure we all remember. And so, we gotta change. We gotta play better. So it's going to sit with me all week until we get the opportunity to go out and compete again versus the Jaguars. So I want this to sit. I want this to sting all week for our guys, and I want everybody to feel. I know that's how I'm going to be feeling all week until we are able to go and change it.
Yeah. All right. He's still in there thinking about it. This is a change of how he normally does things and how he approaches the team. And Clint, as I said, I feel like we were on the same wavelength. Boy, you were talking a lot yesterday about some of the issues with this team. And many people have been talking about some of the issues with this team. And I would just say this, Clint, generally, a lot of those issues you were talking about, which I'm sure you're about to share, you generally don't match that with, well, that's a team that's well coached. You generally don't look at that and say, that squad there, that squad, they have, as you would say, the advantage with the polos on the sideline. And I think it's an uncomfortable conversation, but there is one there. Have we, and you can answer this, those of you on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 at Football Superfans. Have we jumped the gun on how good of a coach DeMeco Ryans is? Have we kind of moved a little quick on that with the success of last year?
Well, let me answer the first part of that question for the audio that you played right there, Ron.
You do whatever you want to do.
That would have been phenomenal week 7 when you messed the bet against the Green Bay Packers and won the turnover battle by 3 and still didn't win a football game.
It's just a little late.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's the deal, though, Tyler. Here's why it's not just about timing. It is. That's one of the layers. But the other layer is it took losing a football game, doing the same crap that you've been doing all year long, but the fact that it was Tennessee and it was a 3-win football team or a 2-win football team, whatever the hell they were, now it's going to stick with you.
Ooh.
Right? That to me, what that I immediately, when I heard that, and Tyler, I'll be honest with y'all, I did not hear that until right before we came on the air and Tyler played it for me. Right? The part of that pisses me off is when it happens against a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, that's one of the better football teams in football, it's, we'll sweep it under the rug and we'll just move on. But when it happens to a team that's bottom of the barrel in your division,
things are fixable.
Now but you got no business having this happen to you.
Now it stings, Ron. The same crap that forced you to lose to the Tennessee Titans, now it stings and now it's going to stick with you and now you want the guys to remember it.
They're all
right?
fixable.
I think it speaks volumes to the
it was happening in wins too, Clint.
But Ron, this is yes, these problems they have not gone away. But the thing is, like this speaks volumes for kind of the expectations, like the true taste. When it happens against a team You're supposed to be a Super Bowl caliber football team, one of the best teams in the AFC, a team that is hot and coming for everybody's throat. And when it happens against one of the teams that's in the same class with you, it's no big deal. Let's just move on, as it's easy to just forget about it. But when it happens to a team that's supposed to be below you, now you want it to sting. I personally look at it as like, now we know what your expectations are. Your expectations were never to be equal to or better than the Green Bay Packers. Your expectations for this team were never to be a top 3 AFC football team and contend for a Super Bowl, right? If they were, you'd be just as mad then after week 7, after you pissed away a game to the Green Bay Packers. You'd have been just pissed off then as you are right now, week 12, after losing to a lowly Tennessee Titan team, right? But because that was a better football team, it was, it's a long season. Everything's fixable. Like, I'm ready for this organization to be at a spot and for everybody's mind to be at a championship level. Like, when you play down to teams' opponents, when you piss games away, and when you got a chance to beat teams that are legit contenders for Super Bowls, that should hurt more than you pissing a game away week 12 against the Tennessee Titans. But because it's the Titans, because it's embarrassing, because everybody on God's green earth knows that you shouldn't have done it, now we want this thing to sting all of a sudden when you're 12 weeks into it. That, to me, it's a bad bar to set. It's a bad state. It just didn't sit well with me. That's exactly what I wanted to hear after the Green Bay loss. It's exactly what I wanted to hear when you didn't play well in games. The Jets lost, right? That was a 2-win football team. The Lions lost after you messed down your leg and lost that football game right there, right? Those are the things. So everybody out there, again, that always wants to talk about, hey, Clint, what do you want him to say? That is exactly what I want him to say the entire season when you didn't play up to snuff.
But with that now, that leads to the question and conversation. Did we jump the gun? Did we jump the gun on kind of where we rated him as coach? I mean, there are things like he's a top 10 coach already. That was kind of the sentiment coming into this season. And just kind of what we're seeing, a team that is undisciplined, a team that makes similar mistakes 12 weeks into the season, a team that hurts itself, a team that loses games when other teams are working with you, as you just talked about. Hey, we won the turnover battle by 3 and lost. We had a pick 6 and 8 sacks and lost, right? And 2 turnovers. I think it is a serious conversation and a real thing to kind of face with, whoa, maybe we need to kind of slow our thoughts down on what he is as a coach.
Look, because I think it's fair. I think it's very fair. I know me. I can only speak for myself. I think I jumped the gun a little bit on DeMeco Ryans. I never thought we'd be sitting here year 2 of DeMeco Ryans' tenure, and we'd be talking about a team that is as undisciplined as there is in the NFL.
I love DeMeco.
We're talking about a team that loses to a 2-win team because you have 9 penalties for 83 yards in the second half. You've got an offense that has several issues going on, but lacks physicality up front. Gets pushed around. I watched the tape drop Tuesday. I watched half the tape. I watched half the game. You're just getting pushed around up front. They did a better job. Just get pushed around. You're okay with just getting punked over and over and over again. Whether the guy makes a play or not, he's going to make you feel him, and you're just going to eat it. And that is a DeMeco Ryans football team. I mean,
God. 2 years running.
I can't believe that we're sitting here with it and talking about this football team not being able to go on 2 with a snap count in their own building. I can't believe that we're still talking about, a DeMeco Ryans team of guys that just, the same thing that I highlighted with the Cowboys where you could, watch their $136 million corner Diggs. Watch him quit on this play. Watch him just have no physicality. Watch him just eat this block, but yet he's where he's supposed to be. Watch how lazy he is chasing. Watch this guy. He's just lazy as hell chasing. He's quitting on plays, right? I watched the defense do that this week on multiple explosives. I ain't talking about the big passes over the top. I'm talking about the run that's bottled up on the goal line coming out and ends up going for 20, 25 yards. I'm talking about the tight end catching the ball on the over the shallow and go 70-some-odd yards for a touchdown. Guys just quitting, right? Those are the things. Forget about the win-loss record, right? Forget about the play calling inside and out, offense and defense. Forget about that. Forget about turnovers. Forget about C.J. Stroud's play appearing to be regressing. Forget all that. What I'm watching is an undisciplined football that lacks physicality and is real quick to quit.
Week after week.
I never thought that would be what I watched out of a DeMeco Ryans defense. I mean, football team.
And they made the decision to re-sign and bring many of those guys in.
Yeah. Well, but Ron, to me again, those are all there's a personnel issue here. And I think when you pay guys that don't have the same get after it physicality, want to work ethic that you trying to instill in your team, I think you ask for problems, right? You put yourself in a bad spot, man. But I'm not even talking about the decisions that they're making. I'm just talking about this team, and it is led day in, day out by DeMeco Ryans, one of the hardest nosed, most physical dudes, most accountable dudes, and you look around and the team doesn't resemble that after 12 weeks of football.
Yeah, it has been a surprise in many kind of scenarios, and that one is absolutely one of them. All right, let's talk a little bit about the big injury that yesterday. And real quick, I'd apologize to Kadar Holman. You tore your ACL the same day that Jaylen Pitre went down, and that just kind of got lost in it. But the Jaylen Pitre injury, and what this will mean, and how eyes will be opened here by many Texans fans. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, when it comes to the football season, we know that players deliver the energy on the field, but off the field, it is you, the fans, that bring.
And your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
In the Loop and The Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Jaylen has a shoulder injury. He'll be out for some time.
What did he bring to this defense this year that you'll miss for however long he's out?
Well, Jaylen has brought this. He's been a true impact player for us. Just being around the ball, just causing interceptions, forcing fumbles. He's just been really active, very instinctive player for us. He's been all over the field, and he's made a lot of plays for us, and just miss his instincts, miss his playmaking ability. We're going to miss that, right? So we got to pick it up, and we got to go. We got to move forward. We got to press forward. Whoever else steps in, we got to hit the ground running.
All right, that's head coach DeMeco Ryans talking about the loss of his young safety, Jaylen Pitre, who As I said before, DeMeco and company, Matt Burke as well, following that Jets game where he was in some less than ideal situations, it seems like they had really, Jaylen also picked up his play, really improved where he was going to be, where he was lining up, and getting the most impact out of him. And he's been really, really good, I'd say, the last 2 or 3 games, specifically since that Jets game. But I look at this Jaylen Pitre injury, and it feels like to me that he's about to open up some eyes. I think there are a lot of people who like Jaylen Pitre, but it's been kind of up and down at times with him, especially from the fan base. And Clint, he seems to be, there are players like this with certain skill sets. He seems to be a player, and I know I'm guilty of it, and we're probably guilty of it, that it's really easy to fall into really focusing on the things that he's not good at. Like, he is somebody that you see, like, a lot of, well, man, he can't cover. Or, the things that he struggles sometimes with tackling or, in space, because that's what we talked about a lot. But I think with him being out, we are now, because he's played virtually every game. He's missed 2 in his career, but he's played all 17 first year, 15 last year, and all 12 up to this point. But I think it's really going to jump out big time on what it is that he does well and what he brings, because I just don't think they have anybody on the roster that plays and does some of the things that he does. So for the first time, we always think about coverage and all the things that he can't do. I think it's going to really potentially stand out the things that he brings to the table that you don't notice until he's not there.
Oh no, I think that's 100% spot on. Look, I mean, there's no. We've talked about it. I don't know how you feel or Tyler feels, but when we've talked about this, I mean, for me personally, there was never a doubt on Jaylen Pitre in terms of playing zone coverages, on playing the run, all the different pressures that DeMeco was going to use him with, which he has. I thought he was going to be tremendous in those situations. The only question is when a team lines up that has a good play caller and a good quarterback that can zero in on mismatches and can get him in the open field in man situations with top receivers in this league, you're going to have major problems. It's going to be unfair, right? And now we've seen that become an issue a time or two, and I think DeMeco Ryans has done his damnedest of late to keep it from happening again in critical situations. But, yeah, I mean, look, there is the good far outweighs the bad with Jaylen Pitre. And I mean, you just simply, there's not a player that has the same caliber instincts that he has that you're going to put at that position. There's not a player that's a true nickel defender that you're going to put at that position, whether he is more of a coverage savvy defender or a linebacker type, gadget type pressure, stopping the run type of instincts. You don't have either of those guys that's to replace Jaylen Pitre right now. So I agree with you We're going to feel this one. We're going to feel this one, I think, in a big way.
Yeah, like I said, it's just easy it's easy to look at, dang, man, he can't cover. More times than less, you just look at it and he'll get beat. And like I said, we're guilty of it. He'll, like in that Jets game, he'll get beat by Garrett Wilson and he'll get beat by Devontae Adams. But like some of the there is just like whoever they put in there, even Dez King didn't do it. The aggressive manner that he plays with that causes, like, he lights up. He comes, and when he arrives, he is coming physically and lights people up and causes turnovers. Like the Barnett touchdown. Like that is a lot of Jaylen Pitre. He always finds himself around the ball. Yeah. And strip it, and that led to a touchdown with just his physical play. And I don't think that Eric Murray brings that. I don't think that Jimmy Ward will consistently bring that the way he does and can kind of do the things he does. So, I hope they're able to survive as much as they can without him. But this is going to be a clear thing in which, like it's going to be like, damn, okay.
Well,
damn, I didn't really notice that he did those things, or how important he was with those things until he's not here right now and nobody's doing them.
Well, the unfortunate part of it is again, where it's going to hurt is where this team is it's a pressure defense, and a lot of times, Jaylen Pitre is a big part. With the exception of 51 and 55, Jaylen Pitre is the next best thing in terms of consistently creating pressure from the edge, from the outside in, making the quarterback and tackles and tight ends, account for number 5 out there, account for Jaylen Pitre. Like this team's identity defensively, what they wholeheartedly believe in and how they've had success, he's been a critical part of that. And so not just is he a good player, one of the key cogs, he is an extremely important part of what gives this team the identity that it does have defensively.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. If you could sum up like the player that represents what they want to do defensively, it's him and Will.
Absolutely, 100%.
It's those two, and you run the risk of losing that, and we'll see. Hopefully, they can find guys to fill the void. We'll see about that. All right, Chris Long, speaking about what has become the number one topic surrounding the Houston Texans, speaking about the offensive coordinator, and he had some choice words to say what the Texans potentially should do. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Man, it's a good feeling to get in that new rig, ain't it, y'all? It's a new feeling when you buy yourself a new vehicle, but here's the
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we keep rolling through here on this beautiful Tuesday. Clint, Chris Long, Super Bowl champion, son of Howie Long, had a long career, won that championship with the Eagles, has his own podcast, I believe the Green Light Podcast. I believe that is what it's called. And this has been a conversation and a question, and like I said, we'll have tough conversations throughout the day, Clint, but a lot of people are now, as we're reaching week 12, really honing in on what's going on with C.J. Stroud. It literally, on ESPN, their page, the first thing you can see, the big story, it is C.J. Stroud, a photo of C.J. Stroud, and it says, what in the world happened to C.J. Stroud this season?
You know the answer to that.
And like that has started to be a conversation piece. And one of the things that's been talked about around here, and many people have their thoughts on it, is, should there be a change at play caller? Should the Texans look at changing the play caller, and will that help them? Hey, the Jets did it. When they moved from Nathaniel to Todd Downing. Should the Texans do something like that? Here's Chris Long's take on the idea of changing play callers.
So they haven't had their Jacksonville, then they have a bye. And I know he's tight with the quarterback coach, right? I know there's other guys that are in the building and call plays. Like, did we look at that as Bill Lazor is there? He's called some plays in the NFL before. But they have to have a conversation about the play calling because the play calling is not good. And I've seen teams work around worse offensive lines. There are some decent players, guys who have played good ball in the past on this offensive line, but they're not playing together. And they're doing unsound They're pulling Shaq Mason to pick up an edge guy who's screaming off the edge. He's tiptoeing. He doesn't know what he's doing. You've given up a sack to Devondre Sweat. The guy hadn't had a sack since Jesus was a baby. And you're giving up a sack to that guy. He's 380 pounds. How do you give up a sack to a 400-pound guy late in the down?
All right. As you heard there, Clint, as you talked about some of the offensive line stuff, and I know that's been a conversation piece around here.
Is Slowik losing it?
Should they be maybe looking at making a change with Bobby Slowik? What were your thoughts surrounding some of the stuff Chris Long had to say?
Well, I think some of the points that Chris made are spot on. I think now if his overall point is to make, I didn't know his overall point was that they should make a change at the play call. I think that's silly. I think the thought of it is silly. I mean, anybody out there can point to a mid-season play caller change for a team that's set for the playoffs that worked in a positive light. Let me know, positive manner. Let me know. That to me, that overall is really, really silly. The thought now, Bobby has plenty of blame laid at his feet, no question about it.
Well, real quick, let's jump into that part of it. Why do you think it's really, really silly? Because I agree with you, but there are a lot of people. I'm going at it with somebody on the text line right now on why I was called Sherlock Holmes on here. Why to you is it really, really silly?
Well, one because everybody in that room that you would go to, whether it's Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor, both of those guys are heavily involved in what the hell's going on already. Number one. Number two, the overall overarching undisciplined lack of physicality starts at the very top. And when the very top doesn't hold guys accountable to be that, the offensive coordinator or the O-line coach or the quarterback coach can't do it themselves. So that part of it's not going to change. And then if you look at what the issues are on this football team, you don't have to look any further than the last play, literally the last play of the game. they like Chris Sims is going out there nationally talking about they need to do more man protection. Did you watch Juice Scruggs the last play of the game with Simmons on him? Have you watched an all year long get absolutely destroyed by middle of the road defensive tackles in what ends up being one-on-one man type protection?
What Chris Long just said with Sweat.
Yeah. Like what he is seeing is absolutely, the guys are seeing things. They're seeing the same things I'm seeing, but from a national perspective, you're watching a couple of things and then going, oh, this is what they got to do to fix it. And in reality, there is no quick fix with what's going on and changing the play caller. It's just interesting to me. I mean, the guy that orchestrated the quarterback having the absolute best rookie season that most people have ever seen last year is the same guy that you're wanting to fire this year. Last year, things were going just fine in this same exact system, but this year you got a tougher schedule, you got some better players, dudes aren't playing worth the flip for whatever reason, guys are undisciplined, and penalties continue to be an issue, and it's the play caller. I don't disagree that the play caller has plenty of blame in this situation, but the thought of jumping to fire somebody or remove them from play calling duties, in my opinion, is silly. I just, there's not much good, if any, can come from that at this point in time.
People are texting in off of this, and we didn't know if we were going to head here, but people are texting in off of this. Look what happened to the Bills last year, Clint. And then what's happening with the Jets this year are two examples of it.
It's that simple.
What happened there?
I guess they beat the Texans after they.
Yeah. There are outliers, no question about it. But like the Bills, what the Bills were doing was they were being too aggressive. They were taking too much risk and were not playing to their quarterback strengths. And what they did was they took out half the playbook and said we're no longer going to be a vertical passing team, even though our quarterback has an extremely strong arm. We're now going to feature the running backs, the tight ends, and the quarterback in the run game and in the quick pass game. Now that is an extremely drastic change that did work out for Buffalo. You don't have if you had that, you don't have that option here in Houston. It is going to be some iteration of what they're already doing. You're not gonna drastically change and all of a sudden not target Nico Collins and trade him next year. You know what I mean? Like that's that's a good find and it did work for Buffalo, but that's not what you're going to do here. That's not your option here. You're going to do some iteration of what you already are doing. And if there's a guy in the room that could call plays and all of a sudden fix this offensive line and he hasn't done it yet, boy, he's a real POS.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It is, as you said, man, it is a tough one. As I see people, but it is, I think if Tyler did a poll, especially for our listeners, if Tyler did a poll, I think fire, if I'm off, Tyler, you'll follow this. I think if he did a poll, fire Bobby Slowik, I think would win at an 80+% clip.
Oh, no question. No question.
And I mean a good amount of people. If Sports Radio 610 did that, it would win at about an 80+% clip. And I don't know. The best that I've heard, Clint, is what I've seen on the text line. It's crazy to believe that the Texans need 5 new offensive linemen, but they do. Bobby is an issue to them. They're just not responding to him. Just my opinion. Now, if that's one where I don't necessarily know if Bobby's an idiot now all of a sudden based off of last year when he was a genius, but clearly they're not responding to him or responding to the elementary things that's being asked to do. Because I do think some of it is just talent. Some of these guys just aren't equipped to do it anymore at this point. But then some of it is the mental stuff and just absolutely not knowing where they're supposed to be and what they're supposed to be doing. I can get with maybe they've tuned out Bobby. That would be really, really quick. for them to tune out a guy that was just with them last year that helped them. He helped Dalton Schultz get paid. He's helped a lot of these guys look better last year, and to think maybe they have tuned him out and they're not responding to him anymore. But that's maybe the best thing I have heard in reference to why potentially a move to be made from Bobby.
Yeah, and I don't buy it. I don't believe that either. I don't believe it either. I just don't. I mean, it's just, to me, that's not. I mean, you're talking about an offensive coordinator, Ron, that has called plays in the first half and scored 50-plus points in the last 3 games. You're talking about a guy that did dial up. I know people don't like it, but he did dial up enough throwing the oceans to beat the damn Detroit Lions, and it didn't get it done. This dude's a good play caller. I mean, he's a good play caller. The fact of the matter is, right now they've got a lot working against him. And don't get me wrong. Again, he deserves some blame. He's had a rough go at it. He hasn't been great this year. But the issues that are keeping this football team from winning ball games and being productive in the second half, I don't believe is the offensive coordinator, or if it is, a fireable offense.
Yeah, I guess the best way I could put it is, Clint, is I don't think that Bobby Slowik or Matt Burke or anybody should be coming and thinking about taking over for DeMeco Ryans.
Oh, no.
And DeMeco Ryans, you know what I mean? And DeMeco Ryans, if you want to say stuff that Bobby has done, DeMeco Ryans as the head coach, who's over all of this, looks different than it did last year. And I think it would be crazy. Hey, man, maybe somebody needs to replace him after what he did last year and into this year with different things happening across his offense. There are flat times where, as Clint just said in the first segment, looks like they got players that quit at times. It looks like they have players that are completely undisciplined. His defense just in the wrong spots, giving up big plays. I think it's asinine to fire him. Just like I think it would be insane right now to fire Bobby Slowik.
Yeah,
but nobody wants to go to that route.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't. There's if we're going to be completely I'm just being straight up.
They bid about the same.
I think the most difficult thing about this football team offensively to wrap my head around is the lack of physicality and the willingness to quit, right? And I would put 2 guys, if not 3, ahead of Bobby Slowik in terms of being responsible for that, and that's DeMeco Ryans and Laramie Tunsil. Like the way DeMeco has allowed Laramie Tunsil to just practice when he wants to practice, jump off sides, and we protect him. We don't talk about it. It's A-okay. We'll get better. We'll move on from it. Bobby can't say nothing to Laramie Tunsil. Clearly, the ability to put your foot down on NFL players and make them be physical on the offensive side of the football, if the head coach doesn't acknowledge it, if the head coach doesn't hire it, the hell is Bobby Slowik going to do? If the $20+ million a year lineman practices when he wants to and he gets away with it and he doesn't have to practice and he doesn't have to be accountable and he's not held accountable when he does, what the hell is Bobby Slowik supposed to do? Yeah. You want to talk about problems with this football team, right? You got Laramie Tunsil and Joe Mixon involved in 2 of the biggest penalties that erased big plays last week or killed drives last week. What's Bobby supposed to do with Joe Mixon and Laramie Tunsil having penalties? You know what I mean? What is that? It's just. And Bobby dials up a touchdown that wins the game against the Tennessee Titans when your defense is giving up explosive after explosive after explosive. What happened? We're not talking about it, right? Why? Because Laramie Tunsil, right? Oh, I'm sorry, that was Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon and Tank Dell, yeah. Right? I mean, so you just what the hell is Bobby supposed to do with that?
Yeah. All right, coming up. Let's. I know this is going to sound like a simple answer to this question, but I think it's deeper than that. Has this team? They're 7-5 right now in first place. Has this team taken a step back from 2023, or is it things that we talked about in the offseason? Tougher schedule, year 2 of people being able to know who you are. Now you're not sneaking up on people, or do you think they have actually gotten worse? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that,
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. The energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line, golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up, it's golf.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. 2610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, happy holidays to you all out there. This is The Drive. We are back at it here, Clint and Tyler and myself as well, as we're hanging out here, getting ready for the holidays and also getting ready for this stretch of games coming up here, and one that's become bigger here against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I do want to get to some other stuff, have a little fun, because I think Tyler needs to feel better after the week he's had, the weekend he's had. So maybe here in a bit we can let Tyler feel a little bit better. Maybe get some laughs off.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough, but things are looking up. Things are looking up. The sun's peeking through them clouds.
Hey, Ron.
16. Yeah.
Hey, Ron. Just want to let everybody out there know, 3:05 in the breaks, I'm combing through some of the film. You remember the interception right there at the end of the first half?
No, boy.
You remember that one?
Yeah.
We don't like that.
Right. The one where John Mechie set.
Yeah. I want to rewind the play before that, okay? For everybody that wants to take shots at Bobby Slowik right now. Bobby Slowik dials up a play. And there were 3 guys open on that play. One of them was John Mechie screaming over the top for it. Protection was pretty good, by the way. He could have just slid to his left, slid up in the pocket. Pretty good. Average quarterbacks operate in what level of chaos I'm talking about every day, every Sunday. He could have slid up and threw it over the top to Mechie, and it may have been a touchdown if he could outrun the safety.
He's wide open, CJ.
He could have came down. Nico was on the crossing route, and the reason that Mechie was so wide open was because the half safety to that side kind of jumped down on Nico a little bit, but there was enough separation there where he could have fitted into Nico if he wanted to, but he didn't get it done. He ended up, half sliding and trying to throw it to Stover, and I think the D lineman hit his arm or something because he was trying to throw it back towards where that pressure was. So is that on Bobby Slowik? I'm just curious. Is that a Bobby Slowik problem too? I wonder if Chris Long or Chris Sims have watched that play and blame that one on the OC. And then the very next play when the interception happens, guess what? Mechie's wide ass open. Missing, throwing interceptions. Is that on Bobby Slowik too?
Dang it, Bobby.
How do we want to look at that? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those where these people just spouting off and look, if somebody here's what I.
By the way, also just want to let you all know that was a first down throw. A first and second down throw.
Second down throw.
Second down throw.
Now, to be fair, here's what I will listen to, and I think you may have mentioned this. You've had me pissed off for 2 segments out of 3 today already. But by the way, I think you may have mentioned this. If somebody wants to talk about Bobby Slowik and like the discipline issues in terms of like whatever, if that receiver wasn't where he's supposed to be and maybe he's not holding guys accountable at practice, or the undisciplined part of the penalties, or some of those things that an offensive coordinator, hands-on offensive coordinator, actually has, and you want to say he's not doing enough, he's not doing his part, and he's falling short there, and that's why this team is losing. That's why this team is losing games. Then I'll listen to that. Now, it doesn't make sense if that is the case, why they must listen in the first half and not in the second half because they scored 50-some-odd points in the first half. And
it's no adjustments.
Right, yeah. So I mean, like I understand there's stuff there with Bobby, but the thought that, bitching and moaning about the run game and bitching and moaning about not creating opportunities and not being exotic enough and needing to do this I got a few things that I want to see Bobby do better to help the struggles of this team, but the thought that this dude isn't good at his job is I'll be honest with you, man, it's just plumb ass silly.
Guys, there is only, and when we go, because that's my biggest thing is, like, I think when people hear me specifically, because I have, right, I think Tyler's, I've become a Bobby Slowik defender. I feel like that's where I am. I've become a Bobby Slowik defender. Is that my boy Ron? And I certainly believe Bobby has done some things to add to this thing. Like, I think even though maybe you shouldn't have to, you feel like, but you got to pass protections. Like, you got to simplify. Like, yeah, you have to, at this rate, know that Shaq Mason's going to tiptoe his ass out there and not run over there and get over there to cut off, a defensive end that's so you have to combat that. All right, I think that he has done some things and waited too long to adjust to what his offensive line is putting forth in front of him and continue to try to be too aggressive. I think there are things on there. But my biggest thing is there is only one person, and you all check me if I'm wrong, text line, YouTube and Twitch, Clint, Tyler, there is only one person on this offense that is playing at the level or better than he did last year, playing or coaching at the level or better than he did last year, and it's Nico Collins. Check that. I'll give you at this point John Mechie. Outside, because there wasn't a lot for John to have to climb up. But Nico Collins
on fire, baby.
Nico Collins and John Mechie are the only people on this offense that's playing to the level they did last year or better. CJ is not even the same person. Bobby is not coaching at the same level that he did. The offensive line, which has better players, you would think, but are worse than they were last year. Dalton Schultz, worse than he was last year. But the only person in the of it, and you want to be fired, is Bobby. Right? Just like I think it would be crazy to say, boy, maybe Davis Mills needs to get a chance in one of these games, in one of these second halves. That's asinine. Like it is wild. Nobody. It's nobody, and it ain't all his fault. No, as Clint just dissected. We'll do a tape drop Tuesday tomorrow. But as Clint just described, there's 3 people open on a play.
In a critical situation, too, into the half, man.
And he threw a pick.
Nobody works hard than Bobby Slowik.
And then threw a pick. It just has to be equal. If Bobby needs to go take a seat, then CJ needs to go take a seat. If CJ needs to go take a seat and Bobby needs to go take a seat, then Laramie needs to go take a seat. And Shaq Mason needs to go take a seat.
Hello.
And Titus Howard needs to go take a seat.
Ron's handing out seats like Oprah hands out computers.
No, I don't think.
You get a seat, and you.
No, your point is spot on. That should, what you just said should be a promo.
Just everybody has been worse.
I can hear the promo already. Everybody has been worse. If Bobby Slowik needs to take a seat, then CJ, you need to take a seat. Laramie Tunsil, you need to take a seat. Shaq Mason, you need to take a seat.
That promo will be running tomorrow.
Hey, Ron, within that promo, I want it to be known that I don't think they need to take. Maybe Shaq could. I don't know if there is but I don't know there's an option. But I don't know there's an option. So really none of them should. I don't think they should. But it is crazy that you look out there and say, man, Bobby's got an offensive line that can't run block or pass block.
Nobody works hard than Bobby Slowik.
Bobby only has one running back that can run most of the time. Because Damian Pierce ain't doing nothing. Traded Cam Akers. And Dare Ogunbowale is just limited. Whoever talking about Clint did a segment last week saying we need to see more J.J. Taylor, and you want Gerard Johnson to take over. Just say that out loud. He can't run block. He can't pass protect. That's his offensive line. They can't jump. They can't stay on side. They can't stop getting penalties to kill themselves. They had Nico Collins gone for 5 weeks. They've lost Diggs for the season. Tank Dell keeps dropping passes.
Holy smokes!
But no, Gerard Johnson, it's a different voice. Yeah, Bobby Slowik's Ken Dorsey now is where we are. Just blows me away.
Bobby.
Like everybody's got to get a piece of this thing. We're talking about people losing people's job. This guy was up for being assistant of the year. I think he was going to win the chance to win the NFL version of the Frank Broyles Award. Man, go grab a seat, man. Grab a seat.
Get a little lightheaded.
Hey,
just grab a seat, man. Hey, let's get Gerard Johnson in here.
Tune up them pipes, and just for the promo sake, let me get Dalton Schultz. You can grab a seat.
Dalton damn sure grab a seat. Cade Stover scored a touchdown last week. I'm just like,
hey, you're gonna be left with Joe Mixon, Nico Collins, and Jarrett Patterson's all right, huh? Jarrett Patterson's played bad. Hell, we don't know.
He's not. Well, he just doesn't have a big sample size, so yeah, he's cool right now.
And a bunch of replacements.
But he got his ass kicked multiple times on Sunday too. You're like, damn.
Yeah, he did.
Somebody texted once, how come he keeps leaving Quentin Williams to go one-on-one with Kenyon Green? You think that's what his plan is? You think he's openly saying, hey, Juice, don't help Kenyon. Let's test Kenyon today. Don't help Kenyon. Go over and help somebody else. Jesus.
It is. Whew.
Every week, though.
All right, I don't want to do this. Tyler, I want to make Tyler smile. I really do.
He needs it.
And even though I think this is unfair to all Texas Longhorn fans, because not all Texas Longhorn fans do this, but these guys, they had to be drunk.
Possibly the majority.
They had to be drunk because basically this is a Texas Longhorn fan who I think had a few drinks but was duped. And maybe he's not completely familiar with the entire roster.
What was your reaction when offensive coordinator Kyle Flood said that walk-on player Moo Dang will be getting the start alongside Isaiah Bond this week?
I think he's kind of proving himself to get a little starting spots.
And what do you think are his strengths as a wide receiver?
I think his quickness is great. I think he could bypass the defense. Really quickly. So I say let's go ahead and give him a shot.
What's your prediction? Catches and yards for both Isaiah Bond and Moo Dang today?
Bond, I would say at least 5 catches for maybe 96 yards on there.
Okay, and then for Moo Dang?
Moo Dang, I would say 5, 120, 130.
120. How many touchdowns for Moo Dang?
2.
2 touchdowns. All right, you heard it here first, folks. Moo Dang's 5 catches, 120 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Now, who is Moo Dang?
Moo Dang is an internet sensation. My wife loves this animal. It's a baby pygmy hippo that has taken the internet by storm. It's pretty cute, but it definitely ain't no football player.
Come on, man, Tyler.
I mean, Moo Dang is cute as hell. But
I saw you and your wife running this on Instagram. I saw both of you.
Yeah, why not put the spotlight on some jackassery wearing burnt orange?
They were. You think if they were sober, they would?
Dude, I don't even know if they weren't that sober. I think they were just trying to sound like they knew what the hell they were talking about, and they're clueless. It was one of those situations where they were like, "Oh, there's a camera, there's a mic. I'm being asked about wearing a shirt for. I better roll with this one." Yeah, Moo Dang will go for 5 receptions. Idiot.
I'm glad you.
He might be able to help you at Kyle Field Saturday night. Idiot.
Good about that. What if Moo?
That is a powerful idiot.
It is, man. I feel like you watched it repeatedly.
Oh, I did,
and got your rocks off.
That's the burnt orange fandom for you, man.
Our resident Longhorns fan, I believe Nick is coming for you. I'm surprised Nick and some of these Longhorn fans ain't started talking trash to you already.
Oh, they have.
Have they? Okay, I just hadn't seen this thing on.
And I love it, man. I love it. Bring it on. November 30th. That night is going to be legendary.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. You might want to watch out for Isaiah Bond and Moo Dang. Moo Dang now. He's versatile. They move him around a little bit, man.
Is he related to Luau?
Hey, he can bypass the defense, boys.
Yes, he is related to him. I got to be honest with you. I'm very proud of you, Tyler. I would not have bet you had Luau Dang.
Really?
Yeah. Luau Dang, man. That's a long time ago. That's like we're looking at. I bet Luau hasn't played in a decade.
I can see
maybe
him
not a
down
decade.
The court now in that bull red.
Maybe 8 years. I mean, he was at Duke in 06 or something like that. That one. I didn't think you were going to pull out Luau Dang. I give you that. I'll give you that one. All right. It's time to have another tough conversation. Another tough conversation. As we said before. How would you get this? Do you think this team has taken a step back from last year, or do you get a sense that this is just the schedule and other things coming together and they're actually in the same space? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, it's been a rough go. My blood's been boiling a couple times during this show already, ladies and gentlemen. And when that happens to me, what I like to do is
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I'm intrigued from people, and I know some people are, and I get it. It's an annoying time right now with the Texans. But as we sit here, the Texans are 7-5, and they are poised that it looks like to win the AFC South and get into the playoffs. Host a playoff game like they did last year, and they. They were 7-3, and now they've had a rough patch here. and it feels really bad, because some of it is. Do you think this team has flat out taken a step back? Or do you think it's much of what we talked about in the offseason that we tried to warn people about? And that is, you got a brand new schedule, and this schedule is a lot tougher than the schedule you had last year. I know, Clint, you talked about that a lot. Now, what I talked about a lot was, hey, now teams have 17 games of tape on CJ, on Bobby Slowik, the tendencies, what they want to try to do. As we see an adjustment that the entire league has made is they were playing 3 high, now they're playing 2 high, and not leaving just one safety up top to where CJ could just eat up the middle of the field like he did at times last year. And now there are a lot of teams that are playing 2 high safety, adjustments that have been made. And I mean, this is just, also another thing that we talked about in the offseason is that teams now take you more serious. They view you differently. Teams see the Texans, and it is hey, we better get ready for the Texans. This isn't like last year's Texans where you feel like to win. So I throw that out. Do you think this is a team that's taken a step back? Or do you think this is a team that is really probably in the same situation? It's just other things are the reason why it maybe feels worse?
That's an interesting question, Ron, because I think there's 2 answers. One, I think they're the same team in a sense of, yes, they're a playoff caliber team, but they're not a real threat. I think that's a similar situation to what they were last year. But when I look at this year, last year there was a lot of overachieving, and this year there's a lot of underachieving. And I don't know that the unknown is so much to lean into. Right? Last year, it's easy to say, well, last year nobody knew anything, so it really winning at any level that early with CJ and Will and that draft class, and that like winning at any level with DeMeco Ryans in his first year was exceeding expectations. Right? And so this year was going to be different. But, like, this year I think there are real problems that are holding you back, where last year you were overcoming things and allowing yourself to have more success. So I think to answer the question specifically, I think this team is truly worse off than they were last year, yes.
It's not just the other circumstances to you. This is a team that's taken a step back.
Yeah, because you're just it's a team that you're more talented. The product pales in comparison to what you were last year. When the moment came, the big moments came, and the lights were the brightest. You had C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and Bobby Slowik, and all these guys were one of the best teams in the league at answering that bell. Whether it's a shootout or it's one drive to win it after a tough game. They were one of the best in the league to do it. This year, they're just shrinking in that moment, time and time again. They're undisciplined, like I said. They're not able to overcome, injuries the way in which they were last year. So it's I think this team is overall. I think the team is worse. They're more talented, but I think the team is worse.
Yeah. All right. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Do you think this is a step back, or do you think it is just this team is facing different parameters this year, like the schedule, like teams having an understanding more of who they are and what they like to do and what they're good at doing and maybe what their weaknesses are by tape, or just, hey, they're having to adjust to being the hunted here on YouTube and Twitch. Ron doesn't read any of our messages. Shut up. I do too. Damn it. But no, Ron, it's not the schedule. We've been in every game. And growing pains with a side of regression is what Champ Slice said as well.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I see some people here on the text line jumping in on this as well. The schedule did not keep line blocking, whether it was pass protection or run blocking. The schedule didn't make them lose to both the Jets and the Titans. The schedule didn't make them get 5 turnovers from the Lions and still unable to score. To answer your question, Ron, the answer to your question, Ron, is yes, this team has definitely taken a step back. The Shanahan offense is struggling across the league in general, Gus and Katie. I would have been more inclined, Clint, to say it was more the schedule and circumstances before Sunday. I think Sunday is kind of where it changed for me, because I thought, yeah, it doesn't look as good because they're facing better teams and they're facing coordinators and guys that have had a chance to watch them, and they got to be up in a different way than they had to every single week, right? Like, I would have said that, but last week it is like clear, like some of their guys, it was a lot worse. And I think if you could just go to individual spots, like the line is worse, right? The offensive line feels worse than it did last year, and it's really almost unexplainable when you think about who they had up there last year in and out and compared to what they have had this year. For the most part, outside of Titus getting hurt, and I mean, obviously the Kenyon Green thing, a lot of those guys have been up there. But I would have thought it would have been outside circumstances, then they have just got worse until last week. And now I think it does make sense to lean more towards, yeah, they've taken a step back or two.
Well, the scary part about last week, I think that changes drastically the thought. I mean, I don't care. I don't know where I'm telling everybody where they need to land, but I think something that is more obvious now, much more obvious now than it was a week ago, is that whether you look at not going for it on 4th and short and not having that same level of confidence in C.J. Stroud from the decision makers, the game managers, if you will, to obviously the very justifiable scrutiny that Bobby Slowik is under right now, to the play of C.J. Stroud, like there is a lack of confidence and trust throughout the group of individuals that are driving this ship. And last year, I'll argue that trust and confidence was what made him so special. And this year, it's gone. And I think after the Tennessee Titan game, I think on several layers, the confidence and trust of your quarterback in your quarterback himself, your quarterback in the system, your quarterback in what he sees, all of that, head coach, play caller, and quarterback, there has been a significant dip in trust and confidence in what each is doing and how they need to navigate a game and navigate situations. That to me is the most different, if you will, from this year to last year. Last year, no matter what they were faced with, man, it was confidence and success, man. Yeah,
and your, the opponents, if that had much to do with that. So, yeah, it's a weird situation. Because we knew coming into the season, Clint, it wasn't going to be as easy as it was last year. We knew coming into the season it was going to look different, and I don't think, Clint, you would have been surprised to say through 12 ball games they'd be 7-5, and I think you probably would have said to yourself they'd be 7-5 because you had them at 9 wins before the season.
That's right.
They'd be 7-5, and it could be a 7-5 that you felt like they're a better team than they were last year. But clearly, the way this 7-5 has developed, it has a different feel than maybe we thought it would have. Than it is before the season. All right, coming up, we got to have some fun here with the holidays coming up. And is there something that we actually need to start taking serious as we cover this Texans team? I wonder how many Texans fans are starting to do it. Is this a conversation that needs to be brought up? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Lease makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Bring on the Jaguars.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. I do want to get to something we need to really maybe do. I'm not even going to tell you if this is something we need to entertain. Just I'm just going to throw the question out. Is this something that Texans fans need to entertain yet? Because it's something we need to maybe look at a little bit closer than we thought about before. But we had some fun in the first crossover segment. I'm really into this. This one got to go. I want to do these periodically throughout the show. These one got to goes, Thanksgiving edition. You got 3 here and one's got to go. And earlier,
it really brings the passion out of folks.
It does. Earlier, I said rolls, which I'm telling you, rolls is a sneaky one of my favorites. A good one.
Overrated.
Oh my God, man, I can just go crazy. Rolls, mashed potatoes, and green bean casserole, and yeah, you ain't lying. It brought out it brought out not the casserole, but it brought out the emotions from people. And I got another one. And listen, I'm trying to be, to be fair to culture. This is the one got to go, Thanksgiving side. I'm intrigued to hear what the boss, because the boss, the way he started going in, I feel like this because this for me is the hardest category. This one right here, this is the hardest one. One got to go. Text in 713-572-4610. Those are on YouTube and Twitch as well. Those of you on the 5 Hour Energy text line, text in 713-572-4610. One got to go. Macaroni and cheese, yams. Some people make it as sweet potatoes. Those are, we'll classify them as one. Dressing, stuffing, even though they are completely different, Reggie. But the same vein. Which one got to go? Macaroni and cheese, the yams, sweet potatoes, or the dressing, stuffing? Which one got to go? One got to go.
Man, that's
the toughest one for me, man.
That's
the easiest one for me because I don't like two of those three at all.
Stop it.
No, there's only one of the two of the three I don't even put on my plate.
You don't like dressing and stuffing?
Exactly right, my friend.
I'm sure you make a legendary mac and cheese, so I knew it wasn't that.
You know it.
You don't like sweet potatoes and dressing?
Never have. No.
Oh, Tyler.
No, I mean, I got a full plate, a lot of other good foods, but those just never tickled my fancy.
So you make your plate and you pass up sweet potatoes or yams or dressing and stuffing.
Always have.
Whichever is at your Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
We usually have dressing and stuffing, but I don't like either of those.
Man, look, I'm going to be honest with y'all, man. This is a tough one, man.
Oh, it's the toughest one for me.
I would probably have to go with yams and sweet potatoes.
Me too. I just can't. I can't say no to mac and cheese and dressing. Dressing is my number one for Thanksgiving.
I feel like whoever put this together really screwed us.
Well, I don't want to make it easy. I mean, let's. I mean,
you got to at least give me an out, man.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to. Well, hell, Clint Tyler had 2 outs.
Boy, you do them sweet potatoes, man. You do those right.
You do them right?
Cool. What kind of nuts is that they put on top of it? Little nuts, little cinnamon.
Oh, man, people texting in yams. People texting in mac and cheese. Really? Angie said you can have mac and cheese every day of the week.
Oh, wow.
No, not like that. Now, the Thanksgiving mac and cheese, at least the Thanksgiving macaroni and cheese I eat, is different.
This ain't Velveeta.
Yeah, this ain't Kraft. Jack. Yeah. Like for me, dressing, I can't. I can't. I am poised and ready. Like I don't even mess with dressing throughout the year, so I can ride up into this. Give me some dressing and let me slop that gravy over the top of that bad boy. Oh my God! Was it put the chunks of the turkey in the dressing? Hold on, though. I'm telling you, man, I can't. I can't. It have to be sweet potatoes or yams. Them candy yams, though, boy, that gets me, boy. That's.
I don't. All three of these are typically making my plate, but yeah, I would go with sweet potatoes as well.
Easy. Remember, one of the first three people texting in, skip the mac and cheese is a crime to flip over the table. I hear you, man. I'm with you on that. Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, someone texted in and said, yeah, if those yams are done right, I can't pass them up. Now, I hear you, man. I hear you. From the text line, Tyler Aggs getting their asses stomped on Saturday. What are we talking about? Nobody brought that up.
Hope you're rooting hard for Mood Dang, fella. Hope that hippo runs real fast for you.
I make a sweet potato souffle topped with candied pecans. Jay in Freeport. Hey, however you make yours. What? Yeah, you do.
That'd be hard for me to pass up.
That makes it worse.
No, are you kidding me?
I don't like pecans.
Oh my God.
Yeah, someone texted
You've
dressing
ruined your
goes.
Taste buds with those monsters.
Someone texted dressing goes on salad. Well, stuffing is a sexual position if that's the case. Then.
Nice.
Don't tell me about that one. I don't like stuffing. I ain't ever been in that one.
Yeah. I hope you're not.
I don't know if I get put in that position or she does, but I ain't sure which one it is.
I think now when you put it that way, I think it doesn't matter. I think now that it doesn't matter, I think both plots are, I guess, doable. But.
Got that girl making a turkey call.
Hey, is this something that we need to start addressing or looking at series?
Or addressing?
Yeah, good one. Nice job. Do we have to start actually entertaining the Texans potentially pulling off a 2023 Jags type of collapse? Is that something? Are we there yet where we are entertaining that?
Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
So you are there. Because I look at the Texans.
You define it. Define what you mean by the Jags collapse. Are you talking about losing 7 or straight, or are you talking about missing the playoffs?
Yeah, like the Jags were 8-3, and then they left here after winning against the Texans last year, and they were 8-3, and it had a stranglehold in the division and missed the playoffs. Because right now the Texans are 7-5. They're 1-3 in their last 4. Their last 5 games, and as you so eloquently pointed yesterday, Clint, if they can lose the one they lost on Sunday, they can lose all of these. But their last 5's at Jacksonville, home to the hot Dolphins, at Kansas City, and then home to Baltimore. Those 3 are in a 10-day span, and then they finish off at Tennessee, who just came in here and beat them at home. By the way, the Colts, who are 5-7, they're 1-4 in their last 5. Their last 5 games, Clint, at New England, at Denver, home to Tennessee, at the Giants, and then home to the Jags. If they were somehow to run the table, that would get them to 10 wins. Do you think we're at a point where we even start entertaining the potential of what happened to the Jags last year?
I think you should entertain it, yes. Yes, I think it should be entertained. Now I don't know, even as bad as that schedule is, even though Denver's better than I think most give them credit for, maybe most acknowledge. But that schedule, I could see the Colts rattling off 5 wins. I could see them getting to 9 for sure, which means the Texans need 2 more at the very least. And yeah. Where are you gonna find those? That game at the end of the year versus Tennessee it could potentially mean something if I hear you right. But yeah, I think it's. I think.
Are you ready? You're ready to go there?
I'm not
ready to at least entertain it.
Yes, I'm trying not to be a prisoner of the moment. But when you look at like what all the issues are, I just don't know how. I don't know how you fix them. I mean, the defense is really good enough. The defense is good enough to win you a couple of games just single-handedly if the offense just doesn't give the game away. But being completely honest, I mean the defense is going to have to play lights out down the stretch.
Yeah, because I hadn't even entertained it, and
you've only not entertained it because the Colts are so bad.
Yeah, and then I knew the Colts had a favorable schedule to finish. But like the loss to the Titans at home just kind of brought a lot to the table, to where you're like, hey, we'll see, and we'll see if Trevor plays on Sunday. I know Doug Peterson spoke of Trevor plays on Sunday, but I don't think I'm quite ready to entertain it yet. If they lose Sunday to the Jags. Now it's all on the table. I'm not quite there yet, and I think it's because of what you said is the Colts have done nothing to really show signs of taking advantage of it and what they've done. Because they're 1-4 in their last 5. The Jets game is the only one that they have won, but their schedule is definitely favorable. Are you ready to go there, Tyler? Are you at a point where you're entertaining that yet, or you haven't reached that point?
No, I'm not at that point, but I'm not saying that we shouldn't be. I mean, that could be my own biased fandom, but I mean it would have to be a massive collapse, even more so in my eyes than 2023 Jags. Like that would.
Well, they went 1 I think they went 1 and something.
Yeah, but then you factor in the other aspects, just like coming off, having 2 guys win Rookies of the Year, coming off, just the high emotion that was all of last season for the Texans. The Jags didn't have that in 2022 necessarily, at least not to that level in my eyes. So, that would be sky is falling, holy hell.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me, Clint, and why. Like I said, I'm a week away. Why I'm not entertaining that yet? They don't have the Texans behind them like the Jags did.
They don't have that team chasing them down.
It's the Colts. And I don't know if they're consistent enough to do what they need to do. What you got coming up at the 4?
DeMeco did it, boys and girls. DeMeco finally did it. Texans All Access last night. We'll have that audio for you. I'll tell you exactly what he did, and it is absolute music to my ears. Finally. We'll tell you what that is, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I want to give that sausage a whirl.
Well, this is getting weird quick.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, this is one of them kind of parties. There's a lot of crying in your beer, man. A lot of getting through it, man. It's a rough week after Texans get that ass thumped by the Tennessee Titans. And I know it wasn't literally a thumping on the scoreboard, but boy, when a team like that comes in and gets their third win of the season, it is a thumping and it is painful. It is of the painful kind, y'all. Here's the deal. I've been critical of post-game pressers. I've been critical of Monday pressers. I've been critical of the audio coming out of out of NRG Stadium all year long.
They're all fixable.
And it seems like, right? Yeah, that kind of stuff, Tyler. It seems like more and more folks in the fan base are starting to come around to my way of thinking. And here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen, is when you wait until the problem is so big, it's out of the jar, it can't be put back in the jar, so to speak, it's too late, right? And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm afraid it's too late. But nonetheless, DeMeco Ryans, the head coach of the Houston Texans, he did it. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about how tough it is to apply his 24-hour rule after how tough it is to apply that rule after what happened against the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, this is extremely tough, and I'm not letting this one go. This will be a week-long one that I make sure we all remember. And so, we gotta change. We gotta play better. Right. So this one is gonna sit with me all week until we get the opportunity to go out and compete again versus the Jaguars. So I want this to sit. I want this to sting all week for our guys, and I want everybody to feel. I know that's how I'm gonna be feeling all week until we were able to go and change it.
Yeah, Ron, it happened, man. Everybody out there that was wondering every time I got on my soapbox about why is everybody so damn happy over there after giving games away? Why is everybody so happy over there with just getting a win even though you played like hell and it's not going to allow you to make that run at the Super Bowl, be one of the top teams in the AFC?
Ooh.
Why is everybody worried about enjoying themselves, joy, and happy-go-lucky and sweep it under the rug all the time? Ron, it happened, man. I got to tip my cap to Miko, man. I appreciate, better late than never, man. I greatly appreciate the coach getting to the point that I've been at for about 5 or 6 weeks.
Is that how you really feel right now? Better late than never.
Well, look. I mean, I'm gonna get to my real feelings, but this is this is what I've been wanting to hear. Now. I'll be honest with you. I did not hear this audio earlier. I did not hear it last night when it happened on Texans All Access. When I heard it today, to be honest with you, where my mind immediately went is the bar, the standard, the expectations for DeMeco Ryans and the Houston Texans is clearly set way too damn low.
Oh my God!
Like if it takes you losing to a 2-win Tennessee Titan team, who we know the drama, we know the back and forth, we know the history. If it takes you losing to a team that's well beneath you for you to change your tune, to me, it speaks volumes. That's where you are. That's who you are. That's what the expectations are. You sweep things when it's a great team like Green Bay, and you win the turnover battle by 3. You turn the football over early. Your offense plays like ass. You got not your offense, but not only your offense, but your defense plays like trash down the stretch in situational football, and you end up losing a game that you should have won against a team that's been stacked up to be very comparable to you in terms of the NFL and Super Bowl contender and playoff contender. You lose that game and it's sweeping under the rug, no big deal. Week 7, I believe it was. Hey man, we'll it's a long season, and we're just gonna get back to work, man. We're gonna be better. We're gonna execute better, right? When it's a good football team, it's a little easier to stomach for some reason. But when it's the Tennessee Titans, boy, all of a sudden we want this one to sting. I can't as a fan, but to think that that's somewhat backwards. I would rather my team, Ron, and my head coach come to the podium after the Green Bay loss, after the Detroit loss, even after the Minnesota loss, and I'd say, hey, this one hurts, man. We're a Super Bowl caliber football team, and damn it, we didn't play like it at all. We just gave a game away against a Super Bowl, one of the best teams in football. This one we need to feel this one all week long and make sure this crap doesn't happen again.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Yes, it did. It did. Right? Like I would prefer my coach and my organization feel that way after disappointing losses to teams that you feel like you're comparable to than the shot-in-the-dark Tennessee Titans coming in here and beating you like Carolina did or like Atlanta did last year. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I just, for me personally, like I would rather a heartbreaking loss to the Kansas City Chiefs be the game that my coach says, damn it, man, this one hurts. I got to keep this one with us. We're better than that, man. We had a great team on the ropes. But instead, it happens when it's Tennessee.
Or one of the losses. Or one of the wins.
Yes.
In games that you just know your execution should have been better.
Absolutely.
Like the Jacksonville game where you won and it was tight and you really allowed them to stay in it. The Bears game where it was tight instead of and I do think
Indy week 1.
Yeah, week 1. But I do think at times, Clint, the doing it publicly is a way to kind of address your team and a way to hold them accountable, to let them know how serious you are. Yeah, you might do it in behind closed doors, but I do think sometimes making the calculated decision to say it in public is a way to reach your team. So it's not even just like it's some of these wins that they've had where it shouldn't be like, hey man, it's hard to win in this league, baby. No, not just because when you hear the hey we won and you hear the we got some stuff to clean up, but but we won. Like driving it home then even in those scenarios.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's just leading with hey, we just lost Tennessee. Man, we did a lot of good things, man. We did a lot of really good things, man. Unfortunately, we just did too many negatives. They offset them. No. Let's not talk about the good things. You didn't do enough good things. So that to me is just as a fan, like I want the games where now the statement games, Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota, obviously Buffalo Bills, right? Those games, when you have it, you have one of those games, two of those games right there in your grasp and it slips. I want that to hurt, right? I don't want it to have to be so so bad to a 2-8 team is what really breaks you and makes you hurt and makes you really want your guys to feel this one. That to me, that just tells me where the bar is, man. Where the true standard is with this team. If you lose to a really good football team, a team that somebody thinks is a Super Bowl contender, man, we did a good job just being in the game late. But if you get embarrassed, then all of a sudden we want that one to sting. I don't like the feeling that I got when I first heard that, and I hate to stay on this negative approach with DeMeco, but hell, we're here. We might as well, boys. I'm afraid that I have severely overrated DeMeco Ryans, the head coach. I have, let me, I want to. The context here matters. Everybody relax. DeMeco Ryans is the dude here, and DeMeco Ryans is a tremendous head coach. But there are. I never thought that we would be sitting here having a conversation talking about DeMeco Ryans' team being undisciplined. The 9 penalties for 83 yards in the second half, still, I cannot. It's stuck in my craw. I can't get it out. Like the fact that we're talking about the offensive coordinator's job security, and he dials up his best player on offense getting a touch with room to run and scores a touchdown that changes the game late, that puts all the pressure on Tennessee. It gets called back because your do-everything running back, who's a veteran in this league, who's got a C on his chest, couldn't stay his ass and couldn't hold his water. Thought supposed to be going in motion, right? Like the undisciplined aspect of this football team. I cannot believe that this is a DeMeco Ryans football team. I thought there would be some offensive struggles with a defensive-minded head coach, Ron, and some of the things that come along with that, some hard-headedness and some conservative play, and maybe forcing the run and some stuff like that. Like that defensive-minded head coach stuff is part of it. I never thought we'd be sitting here talking about an undisciplined team.
Well, and it's really hard because, and I think this is, and I feel this way, and I would imagine that maybe, you do, and Tyler does, and many people listening. Like, it's hard to get there because, like, he's just a dude that you so believe in, right?
Sure, yeah.
And a dude that you see what he's doing, it is working, but. Like, you're right, Clint. The best way I could describe it is, like, I don't know if they could beat, like, coming into the year, I don't know. I didn't know if they could beat the Chiefs or could beat the Ravens. Those were the two teams, really, that jumped up. Buffalo as well, I would probably put in there. The Bengals before the season. Going into the season, those 4 teams, I was like, I don't know if they can beat those teams in the playoffs. But never do I think, Clint, that they'll get out coached. Never do I think in any of those games that they would have, an enormous coaching disadvantage, right? Like in some of these games, by far he and his staff had the best coaching staff of the division. At this point, I can't say that it wouldn't be a clear advantage against, especially, the Chiefs, Ravens, and maybe the Bills. I don't know. The Bills are a little wonky, but at least those top 2. And I don't know that I can say that at this point because all the things we talk about, they're undisciplined, and that ain't just start yesterday, Sunday, Clint. That's all year. They don't seem to know where they're supposed to be at times. They don't seem to understand their assignments at times. And as you said, man, at times there's a lack of hustle. Clint, there is no way on God's green earth that a tight end can run a crossing route at 10 yards, Clint, and run at 70 and not ever end up on the ground. He never even ended up on the ground. He got to the end zone, never ended up on the ground. I don't know where everybody was, how hard people were running, but that's inexcusable. There's another play in there, Clinton. This is his defense. There's another play in there where Pollard was stopped. I can't remember who it was, but somebody just pushed him in his back.
Derek Stingley.
Derek Stingley, and pushed him on forward for another 15 yards. Like, it's just.
Well, you just think about all we're talking about, Ron. Undisciplined with the penalties. They lack physicality up front on the offensive side of the football at the very least, if not in the tight end room and the wide receiver room. And you And it's hard to even imagine that this offensive line and this offensive unit exists in the same locker room as Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Tim Settle, Foley, and all those guys. It's hard to think that those two units practice together on a daily basis and don't rub off on. Like at some point, you would think the offensive line is completely exhausted with getting their ass kicked by this defensive line because of how hard they play, right? But we're talking about undisciplined. We're talking about a part of the team. He's a head coach now. Don't give me the defense coordinator stuff. He's a head coach. Part of this team lacks the let's just say the average physicality in the NFL. It's crazy to believe, right? And then you mentioned the word hustle. Call it swarm, call it strain, whatever you want to call it. This team in a situation where you've got rival game, you've got division game, all that kind of stuff. And let's just put it in the second half. This game's on the line. It's a tight ball game, right? And you're not hustling, like multiple times not hustling. As you mentioned, guys aren't in the right spot where they're supposed to be multiple times. Like when I look at DeMeco Ryans, there are some things that I'll be honest with you. Everybody knew I wanted an offensive-minded head coach. When they hired DeMeco Ryans, I looked at it. I was like, okay, I like DeMeco. I think DeMeco can be a great head coach, but there's just some things that I'm just going to have to take on the chin that a defensive coach brings to the table. And I think he has been tremendous as a defensive-minded head coach. He's been tremendous with C.J. Stroud. He's been just with the offense and kind of and being aggressive when he needs to be aggressive and getting the best out of his offense, making moves to go to spend money on big-time players, impact players. I love what he's done there. When it comes down to it, I never thought we'd be talking about discipline, physicality, and hustle on being a problem, like a jump off the screen problem.
Weekly.
Yes, with DeMeco Ryans' team. That's wild, man. That's wild.
Clint, I bet you they got 6-7 games this year where they have double-digit penalties. I bet you they have – I bet it's close to 6-7 games they've got double-digit penalties. You said they had 9. They had 9 in the second half Sunday.
They had 9 in the second half, Chief. They had twice as many penalty yards as they damn near as they had. They had 29 plays for 54 yards in offense.
Their last 2 home games, they've had false starts at home. Like it's just
Wide 80. Wide 80.
Did you need to just get this out of your system?
Yeah, man. I'm just trying to think, like, what makes a guy jump, man? Like, what makes, hey, fellas, hey, look here, we're going to go on a hard two, man. We break the huddle Tuesday. Hey, everybody, Tuesday. Hey, hold
and by the time they break that huddle and run up there, they've forgotten.
By the time I've communicated with my offensive line, the defensive line knows the damn count.
Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. All right, coming up, the injury. And I want you to chew on this, and you can give your thoughts on YouTube and Twitch on the text line. We'll discuss it next. Will the injury to Jaylen Pitre, will his absence feel more like the absence of Will Anderson and how the defense was able to play without him, or feel more like the absence of how they had to go without Kamari Lassiter? Which do you think the Jaylen Pitre absence will feel like, Wills or Lassiter's? We'll discuss that coming up next.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
Ready? The Texans are headed to Jacksonville in need of a bounce-back win.
Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are live here. Happy holidays to you as we're getting closer to Thanksgiving. We've had some fun here on some One Gotta Go's. Got a couple more that we can run into a little bit later on. So thank you for hanging out with us and enjoy things. Try to make things, at least talk this stuff out. At least have honest conversations and talk these things out. We've had some honest conversations. I threw this out, and I see some people with thoughts on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch. As I said, with the Jaylen Pitre injury, if you're late to the party, really late to the party, he's going to miss at least a couple of weeks. No decision on if he's going to have surgery yet. Partially torn pec is what's being reported at this point, but he is going to miss some time. And my thought is this, fellas, and ladies listening, is what's this going to feel like, the Pitre absence? Is it going to be more like when they lost Will Anderson or more like when they lost Kamari Lassiter? And our guy Champ Slice said, no, Will Anderson and Neil Hunter are the only ones that make me sweat. Not having Pitre hurts, but isn't the same as our DNs. And I would say in particular with the Will Anderson thing, I felt like this team, Clint, felt the loss of Kamari Lassiter far more than they felt the loss of Will Anderson, just because of what it is behind it. And that's why I say, like, Will Anderson, you wanted him back, but if Will Anderson wasn't right, the way that Barnett and the way that DeMeco Ryans, the way that those guys were playing, like you felt like you could fill the void. Hey, they couldn't hurry up fast enough to get Kamari Lassiter back on the field. The first time that he had the shoulder issue, and then this latest time with the concussion, they really struggle at that spot. So I throw that out there. Which will it feel more like to you? Will it feel to Will Anderson, where they had enough people there that you didn't feel that void as much, or will it be more like Kamari Lassiter?
Well, I think it's more like Kamari Lassiter.
Do you?
Yeah.
Even with the Jimmy Wards and Eric Murray that they had there?
It's not. Look, I mean, you want, if you felt uncomfortable in man situations with Jaylen Pitre, an obvious man on somebody in the slot, wait till you look up and Jimmy Ward's locked up on that sucker, or Eric Murray's locked up on that sucker. And it's not, no disrespect to those guys. No. I mean, look, it's a bad situation. They should not be put in those situations. But because of the nickel position and the corner position, those two positions have absolutely zero depth, right? So you do not have cover defenders on this football team outside of Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr. Like, you do not have cover defenders, right? You're having to play. I look up on this film against Tennessee, and Will Levis is coming to the line of scrimmage, and he's going, hell, I got literally 3 receivers to my right. The inside receiver's got Jimmy Ward over his head, showing me man at about 8 yards soft. And then my slot receiver to that side, the middle receiver, has Eric Murray about 10 yards soft in an obvious man situation. Let me play football. You can't snap it fast enough, and he knows exactly where he's going. Those guys, and I don't mean that disrespectfully to those guys. Those guys are not cover defenders. Those guys are safeties. If they get stuck in a cover situation, it should be a big-bodied tight end. It shouldn't be. Yeah. It shouldn't be Devontae Adams, right? It shouldn't be Christian Kirk. Is he healthy, by the way? I hadn't even looked. I'm not over Tennessee yet. I ain't even looked at Jacksonville. To be completely
honest, I don't think he's healthy yet. Hell, I don't know.
Those guys flat out are not cover guys. We question Jaylen Pitre. Can he cover? It's 50-50. Like, these guys are 25-75. These guys are 30-70, Ron. They're not cover guys, and they have to play because you simply don't have anybody else in the building that's healthy that can do these things. So, the Jaylen Pitre injury and losing Jaylen Pitre to me is hell, it's equal to, it may be worse, but I hate to scare folks, but it's definitely equal to the way the Texans missed Kamari Lassiter. Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Christian Kirk and Gabe Davis, they're both on IR. So they're not available in this game. But, yeah, I do. I think it is closer. And I don't know that I would have said that to start the year. I don't know that I would have said that, especially in coverage situations, that he and Murray and even Jimmy Ward are that different in cover. I would have thought they were all the same. And you're right. We've seen Eric Murray in that situation. And as you say, let's play football. I remember Sam Darnold saying, let's just play football a lot of times where they had Eric Murray in situations that were advantageous to them. But even more to me, it's just what he is able to do, and I mean he is Pitre, is what he does around scrimmage and what he does and how aggressive he is and how he plays, and he blows up screens, and his ability to blitz is something that those guys don't do as well.
Don't have it.
All of that is just, and now these injuries start to build up on. Well, you don't have a Christian Harris, you don't have all of that stuff now. That part of the game is different. You take that potentially take that part of the game out.
Ronnie, like what you would like ideally, right, is you would like for a Jeff Okudah to be able to cover, and maybe he plays outside and you slide Kamari Lassiter inside, and so you at the very least you get a better cover defender. So you are better in some aspect of the game. Let's be honest, the way Kamari Lassiter plays the game, assuming he can stay healthy, which I would rather him stay outside and stay away from contact. But you get in there, you may have he's got great instincts. You may have a Jaylen Pitre type player with great cover skills. So you may have the best of both worlds with Kamari Lassiter if he ever has to play in the slot. But the point is you don't have any of that, right? Like right now, I don't even know that you have. If you wanted to move him inside so that somebody could play outside, who would that be? Jeff Okudah?
I mean, right now,
is that who it would have to be?
Jeff Okudah or Boyd?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you feel. I think you potentially could get better at nickel, but you get significantly worse at corner. So the problem here is you don't have an individual that you can bring down there that either covers significantly better or brings a similar skill set in game in terms of the pressures and the run stopping. So that's the scary part is you do not have a replacement. Like you don't even have somebody that you think can do it.
Yeah, now I think about it, and they may do something completely different, Clint, that we don't know because, right, we knew that Jarrett Patterson was going to find a way to end up on the field, but we didn't directly know that he was going to go to center and they were going to slide Juice over. That's actually worked better. That we may see that Kamari Lassiter slides in because, like, if Jeff Okudah's going to be on the field, I got to believe, especially what we saw, I got to believe his best bet is playing outside.
I think that's the move. I think that's the move. We talked about the Patterson and Scruggs deal before it happened. Is Patterson to center, Scruggs to guard? That's the way it had to happen. Patterson's too light and ass to be a guard, and he communicates better than the center that you had. So it had to be the answer, right? You look at this. Like to me, it's not. Jimmy Ward's a good Band-Aid in a game where you got to slide him down there and see what happens. But the move here. Look, assuming that Kamari Lassiter's capable of the move. Like, that's a lot to ask of a rookie to change positions, especially this position. But there's no doubt that Jeff Okudah would have a better – it would be high – well, it's not highly. He would have a better chance of surviving outside where he's got the sideline to deal with, where he can get more physical because receivers don't have two-way goes, where you can somewhat, as DeMeco, you can somewhat send him to the side away from a certain without changing the scheme. You could tell him, you could put Stingley in a position where you say, you go wherever Brian Thomas goes. If he goes right, you go right. If he goes left, you go left, and you can always flip Jeff Okudah opposite of the best receiver. That way you assure he doesn't get matched up in zone or man on that particular guy. So you can do things with Kamari Lassiter inside and Okudah outside to protect yourself a little bit. I don't know that you can protect him if you go inside. Not with as much pressure as these guys play.
All right, more with the drive coming up. More one got to go. And listen, the offense has issues clearly, and not what we thought it would be. From many of you, how does Bobby solve this problem? All right, I don't think they're going to bench him, but how does Bobby solve this problem? Many people feel like they know. What is it? How does he solve it? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I just answered this one also, but...
The Texans are headed to Jacksonville in need of a bounce-back win. Hear the AFC South battle right here on Sunday with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
And your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. I-45 the Gulf Freeway northbound before El Dorado. It's a stall that sits on the entrance ramp. Kirk Holmes, Southern Living's 2024 beer winner, is building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at KirkHomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Suit Mart's biggest suit sale of the year. Buy one suit, get 2 suits free. That's 3 suits for the price of 1. Shop one of the largest selections of suits in slim fit, modern and classic fits, in sizes up to 60 regulars. Buy 1 suit, get 2 suits free is for a limited time. Friday, November 29th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. After 2 p.m., you can buy 1 suit and get 1 suit free. 3 locations to shop. Suit Mart South Main, Suit Mart Murphy Road, and Suit Mart North Freeway. Come in to get 3 suits for the price of 1.
Hey, it's Ron Hughley to tell you about the Men's Clinic. If you're struggling with ED, the Men's Clinic is a spot for you. They're different, unique, and they have a 95% success rate. If you've tried the pills, the yellow ones, the blue ones, whichever, the Men's Clinic has the real deal. You can see results within 5 to 10 minutes. And look, those pills, the side effects can be harmful. You don't have to worry about that with the treatment from the Men's Clinic. Go make the decision right now. You got nothing to lose. You can make the call 713-828-1476 or visit themensclinic.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws a block, and his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to gamble responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. This U.S. promotional offer not available in Mississippi, Nevada, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids, no matter where you are, call 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today.
Online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Live from Peak Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, as it is a good time right here on The Drive. As always, we appreciate you jumping in and joining us, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Those of you all on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. We appreciate you jumping in and joining with us as we're having a good time today. And I want all hands on deck with this thing. And Clint, I'm sure you thought of this as well, and we've had some conversations, because I can look at this and yes, I think, and we talked about it, Bobby Slowik is the leader of this offense. He's the one who game plans this offense. He's the one who puts this stuff together. Like it starts with him, and then trickles down to CJ, as those are the two real leaders of the offense. And I can acknowledge that, but also acknowledging, Clint, that they have severe struggles on the offensive line in every single way, from both pass protection and run blocking. All right, they've got, as we've said before, Joe Mixon seems to be the only back that can be dependable and can get yards in this offense, and that's for the most part. Some games, 3 in particular, that he's been shut down. Even in that point, there are injuries. Obviously, Diggs is down for the year. So what does Bobby do? We understand that they are struggling overall, and as you said, Clint, what have they got? 50 points or so in the first half, the last couple of weeks. But what can he do to kind of solve the problems? What like, a lot of people throwing stuff out there. Clint, I've told you it'll be interesting. It'll probably happen right now on the text line.
Now we're talking.
Maybe that's what Bobby needs to do.
To get to the sex line.
All right.
But you'll get some people saying he needs to throw more screens. Then he needs to not throw more screens, or they need, as you said, need to have more one-on-one protections, or they need to do this and that and have chips and all this. They need to run the ball more. They need to stop running it more. They need to run it on first down. They don't need to run on first. So many people are throwing. What do they actually need to do? All hands on deck. What does he need to do to solve this? Or is it just not solvable?
Well, look, it's layered. There's no quick fix. That's why it's still a problem, right? But there's the reality of it is the listening to DeMeco, okay? The quickest fix is for players to play better. And and it's not necessarily about executing. There is a layer of that, but there's the key players have to play better, right? You have to eliminate the penalties. You have to. Like you what you proved this weekend is that when you have 9 penalties for 83 yards and a half, even a team as bad as the Tennessee Titans can beat you. And so you've got to play better, and that's on every front. Start with the penalties, right? That can be fixed and should be fixed with some tough love. Some guys start committing penalties over and over again, like we saw Laramie Tunsil do. Yank his ass out of the game. Get somebody. I don't care who else. Just get somebody else in there.
Like, you're at that point now.
You've got to I do think that can be. That's just a focus thing. That's just a get your ass in the huddle, listen to what the quarterback's calling, and get off the ball on the snap count. Right? I mean that has to happen. And this football team is not good enough to overcome it when it doesn't happen, number one. Number two, whatever DeMeco's talking about, he mentioned it on offense and defense. Whatever getting to your spots is, if you want to look at the John Mechie interception, the C.J. Stroud interception to John Mechie, fine. That's point to that right there. Sure looks like Mechie knew where the hell he was going, and it was a mistake by the quarterback. But those kinds of things can be fixed. Those are just attention to details. And the quickest way for this team to get better is for the players to play better. And there's nobody that can impact this team's the speed in which they get better more than the quarterback if the quarterback plays better. The truth of the matter is your quarterback's not playing very good football right now. That's just the reality of it.
But he can play better, right?
Like that's for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Because when you said that, and I agree with you, the quickest fix is that, hey man, these dudes play like they did before and play like we've seen them at their best. And like Chris Long said earlier, these guys, they've got some guys out there that could play ball that have had great years. And as you said, the quickest thing is to play better. Is that possible for everybody? Like how many of the is that Shaq Mason play better?
No. I don't. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about necessarily the physical side of it. Like the physical side of it. There's certain things that you're like the being more. Like I'm through asking this team to be more physical, right?
They are hit hard if you're playing against us.
It's been 2 years now. They are who they are.
It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Blame it on Bobby. Blame it on the offensive line coach. Blame it on the fact that the tip of the spear in the offensive line room is the highest paid guy, and he doesn't have a lick of physicality in him. Even though, by the way, the film shows he was a little better last week. But blame it on whatever you want to blame it on. Like that's the kind of stuff that I'm just not asking for anymore. I'm beyond asking for that. Right? At the end of the day, the way that the protection was in the Tennessee Titans game and the way that the run game was rough, the offense still was able to move the football and still did some really, really good things, right? You can't turn the football over at the end of the first half. You can't turn the football over in the second half. You can't miss throws on third down, especially when the 5 or 6 yard variety. You cannot do those things and win games, right? You got to offensively. You got to play better. You look at the in the critical moments of the game. You get the ball. Somehow Tennessee gives you the ball back for a 1 minute, 1 minute, 20 seconds or whatever it was drive to kick a field goal. All you need is 40 yards, right? Which seems a lot, but you got the ability to do that. All you need is 40 yards, and your quarterback comes out and he forces the ball to Nico Collins when the right throw is the check down, right? And then you look a little deeper in that play, and I believe it's Tank Dell, the middle receiver. It's either him or Mechie. They're running curl routes, and they're 5 yards away from each other somehow. Like the spacing sucks, right? Like all of that can be fixed. And if it's fixed, the offensive product will be better. The problem is I'm not going to do what the coaches do and come on here and tell you it's all fixable. They'll get right. It's just another game. It's a long season. Like I'm just under the impression that it's not going to happen because it hasn't happened yet.
And now you just got to work around it.
You got to work around it. Now there's going to be teams that you're going to be able to run the football. Like I don't suspect that Jacksonville Turn the page off Tennessee. That awful game deserved 2 days of dog cussing. So I haven't moved on.
We'll do a little tape drop tomorrow.
Well, I don't know. I don't know where Jacksonville ranks in terms of being able to stop the run. Yada yada yada. I'd imagine it's not very good. But the reality of it is a game when you go out there and Joe Mixon is doing his thing and running the ball well against lesser teams. Then this offense is going to look pretty good.
Yeah, I think a thing that you said that jumped out, and it is when you said the quickest way. I think there are some guys that can't. Right? I don't think Shaq Mason's playing better. Maybe Patterson can, and maybe Juice at a new position.
All of them are crapshoots. They're not banking on them getting better is not happening.
Right, but maybe those. I think CJ can play better.
Absolutely, 100%.
I think Dalton Schultz can play better, not block better. I think Dalton Schultz can play better and have more of an impact.
Agreed.
I think Tank Dale can play better. Right? Now, I know the offensive line. And listen, Laremy Tunsil can play better. As much as he annoys you and he gets on your nerves, and I think he is a dead man walking in terms of being a Houston Texan after this year. Laremy Tunsil can still be, especially from a pass protection perspective, an elite player in that regard. He can play better. There are some guys that can to where you can fix this, or at least not fix it back, improve this. Because I don't know if there's fixing. There is improving. And I think there is some. Those guys, I think, are guys that I can look at and say, damn it, Tank's better than that. Damn it, CJ's better than that. Damn it, Laremy Tunsil's better than that, as annoying as he is as a player. Person, I bet he's cool as hell to hang out with. Schultz can play better. I think it does start with that, and how quickly can they get to that?
Yeah, Ron, and it starts with the quarterback. Instead of talking about firing the offensive coordinator, which again, he can be better. There's no question. There's a laundry list of guys that can be better. DeMeco can be better. That can
Bobby,
change. They all can be better. But the quickest way is for your quarterback to play better. I mean, that's just the reality of it. I mean, the Chris Long, I think we're going to hear his audio here again in a minute. Chris Long, one thing he mentions in that audio is there's teams out there that do more with worse situations on the offensive line. Couldn't agree more. I did it last year. I wholeheartedly agree. Right? That starts with your quarterback and him being smarter and taking calculated risks. And then it comes to your quarterback. The play I highlighted earlier where instead of shifting just a little bit to the left, pushing up in the pocket and throwing what would have been a huge chunk play at the end of the first half to John Mechie, instead you slide slightly and end up getting your arm hit and you're trying to check it down to Cade Stover. Like you do more with less when your quarterback can handles those situations better. And so I think that's the best. I think that's the quickest way to it, man, is through C.J. Stroud. It's just the reality of the situation, brother.
All right, big position area for the Texans is getting tested. We had talked about this, that Monday Night Football game last night where it could be the Texans' opponents in the playoffs coming up in January. We'll discuss that. And Jerry Jones can't stop saying crazy stuff. We'll get to all of that.
What's your point?
That you can't stop saying crazy stuff. We'll get to all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Granny, you don't have to make the dips anymore. You don't have to take that Daisy sour cream and match and
up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let it snow, let it
No touchdowns out here.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Big Tip Bomber. That's probably not it, is it? The blonde Tip Bomber.
Big blonde Tip Bomber.
BTB, you're right. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, and the Moneybags. And watching that game last night, if my memory serves me correct.
Rough start.
I know it wasn't the type of Monday night you were hoping to roll through. We'll get to Tyler's best bets coming up a little bit later on. But this is 5 o'clock fire. Remember, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And a few things to get to. And Clint, really a bit of some depth, maybe concerns right now when you look at the Texans. And we talked and discussed clearly it was a big one. Jaylen Pitre, everything he means to this team, was injured and is going to miss some time. But Clint Kadar-Holman tore his ACL, and he is going to miss the rest of the season. I know when you hear Kadar-Holman, all right, whatever, but he's been playing in the last couple of games. And now this cornerback depth right now, Clint, and we'll see what they do in the practice squad. I would imagine they're going to have to do something. But the depth right now for cornerbacks, not safeties that you're folding into corners, cornerbacks is Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, Jeff Okudah, and Chris Boyd. That is what the cornerback room looks like right now that are active for this team. So that is a depth concern right now, and especially quality depth, because outside of those first two, Clint, I don't know how great you feel about the other two behind them.
Yeah, this is this is a toss-up here. I mean, what do you do with your cover defenders and Jaylen Pitre being out? I mean, you got to shuffle the deck somehow, and at this point, I don't know that it will happen, but I would be willing to bet you that DeMeco Ryans and company have considered moving Kamari Lassiter inside. We've seen them put themselves in a spot to win a ball game versus a playoff caliber football team, the Green Bay Packers, with Boyd outside. Now, it wasn't pretty. They did go at him. But let's be honest, they went at Stingley on the last drive to get in field goal range to kick the game-winning field goal. So it's not like that they didn't go at both the corners in that game.
Well, there was Ross in the game.
Oh, it was Ross, right? It wasn't Boyd.
And I would imagine Ross is going to be pulled up because they brought him back, but right now he's not on the.
Right, it was Ross. That is exactly right.
Right now he's not on the active. He's not on the active roster right now.
Well, either way it goes, the point, whether it's Okudah, Boyd, Ross, the point is the overall point is that they have got. There's no way they haven't considered moving Lassiter in. Now, whether they do it or not, then that's a different story. But I would be willing to bet you it's a conversation. I would be willing to bet you that it's a package in this defense. You can play the first half. You can play the first quarter. If you want to push Jimmy Ward down there and play a lot of zone, that's cool. If you want to put Eric Murray down there, play some zone, that's cool. If you want to keep all three of those guys in the game with those two guys with Kalen Bullock and roll a different one down so that you can disguise some, that would be cool. That's fine. But at some point in time, I gotta believe that you're going to be in a predicament where you need three true cover defenders down there. And I think you could get away with Pitre, although it didn't always get away with it. We saw that against the Jets. Yeah. You could get away with Pitre in some coverage in some man situations versus certain players. I don't know that you can get away with Eric Murray or Jimmy Ward in that situation.
It's just crazy how quickly it just the depth and how limited they are. And how an injury just like it to any of them, the injury just kind of takes them out, or not even takes them out, but makes them look a lot different right now. So, yeah, that they've got to do something different to maximize the guys they've got out there. I would imagine that if Chris Boyd is up, that we'll see D'Angelo Ross get pulled back up. He's a guy that he played 2 games, Clint, in which he played 100% of the snaps.
Right.
So I'd imagine and they trusted him to get in before Boyd. I don't even remember Boyd being put in coverage situations.
He's a special teams guy, right?
Yeah. In the regular season.
The Jeff Okudah thing is interesting because, what I saw in training camp was a guy that definitely can keep up, a guy that can definitely be a depth cornerback, a guy that still shows like flashes that 5-star ability to climb the ladder and make plays on footballs when he's in position to make a play. That part of it I was really stoked about. I don't know if that's what they think of Jeff Okudah, or is Jeff Okudah more what we saw in that Cowboys game where he got shook out of his cleats in the first couple of steps of a route by Devontae Turpin, and that buried him on the depth chart and gives him no chance. So what they think of Jeff Okudah is going to, I think, probably come pretty clear here in the next handful of days. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what to think. It may be as simple as he's an outside guy, slide Lassiter in, and that's your best 3 cover guys. Which I still got to believe that's a better cover. That's a better 3 cover guys than what you were putting out there before. But we'll see. I mean, it's no doubt an issue that the Texans got to work through here.
And nobody get hurt. So that
goes without being said, right?
Just saying nobody else get hurt because this puppy is rough. So yeah, their depth in that quarterback and that secondary is definitely being tested.
5 o'clock fire.
Big win for the Baltimore Ravens. They go to 8-4, and they are just in back of the Steelers in the AFC North. And the clock will wind down. The benches will empty. The Ravens are now in the number 5 spot. Chargers number 6, as the 2 brothers shake hands at midfield. One Harbaugh to another, as John Harbaugh has beaten Jim Harbaugh for a 3rd time in 3 meetings.
Hey, that was a fun game until the Ravens just took over the second half. Listen, we had the conversation last week, Clint, and we were talking about, who would you rather face, coming in the postseason, the Chargers or the Ravens? Boy, Clint, the start of that game, because I said, boy, I'm not sure if it's not the Chargers. The start of that game, it was like, whoa, these jokers look good. And then, they settled in, and Lamar and that 1-2 punch of Derrick Henry, and it seemed like they were stopping Derrick Henry, and then all of Henry's up with 140 yards. The back-to-back nights, they saw Saquon Barkley on Sunday night against the Rams, and then that stadium had Derrick Henry right after it. But they get back in there, and they find a way to shut them down in the second half, and they ended up winning that game 30-23. But to me, both of those teams are really, really solid teams in the AFC, Clint. And however you look at it, those are 2 teams that, would really, really give the Texans problems if they ran into them in the playoffs. And with the Chargers, it looks like they potentially are an ascending team, even though they lost that game last night.
Yeah, I would like to see how that game turned out if Quentin Johnston didn't drop the balls that he dropped. I mean, he and I don't know that the Chargers would have won it, but it damn sure. I mean, I knew he had 5 targets, no catches, 3 drops. I mean, and I think the 3 were decent gains as well.
The crosser in the second half, Clint, he might have taken to the house.
Yeah, hell, and then one of them was going in, wasn't it? But anyway, it looked like I wonder what that would have looked like. The game was tight anyway. I'll be honest with you, the wife needed a little bit of help at halftime, and I never recovered. So the second half of that game, I missed the majority of it. Boy, when I got through watching the first half, I'm thinking, boy, Baltimore's run defense was, I think, number 1 in the league, and now they're just letting
Didn't it change? It seemed to change when J.K. Dobbins went down with whatever injury he has.
Yes, absolutely.
Because that 1-2 punch of him and Gus Edwards, they were controlling it, and then he got hurt, and it seemed like the game changed on that point.
Well, Lamar too. Like Lamar, and I look, the critics are way too harsh on Lamar, but Lamar fed him last night. Them first 3 series, man. I mean, Lamar threw 3 balls, and it may have been the first 3 balls that he threw. And I don't know if Manute Bol could have caught them.
I was about to say, I swear to God, what was coming out of my mouth was he needed Yao Ming out there to catch some of those. Like I stood up and applauded for Zay Flowers and Bateman to get their hands on some of those balls just to tip it out of bounds.
And he almost looks disinterested. He's like, "Come on, Lamar, what are we doing? It's Monday Night Football, baby. You need that. I mean, this is a big game, man. Go get it." And he's just dropping the elbow, skying the ball over wide receivers, and then but boy, when he turns it on, it's the MVP comes out.
Yeah, you've said this before, and you can throw Mahomes in this, you can throw Allen in this, anybody you want. His eject button is just a little bit different than anybody else's.
Unbelievable.
They get a false start or something down in the red zone, and it moves it from the 5 to the 10, and it's like, all right, damn, and it's second down and goal as they just do a quarterback keep, and I mean he gets to the goal line so easy, and then just stops on a dime and lets the guy run past. Yeah. It just scores. And Aikman was right. Aikman said the reason why they're so good in the red zone is because they got him. And there's just so many things that you have to defend and plays that you can run just other quarterbacks can't run.
Yeah.
The
crazy thing is there's nobody like Lamar. Like I said before, he's the MVP every year as long as he stays healthy, in my opinion. But Justin Herbert has a similar impact on the game down there. You saw it in the first touchdown that they had where that long-legged joker, it doesn't look like he's moving as fast as he is, but he's hard to catch up with. So, man, that was a good watch there for a bit.
Yeah, it was. But the Ravens right now, they are smack dab in the 5 seed right now, a game behind the Steelers, and they will play them. And listen, that's going to be a dogfight. The Steelers have the Ravens again. They have the Chiefs. They have at Philly, and they have the Bengals twice. So they got the Steelers have a tough road. So we'll see if Baltimore can potentially catch them if they stop having these weird losses to teams like the Browns and the Raiders.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as Jerry Jones continues to do that interview, which, good God, shout out to Sean and RJ. Those ratings this year must be through the roof. When Jerry comes on our sister station 105.3 The Fan, because he's just coming up there saying anything. Jerry Clint said, no, it's not crazy that the Cowboys may keep Mike McCarthy.
Jerry's trying to get on that SportsCenter ticker, man.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
He might not make the season.
Well, he said, Clint, I don't think that it's crazy at all. That's not crazy, Jones said. Listen, I don't want to anymore after you say that. Mike McCarthy is an outstanding coach. Mike McCarthy has been there, done that. He's got great ideas. So the bottom line is no place in my body language or anything else have you seen an indication about what we're going to do, what we're going to be doing relative to this staff at the end of the year. And we shouldn't. We have a lot of football left.
It isn't on my schedule.
Hey, Jerry's gonna stay in the mix now. If they can't win no more, than about 4 or 5 games, he's gonna damn sure make some money.
I don't have time.
I can't believe.
There's no chance, right?
I can't believe he didn't sign Daniel Jones.
They go ahead and scoop him up.
Oh, scoop him up, man.
To get in there, to get on the field.
Get you, and then start him against the Giants.
Oh, start him immediately. Bring him in. Don't even and command.
Ron,
command him to start.
I think they'd have had to pay him $11 million this year, and I think 20-something million in injury guarantees. It would have been worth every bit of the advertisement that Jerry would have got would have been worth $11 million. He would have got $11+ million in advertising over the next 2 weeks. Daniel Jones picking up and then starting against the Giants. Shoot, K
Like, and you know that game's Thursday. So, I mean, starting immediately. Picked him, scooped him up, huh?
Oh, no question.
But really, there's no chance in hell that Mike McCarthy's coming back, right?
No.
Or is Jerry crazy enough to do it?
Absolutely not. Well, I mean, Jerry's definitely crazy enough to do it, but no, absolutely not. He should have been gone last year. I don't think Stephen will let him do it.
What's your point?
Say over my dead body.
I think Stephen say, Dad, I'll quit you.
Why would he even say that? I'm just.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
Stop. I mean, it's every week, man. I go back and listen to those interviews. They're not even goading him into saying anything. They're just sitting out there with an open canvas, and Jerry just starts throwing paint at it. Bam, bam.
Now, I'm not talking to these guys who's on the end of this phone.
I'll try to get you fired here one week. I'll feed you this one week. I mean, it is wild. It is wild. All right, coming up as we continue here, a former Super Bowl champion had some pretty serious comments about the Texans offense. We'll let you hear it and see if you agree. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, a great day starts with a great night's sleep, man. It's pretty simple. The quickest way to make that happen is to make sure that you're sleeping on.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
every weekday. Just load up your phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5-Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Chris Long, Super Bowl champion, Pro Bowler in this league, had a great run, won a championship with the Eagles. And he has a podcast, popular podcast, Green Light podcast. And he, like many, have been talking about the Texans and their offense in particular, and C.J. Stroud, because that is now being questioned, fellas. Like I said, I pulled up ESPN until here recently, since some college basketball stuff was up. The headline page for hours was a picture of C.J. Stroud throwing a ball, and it said, "What has happened to C.J. Stroud? What is wrong with C.J. Stroud?" That is starting here as we are 12 games into the year for the Texans, being a national conversation piece. And many people are having conversations and discussions about it, and Clint, including Chris Long. And this is what he had to say about where C.J. Stroud is and what is happening to him this season.
He looked like the next Joe Montana, and I still think he's got, that rare ability in him. I'm not putting him with Joe Montana, but you know what I'm saying. They have done everything in their power this year to stunt the kid's development. I mean, his eyes are on the rush, and you could say, hey, keep your eyes downfield. But after 12 games of it, it's a survival tactic to know who's falling at your feet, to know who's not picking up a game. Yeah. Nico Collins has 2 touchdowns in a week called back on dumb penalties. One of them yesterday is in legal motion. Mixon and the receiver in motion at the same time, and they knew it right away. And you just see it on C.J. Stroud's face.
All right, that's Chris Long kind of talking about the damage that's being caused and around C.J. Stroud. He also talked about, as he said, penalties there and a bunch of different things that's happening with it. And, Clint, I know you had some thoughts about what he had to say concerning everything that's surrounding C.J. Stroud in this offense.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think he's spot on. I mean, it's an accumulative effect of the pressure getting home. He's the most pressured quarterback. 2 things with pressure in Houston. Houston's defense is creating more pressure than any defense in the league, and Houston's quarterback is getting pressured more than any quarterback in the league. There's no doubt about it. It is human nature to start seeing the rush and to get happy feet, start missing throws you don't typically miss. Right? But that is life in the NFL. That happens to every single quarterback in the NFL in terms of getting pressured and having to deal with pressure consistently some years. Right? And when it's all said and done, Chris Long is exactly right that is what's going on in Houston. Chris Long is also exactly right when he says 2 touchdowns of Nico Collins got called back because of penalties. Where I believe that Chris Long and guys like Chris Sims, where they stop short instead of continuing that. Because I think it's important when you talk about what's going on in Houston to make sure that you point out those 2 touchdowns that got called back were because of who? Anybody in the room got a guess? The screen pass against the Cowboys to start the game that got called back. Who screwed that one up?
Laramie Tunsil.
Hit the money sign again.
The touchdown late against Tennessee that would have changed and put some serious pressure on the Titans. Who screwed that one up?
That's Joe Mixon and Tank Dell, 2 guys moving at the same time.
And according to C.J. Stroud's post-game presser, the motion was for Tank Dell, and they both ended up moving, which tells me that Mixon wasn't supposed to move. But nonetheless, when you look at that, we're gonna put that on Bobby too. Is that Bobby's fault? Right? I mean, so these guys. Joe Mixon's got to play better in critical situations. I know it's hard for everybody out there to hear, well, Joe Mixon, hell, he's rushed for 100 yards all but 2 games that he started and finished this year. Okay, that's fine. He's a big boy. He's a veteran. He's played well. It's okay to be critical of that guy. right? Laramie Tunsil. You know, if we're talking about penalties and we're talking about taking points off the board, Laramie Tunsil, you execute. That's a scripted play. It was literally the first play of the game. You ran it 15 times. You talked about it 15 times.
It's just attention to detail. Just
there it is.
Too many steps forward.
That is.
That's something that Dan Orlowski said too. Their attention to he's been breaking down film of the Texans, and he said the same thing. Their attention to detail is just off.
Things are fixable.
Yeah, it's not good. In critical moments, you know, they'll tell you that, boy, everything's fine. It's just in situational football, red zone, third down, 2-minute situations, we're just not executing. No, you're not executing all the time. Between the 20s and the whole game, you just want to pinpoint it and you want to focus on it when it's in a critical situation so that you can couch it as a third down problem or a rub. Reality of it is you're an undisciplined football team at all times.
Stop being a dumpster fire.
But yeah, to get back to Chris Long, is like I don't disagree with what Chris Long is saying in a sense of it's easy to sit up there from a 30,000-foot view, watch a little bit of film, and see that the Texans can't protect very well. It's easy to sit up there and see that as Dan Orlowski says, they're not very detail oriented, right? It's easy to see that they sit up there and go, penalties are killing these guys, right? And the easy route to take is blame it on the OC, right? I mean that's the easy route. And again, I don't have a problem with putting a lot of the blame at the feet of the offensive coordinator. But if we're going to keep it 100 around here, the players got to play better as well.
Because the next move is right. All right. You want to where it falls in the OC's plate is, all right, you want to do that, Laramie? All right, sit down.
Yes,
we'll sit you down. Or you want to do that, Joe? Sit down. And I don't think that's the OC's decision. I think that's on both of those players. I think he could probably go tell certain people to sit down. But I think that's on the head coach's decision. And really, those guys can't sit down because you just can't go without Joe Mixon, Tank Dell, or Laramie Tunsil, whoever it is that did it. They just have to be able to get those things, man. I mean, those are details. Yeah,
it's low hanging fruit right now to blame it on Bobby, right? And because we can always say.
Dang it, Bobby.
We can always say, well, the discipline problems are Bobby's. The spacing problems are Bobby's. The inability to do X, Y, and Z is Bobby's, right? And I am typically, Ron, you know we've worked together long enough, 90% of the time I lean into the coaching and how the coaching is got to put guys in position. And I've done that for the majority of the year, but at this point in time, we're just at a spot. If we're talking about how this team gets better, and we're talking about how you get off the radar, Chris Sims and Chris Long, and they're not talking about how atrocious your football team is, the fastest way there is these players got to get better. So these players got to play better. They got to do things that we've seen them do at a high level before. They got to start doing that again. But yeah, Chris Long is spot on with what he's seeing.
Well, and I think what is probably confusing many people who have chimed in on this is as he led off in that, man, it looked like, in particular, C.J. Stroud was going to be the next Joe Montana, he said. I would have maybe felt Burrow, but whatever, same vein. And it was, Bobby Slowik's the next big thing. Like, he's a guy, he was Ben Johnson. Like, he is the guy that is we all said it. Oh yes, Bobby will be here one more year before it takes.
Hell, they gave him a raise to keep him.
And now all of a sudden these two can't operate. And I think that's what's getting people so much is how was it so good and so ahead of its time last year? When I say ahead of its time, like that, you don't normally both jobs, and we didn't separate the two of them. What CJ did as a first-time player and a rookie quarterback was just insane. And what Bobby Slowik did as a first-time play caller and a first-time designer of an offense was insane. and what he did and what the both of them did dealing with the injuries and the ups and downs. Hell, he won a game. He won a game with Case Keenum last year against the Titans. Pulled a game out with Case Keenum against the Titans. And to see where it is now, to where at times, like, people watch it, Clint, and figure, like, what are they doing? And I think that's the biggest part, is how good it was last year and what we're seeing now. I think that's what's got so many people confused. All right, coming up, we'll get to T. Mill's best bets, as he is looking to get a turnaround from yesterday, because yesterday was, let's just, I don't know if he wants to be like DeMeco and continue to think about yesterday or flush it.
Best bets this week is fixable, man. It's all fixable.
It is fixable. We'll have some more fun with some One Gotta Go and Kindling here as we close things out right here live on The Drive.
Tyler, why don't you get your butt out there sometime and sweat like they do?
How did Coach DeMeco describe the Texans' 32-27 loss to the Titans? Frustrating.
The most
with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive as we continue rolling through here. All right, we've had a few of these. One got to go. Thanksgiving variety 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. Please jump in on this. We found out earlier today that Tyler does not like dressing or stuffing, and he doesn't like any kind of sweet potatoes, yams. He skips those. Mm-hmm. And instead, he's going green bean casserole, which he said. Up. It said, yeah, that just sounded nasty as hell. He's doubling. He said he's doubling it up. Give me more.
Double them beans up.
He said, give me a little bit more here. But no, we found out a lot here, and found out. Mo had to let the yams or sweet potatoes go. I get that. But here's let's go a little dessert action. Pecan pie, sweet potato pie, pumpkin pie. One got to go. One has to roll. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. One got to go. Pecan pie, sweet potato pie, or pumpkin pie.
I'm about to disappoint y'all so bad.
I know it's coming.
Oh, he's going to say pecan pie, isn't it?
I don't like any three. I don't like any of those. I do not eat any of those pies.
So you're pushing all of them.
You eat Taco Bell at 2:30 in the morning, but you don't eat sweet potatoes.
It's my taste buds. It's a preference.
He's eating cinnamon twists.
You eat somebody else's Taco Bell order at 2 a.m., but you don't like dressing, stuffing, green bean casserole, pecan pie, sweet potato pie.
All three of them?
Are you kidding me?
Because there are other desserts that I like. I load up at Thanksgiving. I love me some Thanksgiving food, just not some of these.
So you walk past all three of these?
Yes.
Without
hesitation. I don't like the way any of those taste.
I'm going to tell you,
line coming through.
Tyler, it's un-American not to eat pecan pie.
Well,
it's un-American.
These colors don't run, sir.
You got to give me one of them, Clint.
Pumpkin bread. Give me some pumpkin bread in there.
This boy said pumpkin bread.
I love
From the text line rolling through, Gus and Katie said sweet potato. Sweet potato pie is the one that's got to go. Two coming in with pumpkin pie has got to go. Tyler eats like a little boy from the text line.
How about the pumpkin one out there? A great American pie. You freaking jackwagons.
What is an American
What's
pie?
American pie? You talking
an
about
American
like
apple pie.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about
I must have left apple out there. Clint was looking at me like, what the hell?
Well, you say American, I'm thinking, damn, should I act like I know what he's talking about or no? He's so serious.
An American apple pie, y'all.
No, listen, we're talking about Thanksgiving, not 4th of July, Tyler, is what we're talking about.
Y'all don't have apple pie at Thanksgiving?
Listen, I'm going to tell you, there's a whole bunch of pies there, but it's not the
cherry
headliner.
Pie, too. Cherry pie is delicious.
So what are the desserts? Like if you're going, what if you say some kind of Jell-O stuff? I'm gonna end this thing.
No, Jell-O is safe for Luby's trips, but I got pumpkin bread is my number one. I really like a good moist loaf of pumpkin bread.
I don't know that I've ever had pumpkin bread.
Oh, it's so good.
I don't think.
I'm sure I have. I just don't recall it.
Yeah, for me, this is pumpkin. I'm out.
Cherry
and somebody,
pie.
Magic 05 on YouTube and Twitch said, I'm with Tyler. Miss me on all of those pies. Okay.
My
man, I'm like pecan pie is getting done in. Sweet potato pie is getting done in. Pecan, obviously, give me a little ice cream with that puppy, with that pecan pie. Let it melt. Let it get that pecan pie a little warm, Clint. Then let that ice cream melt over it.
You're turning me on.
I've done that a time or two with the apple.
Okay. You ain't lying, Clint. Well, we have roped up. Clint, he says no, like Vandermeer to dress it and stuff it. He says no to sweet potatoes or yams. He says no across the board to all traditional Thanksgiving desserts.
No. Hey,
I've never seen
poo-pooed green bean casserole and rolls too.
Oh, reminded me.
No, he didn't poo-poo green bean casseroles.
Oh no, that's right. That's right.
He wanted that. He wants to dive in that. He just said,
rolls is what it was.
No, you just saying that though, Clint, reminded me. Maybe taking the top spot over pumpkin bread for me and my family's Thanksgiving. My mom makes the most delicious poo-poo cookies you've ever had.
Poo-poo cookies.
Y'all know about poo-poo cookies?
They look like oatmeal in them?
Yeah. So those things, I'll go in on them things.
Yeah, text line, y'all really going in. What toy is Tyler hoping for to get with this meal? Somebody texted. I didn't read the Dino Nuggets one earlier. Text did, but
I'm too old for toys. I like some toys.
This is what I need.
Tyler plays with his toys on the table at Thanksgiving dinner.
He sits at a different table. Listen, this is what I need you to do, Tyler.
Okay.
On Thursday, I don't know how many trips you make or where you're headed. I need to see your plate. Like I need to see what this plate looks like.
I'll show you, and it's gonna be
I'm what you have shut down. I'm in my mind trying to figure out what's he going with.
A lot of fried turkey.
Okay,
a lot of green bean casserole. A lot of mac and cheese. Load up on the mac and cheese. A lot of cauliflower mash.
Here's legendary
cauliflower mash.
Cauliflower mash.
Yeah, it's so good. Some broccoli and cheese casserole, possibly. Load up on that.
Yeah, I want to see a photo of it.
Okay, I got you.
And I'm going to send you mine, which I've tried to develop the game plan of not being as aggressive on my opening plate, so I don't just
pace yourself,
completely hurt myself. It's hard to just walk past all of those different items up there, but I in my mind now have tried to put together your plate. All right, Clint, what is it for you? Because for me, it's pumpkin pie. That's the one that's got to go.
It's pumpkin pie. It's pumpkin pie. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, as long as pecan pie is around, I don't give a damn what else is there. That's my number one, without a doubt.
I'm going two for one there. And then Courtney's cousin, she makes these cookies that kind of get me a little bit as well. It's kind of got like a salted caramel, chocolate chip combination.
Yeah,
those I've started to run into those. Yeah, someone just texted in and said they never heard of pecan pie until they moved to Houston from New York, and then had the audacity to say it's gross.
I heard McAfee make a comment about that the other day. He said,
I just didn't know anywhere in the country. I didn't know anywhere in the country no one had not heard of pumpkin pie. Like I have a
pumpkin or pecan?
I mean, I'm sorry, pecan pie. I got a hard time thinking that there's somebody in this world. If I said, "Hey, you want a piece of the pecan?" that wouldn't say yes or no. That they would say, "What is that?"
Yeah,
I didn't know that existed in this country.
I don't want to hang out with that person. Whoever it is, if it does exist, I don't want to hang out with that person.
I just did.
I'm gonna tell you. Ron, I've literally, I told you a long time ago, I've been doing that no carb thing, no bread, no potatoes, no nothing. The only thing I've had we're working on almost damn near 6 months. 5 months. The only thing I've had was I took my bride out on a date not too long ago, and they at sushi and something we ordered had like the little bitty, the little pieces of bread. What do you call them? I don't know what they call them, but you put whatever the sushi is on top of a little bread cracker looking thing. I ate 2 of those. That's the only bread carb that I've had. I guess starch that I've had in 5 months. No sweets, no nothing. I ain't touched any of it. Good company, pecan pie. It's getting done in on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. From the text line, you all ever had rum balls? Nope. Now that I'm not familiar with.
Is that code word for something?
Might be. Somebody may have gotten me. Anyone ever heard of rum balls? Rum balls. Let me look them up. Just to see. Really see if somebody got me. It's coming up. Rum ball. It's coming up. They've got a nice recipe there. About that. It looks interesting. Okay. All right. Rum balls. Never heard of it. Never seen it. A little chewy chocolate sugary cookie. Nope. First timer. Never had rum balls before. Good. All right, coming up behind us. God, Tyler. Coming up behind us, not from behind, but coming up behind us, Texans All Access, the Players Edition, as Eric Murray. He will join the fellas, and we'll hear from him. And it looks like potentially, some form or fashion, that his role will increase. as his teammate and fellow safety Jaylen Pitre is out. So you hear from the safety Eric Murray coming up on the Players Edition of Texans All Access. And then Area 45 with Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton coming up at 8 o'clock. And they are going until midnight, live and local. So stay tuned as the fellas will have it for you as soon as we get done here, live and local, continued right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Tyler, let's hit your best bets. Boy, I need a recovery from yesterday. Whew.
Yeah, not an O like that one time that happened. That was not ideal, but damn close. 1 for 6 last night. That under was looking good like the whole freaking game, really, too, until like the very end. Backdoor cover. Damn it. All right, I got 6 for you, though. Get back on the right track with some NBA bets tonight. 6 of them per usual. First up, I got the Jazz plus 2.5 points this evening on the hardwood. I got the Bucks and the Heat over 222.5 points tonight. Placed that bet before the news just broke that Giannis is not playing in this game, so take that as you. I got the Spurs Jazz over 225. And then 3 player props, one of which are on the show Hughley will be a fan of, I am sure. First one, Nikola. I can't ever say his last name. Yes, there you go. Vucevic, the Chicago Bull, over 3.5 assists for the big man tonight.
He's a center, yeah.
Austin Reeves, the pasty face out in L.A. with the Lakers, over 3.5 rebounds tonight. And lastly, another Laker prop for you, the one Ron will love. LeBron James, over 7.5 rebounds this evening for the Lakers. That might be my favorite one of the evening. You fellas tell me what you like.
It's not bad. He should have his legs. He hasn't played since Saturday. He hasn't. They haven't played since. They've had Saturday. Yeah, they had a few days off.
Everything good at home with Savannah.
Yeah, rub those legs. If you've watched, they got a Netflix, the starting 5. It's very similar to receiver and quarterback, but they follow LeBron, Anthony Edwards, Sabonis, Jason Tatum, and Jimmy Butler, who is nuts. Jimmy Butler sits around and just makes cappuccinos all day long. It drinks like you think it's intervention time, Clint, with Tyler about energy drinks. Like I watched him on that episode have about 5